What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
streets, Sutek tried to line it up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool, not a coincidence. I actually chop it up, but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't even use fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that, man. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother already. Peanut, what's the word, my brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit as I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying, because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard it. If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over here, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you and Sutek want him. You say PMF ain't on his
no problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son. I love that warrior mentality.
Let's have fun. I love to tell Sutek, tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Have him pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We make it work. You know? Right. He ain't ducking no favors, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel, and then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me?
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't be PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother.
Word the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like...
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find y'all?
Own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK, TKO. Now he's a con. OTK, you died. TKO genealogy.
Let's all take a minute to bow our heads. Let's all take a minute to bow our heads. 1 second, y'all. There I go. StreamYard and updated some stuff. So I'm trying to fix it right now. Yeah, there we go. So we got all our views that we can get to. See, when I do that, I go away. But nah, peace to everybody. It is Bloody Sunday, the commemoration of 60 years since the Selma incident. And what we're going to do today is we're going to look for the FBA, ABO, and or Indigenous Black man in America that been here since time immemorial. We're going to look for them during this movement. It's 2025, so it's not that long ago. We have parents who were children during this time and age. Some people probably got grandparents. Some people got, like, you know, cousins and other members of their family that bear witness to this. And so we're going to dig into a little bit of that and a little bit of Dr. King's lectures and kind of break down what it is, the message behind the meaning before and after the events, more so at the conclusion of the events. If this is your first time ever watching the show, please like the show, share the show. All source material that you will see during this build will be in the description of the video. And there will also be other tools that will be available for you to qualify the information and verify what it is that has been stated during this. I don't know if anybody else is live. If they are, peace to those people. Hopefully more people come in. But I am going directly, again, at the heart, the soul, and the mind of the ABO. Unbiasedly. Unbiasedly. So we have, since 2015, 2017 in particular, that was the interest to Dan Calloway's whole "I'm just here to make you think" shit. But since, you know, that time, there's been a misinformation campaign that has been grinding a whole lot and increasing year after year after year. And the more it has increased, the less that we have become who we were and what we stood for. So luckily, you know, the internet has given us the ability to reclaim a lot of the things that our ignorant YouTube and social media friends have kind of try to trick us out of it, and we've been able to clear up a lot of the misinformation. So this is one of those ones. And what I mean by this being one of those ones, you're probably going to watch this 2 or 3 times because of the information. Guaranteed. All right, so let's get started. There was 2 articles, maybe more, but there was 2 articles in particular that has been published today. One by NPR and one by AP News. Both of these articles are kind of like synced in, but speaking on a similarity, but also one article is pressing toward today, the times that we're in right now politically. And what I mean by that is, what is the relevance and the importance of politically? If you don't know anything about it, there's a lot of removing of artifacts, of remembrances, of dedicating certain aspects of American history to the Black person in the Americas and our evolution throughout this period of enslavement, Jim Crow, so on and so forth, right? These movements, and there's a conservative effort to remove the teachings of that past history in school systems and public libraries, removing those works. So it is our job to make sure that we don't lose our sense of self and identity. I am going to have someone or some people, I don't know who they are, stand on their business if they want to stand on their business, but I do want to present the information. So I do want to say, before we get started, peace to the chat. What up, Mel? EIE was good. Shabaki in the building. Teddy was good. It is the Aboriginal community collectively funeral today. Somebody got YK. Is YK in the building? Mika, peace. Lucky was good. Nefer, peace, peace. Jarrell, Willie, Joseph. Chris, I know in the building. Kareem Ali, peace to you. The bar reloader was here. Don't know if they're back. But and our ballot is in the building. Peace, and those of you who will catch the replay or may join us later. Instant peace to all of you. Please like the show, share the show. So we're about 20 minutes in to the beginning of this video, so I'm pretty sure it's time to get to that info. So first thing first, let's go to the NPR article, and due to this new screenplay, there we go. So due to this new screenplay, I got to make sure that I'm sharing it appropriately. Timmy Turner was good. What's good? What's good? So let's get started, man. So as you can see, published March 9th, 2025. That's today. It's 7 o'clock this morning. So that lets you Eastern time. So it's 9 o'clock. 6 o'clock Central. So it'll let you know what was already in my mind to even see this. I was just up early, even though I know the time went up.
I was up early, trouble sleeping. But it says 60 years after Bloody Sunday in Alabama, elusive racial progress in Selma. You see Dr. King in the center, surrounded by John Lewis right over there as a young man, surrounded by many other followers that day and other people who walked with us on our journey on the bridge. I'm saying it like we were there, but our ancestors and people who made huge sacrifices. So when I say us, I mean us, Black people. So it says people making a pilgrimage annually to walk across the iconic Edmund Pettus Bridge, where on March 7, 1965, law enforcement attacked civil rights activists in an incident that became known as Bloody Sunday. Remember, we're looking for the Aboriginal community. We're looking for some type of representation from those dudes. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to leave them out of that. They said they've been here. They said that this was their struggle. This is their history. So we don't want to remove them from it. We only want to find information that can support them. So if they have some type of existence in the Americas before the Native Americans or the Paleo Indians, and then the only blacks that came later, then we should see these people in history, not in our history, in their own history. The late Georgia Congressman John Lewis was one of the leaders of what was supposed to be a march from Selma to Montgomery, motivated by the killing of Jimmy Lee Jackson, a black man shot by a state trooper after a civil rights demonstration in nearby Marion, Alabama. We got to the highest point of the bridge. Lewis said in an interview with NPR, standing on the bridge about 10 years ago. Down below, we saw a sea of blue, Alabama state troopers. Then Alabama Governor George Wallace, the staunch segregationist, sent troops to quash the march. You're ordered to disperse, Major John Cloud commanded the crowd. Go home or go to your church. This march will not continue. The peaceful marches included youth refused to turn back. They kneeled and prayed. Then troopers and sheriff deputies, some of the horsebacks, attacked, beating people with batons and launching tear gas canisters. Lewis' head was cracked open. Local activist Amelia Boynton Robinson was bludgeoned. Dozens were injured. And later, 2 white civil rights activists who came to Alabama to support the marchers were killed. The Reverend James Reeb and Viola Luzo. Bloody Sunday stokes outrage over brutality of Jim Crow. Before I move on to that, just think about that. A scene of violence, people participating, being a part of an actual movement, speaking out against the use of force from police. Yet these same people who protest peacefully in a march across a bridge would come down, kneel, and pray, and some people would die and some people would get their ass kicked. What reason would that be? We're going to get into that. Yeah, we're going to get into that for sure. So news coverage of the violence that day reverberated around the world, shedding new light on how far Alabama authorities would go to protect white supremacy. I want y'all to think about this. How far will they go to protect white supremacy? What you think Elon Musk and Donald Trump are up there doing when they're trying to open the United States gates to quote unquote self-proclaimed South Africans who are getting their land snatched away from them by the other Africans in South Africa? And they need places to go in fear of violence from the people that were there before them. What y'all think that's about? Well, let's continue. President Lyndon B. Johnson gave a pivotal speech to Congress a week later, calling Selma a turning point in American history, likening it to the famous American battles at Lexington and Concord and Appomattox. Really, it's all of us who must overcome the crippling legacy of bigotry and injustice, he said, and we shall overcome, echoing the refrain of a popular freedom song. LBJ signed in the 1965 Voting Rights Act into law later that year. So real quick, let's go to the law. This act was signed into law August 6, 1965 by Lyndon Johnson. It outlawed discriminatory voting practices adopted in many southern states after Civil War, including literacy tests as a prerequisite to voting. What have they been doing the past few elections as it pertains to how they want to count votes, include voters, or exclude voters? There's been stipulations around those things. The game that has been played. So if you don't know anything about the Voting Act, the Voting Rights Act, I did leave it in the description, but I wanted to add very briefly. This act to enforce the 15th Amendment of the Constitution was signed into law 95 years after the amendment was ratified. In those years, African Americans and South faced tremendous obstacles to voting, including poll tax, literacy tests, and bureaucratic restrictions to deny them the right to vote. They also risk harassment, intimidation, economic reprisal, and physical violence when they try to register or vote. As a result, African American voter registration was limited along with the political power. So think about this act that would follow Selma. In 1964, numerous peaceful demonstrators, they keep calling the demonstrators peaceful, were organized by civil rights leaders, and the considerable violence they were met with brought renewed attention to the issue of voting rights. The murder of voting rights activists in Mississippi and attack by white state troopers over peaceful marches in Selma, Alabama gained national attention and persuaded President Johnson to Congress to initiate meaningful and effective national voting rights legislation. The combination of public revulsion to the violence and Johnson's political skills stimulated Congress to pass the Voting Rights Bill on August 5th, 1965. So there's two key points here that are made regarding the 15th Amendment to the Constitution and this Voting Rights Act. Highlighted is African Americans in the South face tremendous obstacles to voting. And then it gives you what those obstacles are. Poll tax, literacy tests, bureaucratic restrictions to deny them to vote. Said also risked harassment, intimidation, economic reprisal, physical violence, and when they tried to register to vote. As a result, it says African American voter registration was limited. It doesn't say Indigenous Black. It doesn't say FBA Black. It doesn't say Aboriginal Black. It says African American. This Voting Rights Act of 1965 was one that was needed to help who? The African American. So I'm asking again, who in the right world is or where are the ABOs, the FBA people out there in the world, and the indigenous people who think they always been here, who self-proclaim to be Black? Where are you in history? Where they at? I'm waiting. I'm looking for answers. Nobody can answer the question. I'm quiet for a reason. Where are they? What up, Melanated? What up, Ogun? I'm just looking for clarity. So this Voting Rights Act to enforce the 15th Amendment wasn't about no other black people in America but the African Americans. Do y'all really understand what I'm saying right now? So, Bloody Sunday isn't about indigenous, quote unquote, blacks, Aboriginal blacks, FBA blacks. It was about people of African descent. Let's continue. What took place on that bridge literally changed the face of American politics. Alabama Democrat Terry Sewell, who grew up in Selma and now represents the city in Congress. Her mother, for instance, became the first black city councilman in Selma. It's not lost on Sewell that her career is built on the sacrifice of those who fought 60 years ago. I know that I get to walk the halls of Congress as Alabama's first black congresswoman because so many of those foot soldiers couldn't, says Sewell. Earlier on, rights groups did not consider Selma ripe for the movement. Here you go, right here. Bernard Lafayette and his wife, Kate Booz Lafayette, on a recent morning. Yeah. They had an ex through Selma, recalls Reverend Bernard Lafayette, now 84. Him is talking, who was part of the SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Leaders were convinced nothing could be accomplished in Selma, Lafayette says, because the white folks were too mean and black folks were too scared. Sheriff deputies would rough up black residents who tried to register to vote. People would get fired for attending mass meetings. Lafayette himself was attacked and arrested, something he was prepared for as a veteran of the 1961 Freedom Rides intended to desegregate buses. If we tell you, as a matter of fact, let me go ahead and click on it for y'all real quick. Who you think participated in the Freedom Rides? Who you think participated? Was it Aboriginals? Was it the FBAs? Was it these indigenous black people that's running around on fucking YouTube all day lying to everybody? Who was it? Who's participating in 1961 Freedom Rides? What about Certified Sachi? This is only about maybe 2 hours from Sachi and Joseph. They in Mobile. Selma ain't too far away. It's closer to Montgomery, yes. But he was undeterred and led a voter registration project in Selma. Lafayette says he saw it as a way to forge a permanent change by giving black people a say in their government. It wasn't just being able to eat at a lunch counter or ride a bus, but it's dealing with the whole problem of segregation and discrimination and exploitation, he says. I didn't know how long it was going to take, but I had devoted myself, that I wanted to be here in Selma. And he's been active here ever since. This week, he led a nonviolent workshop for new generation of the Selma Center of Nonviolence, Truth and Reconciliation, an organization he co-founded 10 years ago. Building on a legacy to complete an unfinished business in Selma. Our charge is Selma 2.0, says Anika Sanders, right here. We're finna get to it. The center's founding executive director, she says they're working on the unfinished business of a bridge divides through the community dialogues, economic initiatives, and violence intervention. We believe that broken relationships have led to a broken economy, leading to broken communities, all in the need of healing, not in the need of fixing, but in the need of healing. The center is located on a bluff above the Alabama River, the channel where enslaved, who? What does it say? What does it say? The center is located on a bluff above the Alabama River, the channel where enslaved Africans were shipped to Selma. From an outside deck, you can see Edmund Pettus Bridge in the distance. We get to do this work every day from this place and look out and see that bridge and be reminded of what our ancestors and foremothers and forefathers sacrificed so that we can continue to plant seed and water, says Jackson. This is just 60 years ago. This whole notion of Aboriginals who and just take from us and try to remix history into some facade that they want to paint, a picture that they want to paint. They said Africans. Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Voter Registration Act for African Americans. We don't see not a single person that says that they're foundationally Black American. We don't see no Aboriginal to Americas. We always been here looking asses. We don't see none of that. Why? Why? Where you at? Something so simple as Bloody Sunday, and we don't even see you. Let's continue. A major focus for the nonprofit has been economic development for Selma, a town where more than 1 in 4 people live in poverty. Whenever there is progress, there's always pushback, which is why Selma is where it is, because we've helped to make so much progress. I just think it's our time to stand up. Mark Miles, 42, who does violence intervention work in Selma Center for Nonviolence. It just feels like we're going back into the 60s, he says, considering what people achieved more than 60 years ago. It's time for us as a younger generation to make those same sacrifices. Miles grew up here and was incarcerated in his teens. Now he's working to give students tools to better navigate life in Selma. On this day, he's headed for Elwood Christian Academy, a private school that takes in students who are not thriving in Selma's public schools, which he says are more segregated than ever. Black kids never talk to white kids, and white kids never talk to black kids. They're going to believe the worst thing about each other because they've never communicated. Miles circles about a half a dozen students, and it doesn't take long for them to turn the conversation to the violence surrounding them. It's a lot of young people dying at a young age, says Skylar Withers, who is just 12 years old. It makes me feel sad because they're closer to my age. People don't fight with their hands anymore, she says, but pick up a gun to settle differences. She describes a life on edge, trying not to get caught up in the gun violence plaguing the city. It's hard when you just can't lay your head down and have peaceful night without hearing gunshots. Let me pause real quick. They're talking to kids. You know, the same kids that got Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, shit like that, right? The same kids that run across these Johnny Come Lately YouTube channels that try to take the Africanness out of the black man in America and say, oh, I'm Aboriginal or I'm Indigenous, I've always been here. Oh, that history is not African history, is black history, which is the Indigenous man who been here, or all that confusion shit. The whole time, these kids are living the reality of where a gunfight is in one of the most pivotal parts of black history in America, in Selma. But let's continue. On Valentine's weekend, for instance, a 14-year-old was shot to death. In January, an innocent bystander was killed at Walmart parking lot. 2 teenagers among those charged with capital murder for the crime. It's no way to live, says 14-year-old Kamisha Spivey. People feel so scared to go outside in their own houses because as soon as you go outside, you could get a bullet right to the head and you wouldn't even know who it was from and what it's about. Selma's population is only 17,000, 81% black. It's lost more than 10,000 residents since the civil rights era, driven in part by white flight. Riding through town, it's evident Selma has seen better days. The downtown YMCA building is boarded up. On some streets, once grand houses appear abandoned and fallen in. There's not a lot of industry here. The biggest employer is a paper mill, which stinks, because I've been to Selma, on the outskirts of town. Most jobs are in healthcare, education, government, or service industry. And the town is still trying to recover from a destructive tornado 2 years ago. For these young people, the outlook is bleak. It's just sad seeing how Selma is right now, says 16-year-old Joshua Peoples. When the conversation turns to what happened in Selma 60 years ago, several students don't really know history. Here it goes. The underlining issue, a reason for the confusion that is being pushed out in the minds and hearts of these babies on Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok, and others. Some who do have cynical view, asking what good was it for people to risk that bridge crossing from black freedom when young black people are killing one another in Selma today. I think that it's a waste because now there's gun violence, gangs, the lack of education about our history. A 12-year-old says, I honestly feel like they wasted their time. She thinks Selma youth need a fresh start. Miles asked the students what they would do if they would be mayor. If you would create a new Selma, what would Selma be? The students have many ideas: more grocery stores and arcades, better education, and addressing blight and gang violence. We need people that actually want to help our community, actually teach us about our history. Black people should not be fighting against each other. We should join each other in brotherhood and sisterhood as one race. My encouragement to them is get in the fight now. Lydia Chapman, Director of Programs at Selma Center of Nonviolence, a continuum in the struggle for equal rights. So, from 1865, the Battle of Selma, at the end of the Civil War, to the 1965 Voting Rights Battle, she says Selma has always been at the center of change. We have been a pivotal place when it comes to thinking about race relations and relationships in general for hundreds of years. Today, the fight is trying to make sure that it's not 2065 when the reckoning happens again. Chapman, who was a teen son, says she doesn't want to see every future generation in Selma and the country have to fight. We really have to. We really have got to do this in a better, smarter way to make sure that changes that need to be in a place are done, and in a way that are sustainable and long lasting. At Ellenwood Christian, Mark Miles wraps up his session trying to empower his students. I want you guys to continue to use your voice and dream of a better Selma and try to be a part of change. Joshua Peoples is ready. We got to be the inspiration, big change. We got to stand up for who we are and what we got to do to make Selma a much better place. His thoughts led to a new motto, and the session ends with a group chant of "Make Selma Great Again." For Congresswoman Sewell, the fights remain alive. This progress is fragile, and every generation has to fight for it or we lose it. Here, her fight is trying to restore full protection of the Voting Rights Act's parts of the U.S. Supreme Court struck down in 2013. This week, she introduced John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, named for her mentor. We've seen an erosion of our voting rights, our civil rights, she says. We're witnessing a series of whitewashing of history as Trump administration has taken aim at diversity, equity, and inclusion. Her inspiration, the Bloody Sunday marches. Even though beaten back on Selma's Edmund Pettus Bridge, they came back and eventually completed the 54-mile trek to Montgomery, 24,000 people strong on March 25th of 1965. There on the steps of Alabama State Capitol, the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his famous "How long, not long" speech. Civil rights veteran Bernard Lafayette says ultimately nonviolence prevailed over violence, a lesson that is relevant today. Even though you are afraid, that cannot be a barrier to working for social change. I told you about 2 articles published today. That is the first. Here's the second. But I'm not going to go through this entire second because I have so much more to get into. But the intent and purpose of this second article isn't like the first one. It's not speaking directly as it does with others. Hold on one second. Bloody Sunday, 60th anniversary marked in Selma with remembrances and concerns about the future. It's telling you right now, off the muscle, as it pertains to the article, right? 60 years ago, today. 60 years ago, today. Just straight up. And again, when we're doing this, just little simple things. We don't ever hear about these people and these new age movements they got going on, man. Like, we really trying to find out where you is in this history book, in Black history, because we can't find you, bro. We know who they talking about. We know which Black people they talking about during this little history movement and moment. We can't find you at all. That's a problem. That's a problem. Big one. Real quick. Charles Malden was near the front of the line of the voting rights marchers walking in pairs across the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama on March 7, 1965. The marchers were protesting white officials' refusal to allow Black Alabamians to register to vote, as well as the killing days earlier of Jimmy Lee Jackson, minister, voting rights organizer, who was shot by a state trooper in nearby Marion. Let me pause real quick. Sachi has the nerve to fix his fucking face to say that Black people in Mobile, Alabama, and Alabamians in Hall never heard none of this African stuff until the internet. The whole time he telling you this with all that Black history in Alabama. There is no way that we can make this ish up. None. No way. He literally said this with a bold face. It's not a coincidence. And others arguing loud and wrong. And to deal with all of this, they're telling you, them people in Selma, telling you who they are. They're telling you. So what is really wrong with these people? I think Joseph, if you're still in the chat, Joseph proved the point. And this ain't the disrespect, Joseph, but he proved the point. Because in his honesty, the lack of education will allow you to be confused as hell. What's up, old dog? What up, Donnie? What up, Sha? Let's continue. At the apex of the span over the Alabama River, they saw and awaited them a line of troopers, deputies, men on horsebacks. After they approached, law enforcement gave a warning to disperse and then unleash violence. Within about a minute and a half, they took their billy clubs, holding it up in both hands, began to push back and to push us in. And then they began to beat men, women, children, tear gas women, men, women, and children, and cattle, produce men, women, and children viciously, said Malden, who was 17 at the time. Selma on Sunday marked the 60th anniversary of the clash that became known as Bloody Sunday. The attack shocked the nation and galvanized support of the U.S. Voting Rights Act of 1965. The annual commemoration paid homage to those who fought for the secure voting rights for Black Americans. Once again, when we go into the voting rights, we don't find Abos, Indigenous, or FBA. It says African Americans in the voting rights. Is your argument going to be you already had rights? We know that's a freaking lie. Now, let's move a little forward. For foot soldiers of the movement, the celebration comes amid concerns about new voting restrictions and the Trump administration's effort to remark federal agencies they said help make America a democracy for all. This country was not a democracy for Black folks until that happened. Malden said of the voting rights. And we're still constantly fighting to make that a more concrete reality for ourselves. Speaking at the pulpit of the city's historical Tabernacle Baptist Church, the site of the first mass meeting of the voting rights movement, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said, what happened in Selma changed the nation. But he said the 60th anniversary comes at a time when there is trouble around and some want to whitewash our history. But he said, like the marches of Bloody Sunday, they must keep going. At this moment, faced with trouble on every side, we've got to press on, Jeffrey said to the crowd that included Reverend Jesse Jackson, multiple members of Congress, and others gathered for the commemoration. U.S. Representative Terry Sewell of Alabama said they are gathering in Selma for the 60th anniversary at a time when the vote is in peril. Sewell noted that the number of voting restrictions introduced since the U.S. Supreme Court effectively abolished the key part of the Voting Rights Act that required jurisdictions with a history of racial discrimination to pre-clear new voting laws with the Justice Department. So this week reintroduced legislation to restore the requirement. The proposal has repeatedly stalled in Congress. Legislation is named for John Lewis, the late Georgia congressman who was at the lead of Bloody Sunday's march. I'm going to ask one more time. Where are the indigenous Black peoples who claim to have always been here during Bloody Sunday? Where are you FBA mofos at during Bloody Sunday. I'm not going to read, like I said before, the entirety of this article because it's only going to pick up what the NPR article left off, and its specific focus was all about something a little bit different than the NPR article. However, I do want to get into this point right here. It says Dawson and Maulding said they are concerned about the potential dismantling of the Department of Education, which is about to happen, and other changes to federal agencies. Trump has pushed to end diversity, equity, and inclusion programs within the federal government. Support from the federal government is how Black Americans have been able to get justice, to get some semblance of equality, because left to states' rights, it is going to be the white majority that's going to rule, Dawson said. That's that strategy of 60 years later. What we are looking at now is a return to 1950. So here's a Selma to Montgomery March. This information was published a while ago. It's a Stanford University article that gets into everything that was going on. Sources at the description. This is a tool. Not going to rehash article that I've already read regarding same merit. However, I do want to express another primary source tool for the 1960 Selma to Montgomery March. As you can see pictured here is Dr. King and others. You'll see a lot of them. There you go, there you go, there you go. Right? Front line every time it's on. So, inside of this are the things you need. Amelia Boynton Robinson. You heard me mention that name, right? So I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to bring y'all over here to it. Now, you probably won't be able to hear the audio, but give me a second, and I'm going to make I gotta stop sharing real quick. I want y'all to hear this. Hold on one second. I want y'all to see this real quick, but I don't want to get a strike. So I gotta pump fake. I gotta pump fake it. Let me get my picture up.
How did the Selma March idea come about?
It started when I was arrested coming out of the courthouse. And I said you had to have 3 white men to vouch for you. Well, I happened to be a registered voter. I was a registered voter when I was 21 years of age. You had to be 21 at that time. And I was coming out of the courthouse at noon when Jim Clark told me to get in the line. Now, when African American adults decided.
Hold on, what'd she say? When who? This is Amelia Boynton Robinson. When who did what, Miss Robinson?
When African American adults decided that they were going to try to register was when they lost their jobs after they attended the memorial of my husband, and they lost their jobs. And this was one of the times that they went to the courthouse and decided that they were going to march and demonstrate and get the right to vote. Their children were out there doing it, and they were not of an age that they could register. So if they can get out there and work for me to become a citizen, I'm going to get in the line, and I'm going to fight to register. And when I got out, and Dr. King was across the street, he was on the federal property, and he saw when Jim Clark caught me and told me to get in the line, and I told him I was going to my office. He grabbed me in the back, propelled me around, shoved me a half a block, and threw me in the paddy wagon. God carted me off to jail. These people said as I passed them, going to jail, Mrs. Boynton, you will not be there by yourself. We'll be there with you. Dr. King and the group and his staff went back to the house and said, we've got to do something. I don't know what is the best thing to do, but we're going to have to do something. Then 2 or 3 days after that, nights after that, Jimmy Lee Jackson was killed not too far from Selma in Marion, Alabama, when he attended a meeting. And the state trooper made an attempt to harm his mother, and he tried to protect his mother, and they shot him in the back. And Dr. King said, we are going to march to Montgomery, and we are going to see George Wallace and let him know that he has to protect the citizens of Alabama. And that's when the idea came to march to Montgomery.
Zaxby's.
Heard it from her right there. How it went down, how it came about. It was just like that. So let me get back to my bad. Y'all can't see the screen. Our primary source material. We just heard about the marching in Selma. There's another interview by her. A lot of information is right here. So oral interview right here. I don't need to go into it. My point is that we had this information, right, available to us to be able to handle our business. Straight up and down. Let me try to see. But I'm still trying to. I'm trying to figure out, right? Where are the abos? Ain't nobody calling themselves Aboriginal, Indigenous to the Americas. They ain't saying they been here. They got the African in front of their shit. What's up with that? You got voting rights being registered and passed. You know, you had a whole dude come up here one day and try to trick us up off the intent and purpose of, you know what I'm saying, the Civil Rights Movement, 1965 Civil Rights, the Voting Rights Act. Try to trick us all the way up out of that and play their whole game. Yeah, I remember that. So here go another source material. The National Archives has also information on it, right? And we like to just deal with primaries. That's just a game we're just gonna play. It's a video on here too. So I'm gonna get to that video and give me a second. Cause y'all ain't gonna be able to hear it. All right, here we go.
President Johnson addresses a joint session of Congress to push a voting rights bill aimed at ending discrimination. It would appoint federal voting registrars in some instances and put an end to complicated literacy tests and other hampering tactics. The president referred to the events in Selma as an American tragedy. And throughout the nation, even in Canada, there were marches through the streets of towns and cities. In New York's Harlem, more than 15,000, half of them white, filed somberly through the streets in quiet but agonized protest. The events in Selma had been brought to a climax by a nighttime attack on a white Boston minister by white men. He died 2 days later, many feeling he suffered martyrdom in the cause of civil rights and voting discrimination. The next day, 4 men were held for his murder. For the Reverend James J. Reeb, the demonstrators write his epitaph with this tribute. Selma sprang overnight from an obscure southern town to the front pages of world newspapers. This church was headquarters in the Negro drive for the right to vote, and it was here that Martin Luther King came to lend his support to the campaign. He pointed out that from Selma's 14,000 Negroes, only a few more than 300 had been registered at the polls. When one group set out to march to the Capitol at Montgomery, the procession was broken up violently by state troopers and sheriff's deputies. Then Dr. King led another contingent through the town.
Hey, the music.
This time there is no violence. The 1,000 Negroes and 400 white ministers and civil rights workers reach the end of the bridge where the cordon of troopers stand. They are ordered to turn back. Dr. King confers with the police as the marchers hold their ground. He requests that they be allowed to pray. There are a few minutes of mounting tension.
I'm gonna pause it right there, but I just wanted to show y'all, you know, a little bit, man. They try to give you the business. You know what I'm saying? Our primary shit. Then we have another tool. Like I said, I'm all about providing y'all with accurate information. You know what I'm saying? There's another video on here. This is a good one too. Because we getting voices from key people during that time. You know what I'm saying? And I know plenty of people probably ain't even heard all of them. You heard one of the 4. I just played that for you. But this is key. But hold on, because I already know how important this is to a lot of people. Still, we have yet to find anybody claiming to be already here, claiming to be foundational Black Americans, claiming to be Aboriginal, claiming all that shit. We ain't got not now one person, a document, a primary source supporting any of this shit that these dudes have been saying, confusing Black people in the Americas. And we doing this on the commemoration day of Bloody Sunday, because that's what it's going to be for the Abos when I turn up.
The Selma movement was an interesting movement in that it was after the Birmingham movement that we went to the AG Gas and Motel in Birmingham and held a retreat and decided that we were going to Selma to conduct a campaign to get the vote, because we went to Mr. Johnson and said, we can't vote. And he said, well, we got to slow down, fellas. Said, we just passed the Public Accommodations Act. So we can't have another Civil Rights Act this quickly. Y'all take it easy. So we left, went to Birmingham, met in AG Gas and Motel and planned the Selma movement. Picked Selma because I think SNCC may have been already there, but they had been abused and persecuted terribly. They weren't even forbidden to hold meetings. And also the Black Belt of Alabama was a natural place because it was so Black. They said it was Black because of the dirt, but I think they called it Black because so many Black folk who were majority population. And Dallas County, where Selma was located, was majority black and didn't have but a handful of black registered voters in 1964 and 65. And so the movement was begun in Selma. And the march from Selma to Montgomery, which was the climax of that movement, began after Jimmy Lee Jackson was killed, who was killed in Marion, Alabama. And my wife has a project on the SCLC Women, which she heads. She has put statues and memorials of people like James Reed and Jimmy Lee Jackson and others who died. Jimmy Lee Jackson was the first death in the movement, and we were determined to get the right to vote. And after we had Jimmy Lee Jackson's funeral, we were marching to his grave. That's when somebody suggested we ought to march to Montgomery, the state capital, to demand the right to vote. And we did. And that Bloody Sunday they didn't get any further than the bridge. But that next few days, we did go on across that bridge. And in the next few days, we let out for Montgomery. And we reached Montgomery, and you know the rest history. After the mass meeting in Montgomery that day, when Martin spoke, how long? Not long. And he named a committee to take the demands of the march to Governor Wallace. And he named me chairman of the committee. And Mr. Wallace had sent word he wasn't going to meet with anybody who wasn't from Alabama. And so I was pastoring in Birmingham. So he named me A.G. Gaston, R.Z. Billington, President Tuskegee, several outstanding citizens of Alabama, to meet with Governor Wallace to discuss the demands of the march. And so I had the demands at the close of the mass meeting, and I went to the general who headed the National Guard and said, I want to take these demands up to the Capitol. So he got on the telephone. I assume he was talking with the governor. And finally he said, go ahead, you can go. But when we got to the steps of the Capitol, the troopers, what I call the Blue Sea, they had on these blue uniforms, they lined the steps of the Capitol and would not let us through. And I know how, who was that, Moses felt when he faced the Blue Sea. It was the Red Sea he faced, but I faced the Blue Sea. We couldn't get through. So I looked back at the general and I said, pointed to the troopers, and said, I thought you said we could go. And he yelled out some military commands. And I went, up, up. And the National Guard came from around the corner, and they stood in front of the troopers, and they put their bayonets across their shoulders, and the Blue Sea parted, just like the Red Sea did. They parted, and we walked through and went up to the governor's office. We got to the door of the Capitol. The governor sent his secretary to say he would take the petition. I said, no. We walked 50 miles. We're not about to give it to the secretary. So I refused to give it to him. And about 4 or 5 days later, the governor called and said he would meet with certain members of the committee. And he picked out some. I was not one of the chairman was not one that he picked to meet with. But I polled the committee, and the committee voted unanimously. It was all or nothing at all. So the next day he called and said he'd meet with us. So he did. He met with us for about 90 minutes. And while we're meeting, the governor had a little piece of paper. He tore up a little piece of paper. And by the time we finished, we had a big mountain of little scraps of paper he had torn up while we were meeting. And I told him that God was going to hold him accountable for how he stood in the way of people making progress and coming together as children of God.
That was Joseph E. Lowry. See if y'all can hear this. Nah, y'all ain't gonna be it. She too low.
Given honorable discharge. I was given honorable discharge.
I ain't gonna play that one. Let me see. Let me stop saying. Let's get to this real business. So, of course, you know we ain't got no elbows that's gonna pull up. Oh, we got a pseudo in the chat. We got a pseudo elbow in the chat. Long live Chief Roberts. Who the fuck is Chief Roberts? They put it down in the 1800s, way before some archers. All these people that you naming, wasn't no motherfucking chiefs. You got Cujo in there. That's a West African name. You naming all these black people that are African Americans. Ain't none of them motherfuckers ever said they was Indians. See, that's how crazy people like him is in the chat, bro. He came directly in the chat saying like the dumbest stuff ever. Kofi must be on here. What up, Kofi? Setting his show up, because Kofi got a show. He finna go live in a minute. So let me get to this real deal, man, because you know Kofi finna be live in a minute, and we wanna, even though he doing his own thing, I know he here though. Y'all can't see him, but we operating in the same stream space. Matter of fact, I'm glad I'm on here thinking about that. And he ain't said nothing. And he know what I'm talking about. All right, so I don't need anything to cover this up. But I'm gonna play this real quick. It's got the full transcript here. Y'all keep remembering the famous speech, How Long, Not Long, by Dr. King. We're finna get into it. It ain't even that long. It's gonna be two things we're gonna get to right here. We probably need to go back a little bit, but
last Sunday, more than 8,000 of us started on a mighty walk from Selma, Alabama. They told us we wouldn't get here. There were those who said that we would get here only over their dead bodies. Well, talk. All the world today knows that we are here and we are standing before the forces of power in the state of Alabama saying we ain't gonna let nobody turn us around. Today I want to tell the city of Selma. Tell them, Doctor. Today I want to say to the state of Alabama. Yes, sir. Today I want to say to the people of America and the nations of the world that we are not about to turn around. Yes, sir. We are on the move now. Yes, sir. Yes, we are on the move, and no wave of racism can stop us. Yes, sir. The burning of our churches will not deter us. Yes, sir. The bombing of our homes will not dissuade us. Yes, sir. The beating and killing of our clergymen and young people will not divert us. Yes, sir. The wanton release of their known murderers will not discourage us. We're on the move now. Yes, sir. Like an idea whose time has come. Yes, sir. Not even the marching of mighty armies can halt us. Yes, sir. We're moving to the land of freedom. Yes, sir. I know you're asking today, how long will it take? Somebody's asking, how long will prejudice blind the visions of men? I come to say to you this afternoon, however difficult the moment, However frustrating the hour, it will not be long, because truth crusher will rise again. How long? Not long. Because no lie can live forever. How long? Not long. Because you shall reap what you sow. How long? Not long. How long? Truth forever on the scaffold, wrong forever on the throne. Yes, that scaffold sways the future. Behind the dim unknown standeth God within the shadow, keeping watch above his own. How long? Not long. Because the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. How long? Not long. Because mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He's trampling out the village where the grapes of wrath are stored. He's loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. He has sounded forth the trumpet that shall never call retreat. He is sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat. Oh, be swift, my soul, to answer him. Be jubilant, my feet. Our God is marching on. Glory, hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
Yeah, man. So, my bad. You asked for the link. The link for this is already in the chat, bro. The link for this is already in the chat, in the description. I don't do any of that, but put all the primaries in the chat, bro. Why you asking me for that? Hold on one moment. I got one more thing that we're going to get into right here. But before we do that, I need to go open my door. So let me run this up real quick, and then we're going to handle some business with anybody who really got smoke. We're going to handle some business with this whole Aboriginal community. So just 1 second here. Y'all know how I got to come with the business.
To neither one of them, okay? Because I don't think that it was a fair debate. Bay, could you mute that? I don't think that it was fair, because if 37 people paid for tickets, that's who should have just voted. 70 people was in the chat, and it was loaded with Moors. So on that note, I think it was not fair. Seriously, we had to pay $20 for these fucking tickets, right? And we paid it in good heart because we really wanted to see the debate. Now, was the debate good? I think the debate was phenomenal. Okay, both of them came with great information.
We're not gonna put that on all the more, but it was a lot of. Some people were sending out links for sure, maybe. But
okay,
but it could have been people watching it twice.
I'm not saying, I did not say the Moors put the thing out. All I'm saying is 37 people paid for the tickets, yet 70 got the vote. Okay, a lot of Aboriginals or American Indians ain't going to vote against A1 because they like him and don't want to hurt his feelings. I keep it real. Where I see evidence that is supportive and is in tune to this soil, I'm voting for that evidence. And to me personally, and it's just not my opinion, okay? but it's my personal opinion. I think A1 got body bagged in this debate. But my okay, but it's my personal opinion. I think A1 got body bagged, but it's my personal opinion. I think A1 got body bagged in this debate. But my opinion is not the final decision. I could have went and got an extra 2-pack cigarettes. Okay?
AP, give Sister Betty a refund.
I got it right. I got it right to speak.
Hold on. Do you want your refund, Sister Betty?
Give her a refund.
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Give her a refund.
Give me that money.
Yours truly. That's from A1. Now let me say something, right? Now look, this only goes to show you exactly what's going on, right? Sister Betty, when I met you, right? You came through me, right? I was one of the first people who allowed you to let you come on my platform and treat you like a sister, right? But here it is, you want to side with a Pan-African before you even got on YouTube. And you want to sit here and you want to side with a Pan-African because you that biased towards the term more?
Think that's been a murder.
That boy Vino in there going crazy. Talking about his people was found here. You don't stop that bullshit on Black Sunday. You can come up. Show us the evidence of your people found here. Before I drop the link, get all your shit together. We want to see the proof that your people was found here. Everybody want to see your proof. And if you come up here and you go to Panama, I'm kicking your motherfucking ass off the panel. If you come up here and you bring up any of these white people, that you love to use that don't even agree with you and all of them refute you, no, I don't want none of that. I want primary evidence. I want your best evidence of your people being found here. Meanwhile, back to some real shit that actually did happen. Not none of this myth making up shit that y'all wabbos love to do. So this is the address at the conclusion of the Selma Montgomery March. In 1965, over 3,500 civil rights activists joined Dr. King on a march to Selma to Montgomery, Alabama, to demand voting rights for African Americans. It would be the third attempt to make such a march. The first two were violently stopped by Alabama state troopers under the command of Governor George Wallace. The third time, however, the marchers were accompanied by federalized National Guardsmen and FBI agents who protected the activists as they marched. Having successfully arrived in Montgomery, Dr. King delivered the following speech. And I can't say this in the way that he say this. Our whole campaign in Alabama has been centered around the right to vote. In focusing the attention of the nation and the world today on the flagrant denial of the right to vote, we are exposing the very origin, the root cause of racial segregation in the Southland. Racial segregation as a way of life did not come about as a natural result of hatred between the races immediately at Civil War. There were no laws segregating the races then. And as the noted historian C. Van Woodward in his book, Strange Career of Jim Crow, clearly points out, the segregation of the races was really a political stagnum employed by the emerging bourbon interests in the South to keep the Southern masses divided and the Southern labor the cheapest in the land. You see, it was a simple thing to keep the poor white masses working for near starvation wages in the years that followed the Civil War. Why? If the poor white plantation or mill worker became dissatisfied with his low wages, the plantation or mill owner would merely threaten to fire him and hire former Negro slaves and pay him even less. Thus, the Southern wage level was kept almost unbearably low. Toward the end of Reconstruction era, something very significant happened. Listen to it. That is, what was known as the populist movement. Speak, sir. The leaders of this movement began awakening the poor white masses and the former Negro slaves to the fact that they were being fleeced by the emerging bourbon interests. Not only that, but they began uniting the Negro and white masses into a voting bloc that threatened to drive the bourbon interests from the command post of political power in the South. To meet this great threat, the Southern aristocracy began immediately to engineer the development of a segregated society. I want you to follow me through here because this is very important to see the roots of racism and the denial of the right to vote. Through their control of the mass media, they revised the doctrine of white supremacy. They saturated the thinking of the poor white masses with it, thus clouding their minds to the real issue involved in the populist movement. They even directed the placement of the books of the South of the laws that made it a crime of Negroes and whites to come together as equals at any level. And that did it. That crippled and eventually destroyed the populist movement of the 19th century. Thus, the threat of the free exercise of the ballot by the Negro and the white masses alike resulted in the establishment of a segregated society. They segregated Southern money from the poor whites. They segregated Southern more from the rich whites. They segregated Southern churches from Christianity. They segregated Southern minds from honest thinking. And they segregated the Negro from everything. That's what happened when the Negro and white masses of the South threatened to unite and build a great society, a society of justice where none would prey upon the weakness of others, a society of plenty where greed and poverty would be done away, a society of brotherhood where every man would respect the dignity and the worth of humanity, personality. Today, I want to tell the city of Selma today. I want to say to the state of Alabama today. I want to say to the people of America and the nations of the world that we are not about to turn around. We are on the move now. Let us therefore continue our triumph march to the realization of the American dream. Let us march on the segregated housing until every ghetto or social and economic depression dissolves, and Negroes and whites live side by side in the descent-safe and sanitary housing. Let us march on segregated schools until every vestige of segregated and inferior education becomes a thing of the past, and the Negroes and the whites study side by side in the socially healing context of the classroom. Let us march on poverty. Let us march until no American parent has to skip a meal so that their children may eat. March on poverty until no starved man walks the streets of our cities and towns in search of jobs that do not exist. Let us march on poverty until wrinkled stomachs in Mississippi are filled and the idle industries of Appalachia are realized and revitalized, and broken lives and sweltering ghettos are mended and remodeled. Let us march on the ballot boxes. March on the ballot boxes until race baiters disappear from the political arena. Let us march on the ballot boxes until the salient misdeeds of bloodthirsty mobs will be transformed into calculated good deeds of orderly citizens. Let us march on the ballot boxes until the Wallaces of our nations tremble away in silence. Let us march on the ballot boxes until we send to our city councils, state legislatures, and the United States Congress men who would not fear to do justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with thy God. Let us march on the ballot boxes until brotherhood becomes more than a meaningless word in the opening prayer, but the order of the day of every legislative agenda. Let us march on the ballot boxes until all over Alabama, God's children will be able to walk the earth in decency and honor. And so, as we go away this afternoon, let us go away with more than ever before, committed to this struggle and committed to nonviolence. I must admit to you that there are still some difficult days ahead. We are still in for a season of suffering in many of the Black Belt counties of Alabama, many areas of Mississippi, and many areas of Louisiana. I must admit to you that there are still jail cells waiting for us and dark and difficult moments. But if we will go on with the faith that nonviolence and its power can transform dark yesterdays into bright tomorrows, we will be able to change all these conditions. And so I plead with you this afternoon as we go ahead. Remain committed to nonviolence. Our aim must never be to defeat or humiliate the white man, but to win his friendship and understanding. We must come to see that the end we seek is a justice at peace with itself, a society that can live with its conscience. And that will be the day, not of the white man, not of the Black man. That will be the day of man as man. That's his ending speech from that incident in Selma, Bloody Sunday, as we know it. He also delivered another speech. One, I put in a specific quote on the thumbnail. There's a couple of people who asked me about this thumbnail. Willie, I'm looking at your message. Oh, okay, you're talking to dude. There is no FBA mentioned by Dr. King, no Indigenous or Aboriginal or person claiming to already have been here in any of his speeches that were toward Black people. But there's a quote that I put on the thumbnail and people wanted to know where I got that from. It was here from the pulpit, Selma, Alabama, March 8th. Dr. King said these words: "Deep down in our nonviolent creed is the conviction there are some things so dear, some things so precious, some things so eternally true that they're worth dying for. And if a man happens to be 36 years old, as I happen to be, some great truth stands before the door of his life, some great opportunity to stand up for that which is right. A man might be afraid his home will get bombed, or he's afraid that he will lose his job, or he's afraid that he will get shot or beat down by state troopers, and he may go on and live until he's 80. He's just as dead at 36 as he would be at 80. The cessation of breathing in his life is merely a belated announcement of an earlier death of the spirit. He died. A man dies when he refuses to stand up for that which is right. A man dies when he refuses to stand up for justice. A man dies when he refuses to take a stand for that which is true. So we're going to stand up amid horses. We're going to stand up right here in Alabama amid the billy clubs. We're going to stand up right here in Alabama amid police dogs. And if they have them, we're going to stand up amid tear gas. We're going to stand up amid anything they can muster up, letting the world know that we are determined to be free. Those are the convicted words of Dr. King. So, as stated before, the chat got interrupted. by the sideshow. I stated to the dude in the chat that if he can come up here and provide primary evidence of his people's always being here, then we will stand corrected and apologize. If he ain't African in his genetic display, if his biological makeup says that he is not African, by no means stretch form of the imagination, we will rescind all disrespect that has been shot at this dude, and we will apologize again. But here's the problem. On this bloody Sunday, I'm out for blood. Because this same ninja in the chat told us that his daddy's DNA said something about Molly. How in the hell is your father having ancestry in West Africa, more specifically among the Malian? But your black ass told us that your people was here. How the fuck is your people here? And you told us weeks ago, months ago, that your fucking father genetics is found in West Africa. You are an unbelievably ignorant Negro. You're the same Negro that Dr. King just mentioned. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. The one where he says right here, let me show y'all. Let me show y'all what Dr. King said. I just read it to you, but I'm going to put it back on the screen. Once I figure it out. Oh, y'all can't see it out, my bad. Boom. Look what he say right here, if you know. Let me make sure you can see this. You see the screen? Yeah, you can see it. A man dies when he refuses to stand up for what is right, which is right. A man dies when he refuses to stand up for justice. A man dies when he refuses to take a stand for that which is true. So you gonna stand up here and lie to us, you're dead. You died. The moment you confessed that your father had genetic evidence related back to fucking West Africa, you died. You died a slow death. It came out of your mouth. You died. See, this is the problem with you halfway Negroes in America today. The kind of Negroes that will sit here and tell us how non-African they are, that they don't have no African DNA, that you've been in a motherfucking country for as long as you've been in here, and you have no goddamn culture. You died. You died. See, because your people who you claim that always been here, you didn't go through Selma. You wasn't a part of the civil rights movement. You didn't participate in any historical event that occurred on the people that it occurred upon. Meaning you were not a part of slavery. You were not a part of Jim Crow. You were not a part of the shit, the police brutality that we have been facing for years upon fucking years. You're not a George Floyd. You're not the brother in Milwaukee or Minnesota. You're not the young kid in Ohio. You're not Trayvon Martin. You're not the sisters we lost in Texas and other places. Who the fuck are you? Who are you? You're in the chat. And your response is, when I drop the link to the show, your response is, we really fought for our rights, not marches, Seminole Wars. Motherfucker, the people that participated in the Seminole Wars were Africans that linked up with the Indians and fought for fucking rights. What the hell are you talking about? You cannot steal a history from a people who battled their way into relevance. You cannot disprove the Africanness in the goddamn Seminole Wars that exist. So who the fuck are you? Because you wasn't down there in Seminole country. You wasn't down there in those African towns in Florida that was named after places in the Congo. You wasn't down there in Florida when black people escaped from the fucking South Carolinas through Georgias into Florida, created their own dialect, built their own forts, built their own communities. You wasn't down there, but you're claiming that goddamn history. You said your people were found in America. Where in the fuck is the evidence, Negro? You are the same person that Dr. King is speaking of right now. You're the same nigga. Worthless piece of shit. Because you are a man that refuses to take a stand for that which is true. You a bitch. You will sell yourself on an illusion, a myth-making illusion, than to stand right in truth. You a bitch. You don't know nothing you're talking about. It is Bloody Sunday, and I am out for blood. I dropped the link a while ago. You still ain't showed up. You ain't related to no Billy Bowlegs, no Moses. You ain't related to nobody in Florida. Not a single drop of a single person in Florida. As a matter of fact, you ain't even related to the motherfuckers you think you related to in fucking Oklahoma. I asked you for your evidence. You have not provided it. I asked you to hit the link. Give it to us. But you know why you won't hit the link? Because you don't have the information that supports that your people was found here. You wasn't a part of no historical moment in American history, which includes the inclusion and the submission of people from Africa all the way up until fucking today. You illiterate, no education, side piece of patch of hair having bastard. I want your motherfucking proof. That's primary evidence. Not my grandmama said, not my auntie said, not my cousin down the street said, what we talking about at a meeting said ass shit. I want evidence. Share your screen, Negro. Share it. Pull up primary evidence. I'm waiting on your screen to share, and I will bring you up. without a screen share, I don't want to hear shit you got to say. Exactly. Fall off the chat. Share your screen. Oh, dang. Bruh. Juju. Juju. You know I'm going to have an ignorant moment in this show when I'm dealing with these uneducated Negroes. Why you just didn't come in the chat and say that? I wouldn't even been cussing that long. I would have said 2 cuss words. I didn't call them all kind of cuss words. You got your auntie list. She know I'm right, though. She know I'm right. It don't lie. You're not about to take the struggles that black people who migrated into Florida looking for better ways during times when we were in pure turmoil with our enemies, the white man who had enslaved us, got us working these different things. We find our freedom going north, traveling south. You're not going to take that history away from a people who endure so much. And then to sit here and say, that ain't your history. But then you want to claim the pieces of revolt. You want to claim the parts where we fought. And you in America, you want to say, nah, them was my peoples. Them was my peoples, Sean P. Them was my peoples over there that was running away. The gullahs. Them was my peoples. They wasn't Africans. They wasn't calling themselves African, Sean P. Those are my peoples. We come into the Floridas, and we the Black Seminoles, Sean P. We just Black Seminoles. I don't know what you talking about, bro. My people's been here, Sean P. We don't want none of that bullshit. Where are you in history? It's Bloody Sunday. We don't find you in history during Bloody Sunday, meaning that you don't even know a single person that was a part of the whole situation that went down in Selma in March of 1965. You don't know not a single, it wasn't a single person among them people. 8,000 originally. Then another 3,000 and so on that come behind that. You mean to tell me that damn near 20,000 people in between them 3 phases, not one person was claiming to be indigenous. Not one. Not one person was claiming to be Aboriginal. Not one. Not one person in Jim Crow that went through Jim Crow was claiming to be an Indian in a sense. Not one. You can't find not one. One? Not one. Oh, one. You can't find one. You said you're a foundational or fundamental, you're FBA. I'll just say it like that. You said you FBA. You can't find me not one. Not one. Every piece of legislation that was geared toward the empowerment and the protection of Black people in America all calls us African Americans. They don't fret or shy away from who the fuck they enslaved, brother. Not one. You ain't got no roots in Florida. You can't show me a source in your wheelhouse that can prove it. Hit the link, share your screen. Hit the link, share your screen. Don't ruin this. Don't just put it in the chat, although people can watch the chat replay. Don't ruin it. Come show me your people during these events. And let's get into the Seminole Wars. Show me your people during that. Let's see how they calling themselves in those wars. That's all that is. And don't even know it. Hit the link, share your screen. Let's go. Come on. You bad. You real bold. Come give us some of this alternative history of yours. Come educate us, Mr. FBA. Always here. My people's been here. Sean P, my people's been here, Sean P. Sean P, my people's been here. We was discovered here, Sean P. They found us here already, Sean P. We was in Florida, my nigga. Where was you at in Florida, D-Note? Sean P, we the Seminoles. We the Seminoles down there, Sean P. We go look up the Black Seminoles and his people that was from West Africa that was running into Florida, that builds up the societies down there, the forts and all of that. The historical sites all points into the directions of Africa. And a lot of them were from different sectors of West Africa. That's why they came up with their own dialect. But you're going to sit here and tell us that they're not African. Okay, so show us what they are, Vino, because we know who the Indians are that were across the street. We can never get a single freaking... Bro, this is crazy, bro. We can never get a straight answer or any accurate information from you, my guy. At all. We waiting. We are waiting, bro. Hit the link. Share it. She's a teacher. She's waiting on you. This educated elder is waiting on you to show us. And she's in Florida. Aunt Mildred is in Florida and she's an educator. And she's waiting on you to prove it. Prove it. Teach us something that we don't know. You keep on wanting to remix and fabricate history. We ain't going. You keep asking dumbass questions in the chat. I put the link in and said, hit the link, share your screen. Is you slow or is you stupid? Tell me you stupid and slow without telling me you stupid and slow. Come on. Teach us some of this alternative history you got. We waiting. We black people in America really want to know who the fuck we are. So come on. Share your screen and teach us. We waiting.
Want everybody go to the Strictly Ghetto engine?
We ain't going no goddamn well. We right here. Share your motherfucking screen.
Nigga, I ain't sharing my screen on your shit.
Okay, well, goddamn, you don't need to be up here then. You don't need to be up here. You won't share your screen because you're scared. You want us to go look at something so you ain't got to show and prove it. You a punk. Yeah. All that talking behind my back, making these shows, ain't nobody gonna watch, saying my name, running around on these different platforms talking about who you refuting or who you done got rid of. I'm right here, nigga. Excuse me for using the N-word. But I'm right here. I ain't went nowhere. I'm standing on 10 toes. The black person in America is of African descent. The struggles that we endured began via the slave trade. We are not here before the arrival of any of the Spanish or Portuguese or any goddamn other European nation. There's no black people here before the arrival of Christopher Columbus. Black people wasn't leaving west coast of Africa to trade with some motherfuckers they didn't know shit about or develop a trade language. Ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you this with affirmity. If the Olmec civilization was influenced by Africa, what language did they speak in order to communicate with them to influence them? What genetic evidence was left here during that influencing? What staple crops, culture, and DNA was left here before the arrival of Columbus by Africans? What did we build here? What did we store here? What did we leave behind? If your argument is about paintings in the fucking walls and halls in them caves and so-called pyramids in down there in Mexico, you got another thing coming. Why you got another thing coming? Because I'm just finna keep it a whole thou wow with y'all. A whole thou wow with y'all. We try to tell y'all this 22 times in a nice way. We try to put Christopher Columbus in your face. We try to put all these so-called quote-unquote discoverers in your face, but you did not want to listen. Make sure y'all go over there to Kofi's channel and like the show, please. Go to Kofi's channel. He's doing an interview. Like the show. Give him a thumbs up. Whether you tap back into me or not, like the show. Like the show. Now let me pull this up. Because I knew some no-nonsense ass Negro would show up today and want to defend himself because he can't do it with real information. So much so that he would just say any dang thing on a live stream. Go to my channel and watch. First of all, you ain't even got nobody to subscribe, but you want them to go to your channel for what? This whole conversation that we had, you call this person right here. Look at him. You call this person right here black. But what you fail to realize was there was a pivotal piece in this whole thing that we've been telling you about these people for a long time. The natives, the so-called savages, they're in general strong, agile, and supple people. You see it? You see it. Let me zoom it. With blackish bodies. He said their bodies was blackish. You're going to stop right there. They went about naked at first and wore only a cloth about the loins. Now they are beginning to wear shirts. They have usually coal black hair, shave the head, smear the same with grease, and allow a long lock to grow on the right side. Look at you. Ain't that what you trying to do with that little patch in your head, you little disobedient crackhead? Then it says, they also besmear the children with grease and let them creep into the sun's heat. Why they letting them creep into the sun's heat? So they become the color of a nut, brown like a nut, tan like a nut. But what happened, white man? What did you say they looked like at first? Although they were at first white enough by nature. These people that you're arguing about are all tanned. And this person is painted black. Look at the tattoos and shit on the body. The markings on the body. Black as hell. Black enough to denote black on brown and with red face paint. You don't know what you're talking about. And he ain't the only person to say it. Every description that we get of these people that were here before the arrival of us is this. In British America, there was no greater sense of otherness than between the Europeans and the natives. Both Indians and Africans represented other to white colonists. There's a clear distinction between the blacks and the goddamn natives. But the Indians held one card denied to the enslaved Africans autonomy. As sovereign entities, the Indian nations and the European colonies and countries often dealt as peers. In trade, war, land deals, and treaty negotiations, Indians held power and used it. So how the fuck, Vino, is your grandmama and granddaddy enslaved? According to this particular source, Indians had the same respect that white people had for themselves. So how, Vino? Explain it. Can you explain it? You can't, can you? Because you don't know. As late as 1755, the English trader asserted the prosperity of our colonies on a continent would stand or fall with our interest and favor among them. Here, we canvass the many descriptions of Indians, not blacks, Indians, by white colonists and Europeans, and sample the sparse but detailed record of the Native American perspective on Europeans and their culture in pre-revolutionary 18th century British America. All come to us, of course, through the white man's eye, ear, and pen. Were it not for white missionary explorers and frontier negotiators, the go-betweeners known as the woodsmen, we would have a much sparser record of the Indian response to colonists and their civilizing campaigns. You said that you've been here. You said that you're these black people. Where in the hell are you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? You said that all right, so listen. You said that I didn't disprove the drawing. The description of the drawing was read to you, where they told you that they used to be white, meaning that their skin was light enough, but then they sat out in the sun long enough to tan. Did you not just hear me read that about the drawing? Man, you have a mental illness. You have a lack. First of all, you got a speech impediment. You got a reading comprehension issues, and you got listening comprehension issues. You're scientifically ignorant. You have no research methodology. You didn't graduate, so you have a lack of education. You're not prepared to have a real conversation. That's why I talk to you the way that I do. and to all of y'all the way that I do because you're too stupid. And you finna sit here and keep selling a lie. The nerve of you, Negro. And all I asked you to do was hit the link, share your screen. You want to come up here and try to promote, then say what you're not going to do. You know why you're not going to share your screen over here? You know why you're not going to do it? Everybody in the chat know why you're not going to do it. Because you're scared to get corrected live. Because it's happened too many times. Too many times to you, stupid. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this one more time real politely. Real politely. This nigga stupid. Here's the primary. Published at the National Humanities Center Resource Toolbox. Becoming American, the British Atlantic Colonies from 1690 to 1763. Everything that's on the post is right here, nigga. And it goes on even further. So what else does it say? So let's be a little bit more specific for the slow person in the rear. They strive after a sincere honesty, hold strictly to their promises, cheat and injure no one. They willingly give shelter to others and are both useful and loyal to their guests. They're talking about the Indians. I once saw 4 of them take a meal together in hearty company and eat a pumpkin cooked in clear water without butter and spice. Their table and bench was the bare earth. Their spoons were muscled shells with which they dipped up the warm water. Their plates were the leaves of the nearest tree, which they do not need to wash with painstakingly after a meal, nor to keep with care or for future use. I thought to myself, these savages have never in their lives heard the teachings of Jesus concerning temperance and contentment, yet they far excel the Christians in carrying it out. They are furthermore serious in a few words and are amazed when they perceive so much unnecessary chatter, as well as other foolish behavior on the part of the Christians. Each man has his own wife. The dead is haltery, kissing and lying. They know of no idols, but they worship a single all-powerful and merciful God who limits the power of the devil. They also believe in the immortality of the soul, which after the course of the life finish has a suitable recompense from all-powerful hand of God awaiting. Look, fool. Look, fool. This is the Lenape, the Lenny Lenape in Delaware, Pennsylvania. Fool. They don't make up things. These white people knew that black people couldn't read. They wrote courageously, arrogantly about who they are. And you finna sit here and try to confuse me and say, I don't know who I am. It's all propaganda. You're just gonna keep on lying. Look, you're the only person in the chat that says you still didn't discredit the painting. Here it goes. Philip George Friedrich von Reck, the supreme commander of the Yuchi Indian nation, whose name is Kipahongwa. This is Georgia, 1763. That's how delusional you are, that you don't even know what you're saying and who you're saying it to, because you have no real idea. Man, you just a liar, bro. You just a liar. You just somebody in the chat that's just gonna type away. And then you're gonna tell a sane person with good thought and good sense that you didn't refute the picture. It tells you who these people are right here. Oh, better yet, let me do it. Let me do a little bit better job. This is the source. But look what it says. They also besmear the children with grease and let them creep about in the heat of the sun, so that they become the color of a nut. What color is a nut? Although they were at first white enough by nature. He's telling you that the people is tanning. They're tanning. These ain't black people. Black people don't tan, Negro. Black people don't tan. The Yuchi in Georgia, he's telling you. Look it up. Every time you look it up, it has the Yuchi Indian Nation in Georgia. Primary sourced information. I only play with the primary. Now you in the chat, and then you say this. You're literally, bro, in the chat and said, that's not Georgia. Stop. Okay, it's not Georgia. Prove me wrong. Go ahead. Hit the link. We just gonna work with this source. You don't need to share your screen. Share your source. I ain't said shit about no Delaware and Pennsylvania. Here, you ain't gotta do nothing. Prove that what this author said here is not Georgia. Prove it. Prove it.
You just got that saying it's Pennsylvania and Delaware.
Oh, could you not read? Could you not read? Do you want me to hold on? Do you want me to start over for you?
And it showed didn't say it showed. Yeah, it showed didn't say that this picture right here wasn't a black person.
Wants me
it didn't say that.
Slow it down for your remedial ass.
You done said it 3 times and you still didn't debunk nothing. I read the whole thing in that goofy ass post where you tried to at me, nigga. Nigga, you can't press me, nigga.
Fuck ass nigga. Want me one more time to prove to you that this painting is of? I'm telling you, it's the Yuchi Indian, and he gives you the name of the person. Oh, you
nigga, I told you where it was from at first, nigga. You up here talking about Pennsylvania and Delaware, nigga.
You didn't tell me.
Nigga, what the word talking about? You talking about Pennsylvania and Delaware?
You didn't tell me that. It's talking about several things. It's accounts. It's accounts.
Nigga, it's not talking about that picture and that person, nigga.
Can you read what that say? What does it say?
It don't say nothing about breaking down that picture. It don't say nothing about breaking down that picture.
What does it say on the screen? What it say?
What them saying in that picture? I mean, what them saying in this paragraph don't mean they breaking down that picture. You trying to tell me that his skin, you trying to tell me that his skin is not a black person's skin, and you telling me that he. No, you trying to tell me that a white person can be this color tan. Nigga, you goofy.
What?
And anybody in the chat that agree with you is goofy as hell too.
Screen. Deal with the information. What does it say on the screen?
You just got done reading it.
No. What? Look at the screen. What does it say?
You just got done reading it.
No. What does it say on the screen?
It's giving a view. It's giving a view.
What does it say on the screen?
It's giving a view. It's giving a view about something.
Giving a view. What's giving a view? What's giving a view?
A European is giving a view on an Indian.
What European? If you said it's a European, or is it Europeans?
Okay, Europeans is giving a view on what they seeing in Delaware and Pennsylvania.
What are they giving a view on?
Okay, in British America, there was no greater sense of otherness.
I'm asking you. I'm not asking you to read that.
No, because I'm for to show you where you ain't even connected it to the picture because you trying to connect this paragraph to the picture like it's connected.
Here it comes. Comprehension problems.
This ain't connected to the picture.
Highlighted. What does it say highlighted?
European Americans and Native Americans view each other 1700s through 1775.
Okay, so what is this giving an account of, Vino?
Delaware and Pennsylvania.
No! What is it giving an account of? Do you know what that means?
Nigga, what it's talking about? Nigga, what you talking about?
Okay, thank you. It is giving European Americans and Native Americans accounts of each other. So when the Europeans are describing the Native Americans, they're telling us specifically who these people are, what area that they're in. They don't just deal with Delaware and Pennsylvania, nigga. They go down to Georgia and keep on going down because they simply are giving an explanation of who they are. And in the same source, they turn around and they give Indian accounts of the Europeans. So how in the hell are you finna sit here and tell me that a goddamn painting that's got writings on it and every fucking thing else ain't what it's talking about? Because you don't read descriptions.
You telling me that this person right here in this drawing got a 10. That's what you're trying to tell me.
What is this person?
Zoom back up. Go back up to that damn picture. You trying to say that this person... Nigga, that ain't no damn 10, nigga. The fuck wrong with you?
That ain't a 10? This ain't a 10?
Man, hell no. That's a motherfucking black person, nigga, with some black paint on them, nigga. Stop it.
Prove that it's not a 10. That the artist is not painting someone with
ain't no goddamn, ain't no
Prove
ain't
it.
no Eskimo Indian changing their color, nigga, by being in the goddamn sun, nigga. The fuck are you talking about?
Prove it.
Nah, nigga, you show me a picture in 2025 where an Indian is that color from standing outside in the sun, nigga.
Prove it.
I'm proving it right now, nigga. With motherfucking common sense. Common sense, nigga.
Okay, so you said common sense, right? What does this say right here at the very top? What does it say this is? What does it say right here at the very top?
It say Yuchi. It say Yuchi. It say Yuchi Indian.
It say Yuchi. Now prove to me that this motherfucker is a black person. Prove it.
Right now, nigga, we looking at the picture. You trying to tell me that this nigga is a 10. You telling me that this is a 10. You telling me this is a picture of a white. You telling me this is a picture of a white Indian that got a 10. That's what you trying to tell me.
Prove it. Prove it.
What you mean? Look at the brown on his legs. Look at the brown on his legs. Look at the brown on his chest.
Prove it. That's not proof. Look. That's me.
That's Negroid. That's Negroid. That's Negroid attributes. That's Negroid attributes. That's Negroid traits, right? Who else got these traits? Who else got these traits in America? Who else got these traits in America?
All right, one more time. Guess what?
Who else got these traits in America?
That's what we got right here, Vino. This is why I let you just keep running your dick sucker.
Who else got this trait in America, nigga?
Right here in this same.
Answer that question. Who else got this trait in America?
Right here in the same painting.
Who else got this trait in America?
Right here in the same.
Answer my question. Who else got this trait in America?
Sit your ass in the back, bitch. Right here in this same painting. I will bring you back when I'm finished. Right here in the same painting. I don't feel like yelling over your stupid ass. Right here in the same painting, it gives a description that was read to your dumb ass. And you finna sit here and argue against what you can't make out. I'm wasting my time yelling at you for no reason. And the whole time, we got who the fuck the people are right here. We can simply pull the shit up and get to it. You try to sit here and tell this white man who he's drawing a picture of and giving a description of. You literally was trying to do that, bro. You literally was trying to do that. I don't know why you was doing that. I don't even know what you was thinking. But you finna sit here and try to give us a description of something that you did not know anything about. So let's just deal with the work as it sits. Let's just deal with it. I'm finna bring you back. And I'm finna read this shit to you because you need to learn something today. Because you keep looking. You a looking ass nigga. All you do is look. Look. So I'm going to take you straight to it because I know you have a hard time reading. The supreme commander of the Yuchi Indian nation, whose name is Kapalagua. The top knot on his head is slightly painted with red color. The face is painted in this way with the black signs of a temple and the breast and neck burned. A bunch of salt feathers drawn through the ear, from which a pearl is hanging, a shirt, leggings, and shoes. Right here. Note, Von Rick didn't know the word for tattoo first. Introduced in Europe by Captain Cook in 1770s. So he used the word jabrant, burnt. The flying squirrel is almost like a mouse and has two white skins under its belly, which you can't see, spreads out right here, going down. He's given a description of everything he's seeing among the Yuchi. And you finna sit here and tell me that the description ain't discussing a motherfucker that's got a 10. You trying to tell me
didn't say shit about no 10. He just got done saying the burnt people, nigga. You just tried to jump over that.
All right, clip that. Somebody in the chat clip what he just said right there. Somebody in the chat clip that. Because we're clearly reading the painter's introduction of this piece. And he's going to tell me that I'm trying to jump on burnt. And I didn't say shit about, he said that they were burnt. It clearly says that Captain Cook in the 7th, this is what I mean by your listening comprehension. You have a listening comprehension problem and reading problem. You can't read. You read at a 3rd grade level and you listen at a 1st grade level. You illiterate motherfucker. You can't see that it says that first introduced in Europe by Captain Cook in 1770s. So he used the word jabrant, burned, because he couldn't tell you what the fucking word tattoo means because it wasn't even a goddamn word yet. You illiterate motherfucker. You have the audacity to come on a panel where people read for a goddamn living. And you feel like you teaching some shit. You slow motherfucker. You don't know shit about this shit, bro. Like I said, it has a description. All we got to do is read the description. So I gave you the description. This description is coming off linked information directly from. So how in the hell are you trying to tell me what something is or what is not? The niggas got a whole fucking book of images on these people. They even talk about the Kipalangwa people in Alabama. You know so much that you don't even know, bro. So much. This same thing that you've been pulling out for so long. You know so much, but so little. You about the dumbest man, a 3rd grader smarter than you, bro. There's no way in the world you this stupid. I mean, I know you went to jail, but goddamn. Is that the best you could do, nigga? Is that the best you could do? I'm finna bring your behind back. And I hope that you have the audacity I hope you have the audacity to purchase Von Rex Voyage, Georgia in 1736. I hope that you have the audacity to be able to do it, bro. I'm going to give it to you one more time. Von Rex, VONRECK''S, Voyage, Georgia in 1736. He has a whole thing on it. Please do yourself a favor. Pull the shit up before you start running off at your mouth. They even got it on your favorite Google search. It's also in the archives. It's in your favorite Google search. You can find it. You can try to find Negro and all of that. Go look it up. Please go look it up. Since you think that he ain't in Georgia, he's giving you the description because they're running into the Uchi. They run into these people. That's how they know who the fuck it is. So I don't know where you getting this thought process from, bro, where you just can't deal with this. You can't deal with this. Where you at? Where you at?
Man, why you fighting so hard, man, for the other side, man?
I ain't fighting hard for no side, nigga. I'm about the truth. Then what Martin Luther King said, I'm about the truth. I'm about the facts. I ain't about no made up bullshit. I'm not like you. I'm not standing on no lie. I'm not making up. I'm not living no lie.
You just made that up about the 10.
I'm not living no lie. I'm not living no lie. I don't alternate history. I deal with facts. I don't do alternative history like you. I deal with the fucking facts. So, like I said, I gave
deal with no alternative history when the history calling my people the black Indians and the government burying them as Indians. I mean, what you mad at, nigga?
Ain't nobody talking about no black Indians. Why are you lying? Why are you lying?
What you mean?
Why are you lying?
Since y'all love primary sources, why the primary sources is saying that?
Can you answer
within the government?
Why are you lying? Why are you lying?
Lying about what?
Everything.
Why, okay, another thing that you lied about. You just keep on lying about everything about what I'm doing. You ain't discredited none of my sources that I done brought up here. None of them.
I don't lie about shit.
So let's go and get that out the.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So let's go and get that out the way for sure. You ain't discredited none of my sources. None of my sources that I done brought up, nigga.
Every source that you done brought up debunked your dumb ass. That's how stupid you are. You said
you didn't.
No,
you didn't, because I got 3 sources for the same thing.
Read them. Read them.
But we gonna get past that.
Learn how to read, nigga. Start there. Learn how to read. Learn how to read. Start there. Learn how to read. Start there. When you learn how to read,
it looks like that's what you need to do, because you just tried to put. You just tried to put a general paragraph. You just tried to use a general paragraph to define this one picture, and they talking about because they saying they talking about the Indians in Delaware, Pennsylvania. They went down to South Carolina too. Like, stop it, man. You gotta keep it real, my nigga.
Learn how to comprehend what you're reading. Learn how to comprehend what you're reading. What does it say on the screen? Learn how to comprehend what you're reading, nigga, because you don't know how to read. The translation.
So you telling me that this? So you telling me that this person? So you telling me that this person was born white?
Read.
Hold on. So you telling me that this person is born white?
Read. Please.
Hold on. So you telling me that this person is born with the same skin tone as a white person?
Read, you dumbass.
Is that what you telling me?
Read.
Is that what you telling me?
Read the screen.
I'm saying, nah, because you
read the screen. Don't read the
yeah, they
screen.
said that these people was white.
Are you gonna read the screen? I know he gonna keep on moving. Read the screen. Read it. Look what it says. This is where the
Nigga, I
source
can't read the
is.
screen, nigga. I'm driving right now, nigga.
All right. Well, then listen and quit talking. Focus on the road. Because you're gonna wreck because you don't know how to do two things at once. You can't multitask. So again, it says Von Rex Voyage, a drawings and journal of Philip George Frederick Von Reck, Savannah, Georgia, the Beehive Press, 1980, page 114. It is exactly where the fucking shit comes from. When I sit here and tell you that we deal with primaries, we ain't got to do none of that. Under the description of the picture in the book that we're talking about, it says Georgia 1736. The face is painted in this way with black signs of the temple.
Duh, nigga, we can see the red paint and the black fake. That ain't no damn tan, nigga. That's goddamn brown skin like a nigga, man. Stop it, nigga.
Okay, so
what you talking about?
What black person you know in the 1700s that's gonna put on some black ass shit on their face and red shit on their fucking face, and you still can say that that's a brown?
What you mean the Africans are still doing it to this day, nigga?
You
talking about the Africans do this shit?
America.
The Africans do this shit, nigga, to this day.
What black person in America is doing this?
Nigga, we ain't doing it now because we American.
No. There's no. We ain't doing it now.
Show me a so-called Eskimo that get a tan and get this color in 2025. Show me that.
That's a lie. You keep saying what people ain't doing. That's a lie. It's clearly a lie. Just because you don't know something speaks to that. Cool, bro. Just say you don't. If you don't know something, just say you don't know. Don't sit here.
Nigga, I know this ain't no motherfucking tan. Nigga, I know that, nigga. I definitely know that this person right here that you trying to prop up as a white person, they got a tan, nigga, you tripping.
I'm not propping up nothing, and I never said that it was a white person.
You said this person was born white, nigga, that just got a tan, and they got paint on them.
See, again, this motherfucker has a listening comprehension problem. He said that I said something that I never said. The source in the description of what they're telling us about provides a clear indicator of what the fuck was going on. Something else is happening in this same source that's telling you exactly what the fuck is going on, and you're not listening. You keep saying this. It says they also smear, not besmear, but smear the children with grease and let them creep about in the heat of the sun so that they become the color of a nut. Why would they smear them with grease? And then although they were at first white enough by nature. They didn't say that they was white people. It says they were at first white enough, meaning because they running around in the goddamn sun so long, they developed a tan. Do you not know how people tan? And then you finna sit here and play this dumb game? You really need to listen. You have a comprehension problem. You have deficiencies all over the place because you're remedial. You're remedial. You don't know what you're talking about at all. You don't. What up, Chauncey? It's a clear indication that you lack shit, bro. You lack it all the way. You can't read. You can't comprehend when somebody reading to you, the listening comprehension. So you got reading and listening comprehension all over again. The level of reading is not superb at all. You don't even read at a 9th grade level. You don't have an education. You didn't graduate. You say you went to college and ran track and all of this shit. There's no way that someone like you went to college. We don't have evidence of it. We've been waiting on you to show us your pictures from college. At least you can do that.
My nigga, man, why you move so much like the white boy, man?
At least you can do that.
I'm
And then
saying,
you
why you move so much like the white? Why you going against what real nigga just?
You just said why you doing this, and then you chanting the white people. So who is Vasco de Gomez? Who is all of those people that you use as sources when you're talking about Panama? They're all white. So why are you talking about white people in a manner of you using white people?
Because they talking about Black Americans.
No, nigga, no. And the white people that you use don't even say that you're fucking black. The white people are talking.
What you mean they call them niggas Negroes? What you talking about?
They don't. The black people that they talking about was brought there. They told you that. They don't talk about nobody that was already there being black people. They don't call them people that was already there Negroes. You just sit there and fucked all of that up in every source that you made and we put on the screen. What you forgot?
So where did the Negro come from?
What you forgot? Where did what come from?
I said, so where did the Negro come from?
See that once again, you have listening comprehension and reading comprehension problems because it ain't what the fuck you just said. It's Negro de terra. There's a clear indication that they are separating the people of color in the Americas from the people of color in Africa because neither of them motherfuckers look like them. They don't know what to call the people that they encountered in Americas. Outside of the fact that they had a tan color skin that was different from their skin. So since we're talking phenotype.
So why they describe them as Ethiopians and Ghanaians?
They don't do that. They don't do that. Who the fuck is describing someone's Ethiopian? Who they talking about that's Ethiopian? Come on, say it. We all know. We didn't went over your sources 52,000 times. Who are they calling Ethiopian? According to your sources. Your sources are telling you why you keep moving the goalposts.
They calling the Negroes, but we ain't talking about that right now. We talking about this picture.
Black people that was brought to motherfucking America. That's who they talking about. So why you keep on running from the real smoke, nigga? You keep running from the real smoke.
Ain't running from nothing, nigga.
Comprehension problem.
My nigga, I'm right here, my nigga.
Comprehension problem. You don't even have this work right here by Von Rick. I told you.
You reaching? You didn't use my nigga. You didn't use like 4 different descriptions to try to get off, nigga. You didn't use 4 different paragraphs to try to prove your point, my nigga.
No, I didn't. I gave you European accounts on how they saw the motherfucking Indians. This ain't the only account.
They still don't discredit this motherfucking picture by saying, some niggas up in Delaware and Pennsylvania had a motherfucking tan. So this nigga down here in Georgia, he got a tan too. My nigga, stop that.
The author of the picture is not saying that they're black people. So how are you calling them black people if the author of the person, the artist, and the author of the description,
this person would be considered a Negro within the South Carolina Negro slave, and all they would have to do is just prove that all they gotta say is that.
No. The moment that you said this person would be called a Negro, no, I put you in the back. The author is telling you that this is a Yuchi Indian. He didn't call him a Negro. The author is not giving a description of a Negro at all. He's giving an account of an Indian. Did you forget that? So now you're going to change your argument and profess to be a fucking Indian. Because he's giving an account of an Indian in Georgia. That's what I mean. You have comprehension problems. Because I'm trying to help you out and you refuse to learn. That's not the only account, V-Note. Look, there's more. They're giving more. They're in Virginia now with it.
Okay, so why them niggas ain't looking like that? Okay, so hold on. Where them niggas tan that you was hyping up? Where them niggas tan at?
V-Note, stop. Because guess what? If we want to keep it a thou wow, there's a description when you start from the south and go up to the north. The
Man, stop it, man. You reaching, man.
No,
You reaching,
okay,
man.
put it back just for a moment because I'm trying to answer your question and you never like the answers. Vino, this description is calling these motherfuckers Americaner. 3 Americans from Virginia. You ain't even trying to listen because you crazy. You like, why they skin ain't this? Why they skin ain't that? So let's read it real quick for you. It is certain that Good's talents are found among them. Francis Louise Michael in Virginia in 1702. He says, Michelle, I'm sorry, I call him Michael, a visiting Swiss nobleman, so he's from Switzerland, attended the colony's memorial after the death of their king, an event the neighboring subdued Indians were expected to attend. After the celebration was over, I endeavored to sell as best I could whatever remained of my merchandise. I intended to exchange with the Indians skins and baskets for powder and knives. A Frenchman and I were astonished at the baskets and that 2 of them could speak English. One of them looked at us and said in poor English, whether we thought that if they had been taught like we, they could not learn a thing just as well as we. I asked him where he learned to speak English. He answered, they were not so stupid because they had to come every year. They could hear us speak and learnt it that way. So every time the English-speaking people kept coming, they kept learning. It is certain that good talents are found among them. The source is given October 2nd, 1701 to December 1, 1702 in the Virginia magazine History and Biography. The Indians were required to attend the annual muster of the state troops militia. This is given the accounts. We keep going. The report of the journey of Francis Louis Michel from Bernay, Switzerland to Virginia. He's given the accounts. You so worried about if a picture has X, Y, and Z on it. You ain't even paying attention to the mere fact that these descriptions or paintings are different of the Indians in every ancient mention. Look, you can't tell what they are here, but you see one darker right here. So who is this? Because we know that you love to point out and cherry pick the one thing that looks dark on the screen. There's another one that looks dark on the screen than everybody else in the damn drawing. Lo and behold, you don't even know what the hell is going on because you won't read the description of what's being going on. And these are Indians. They don't look nothing like the Yuchi. And not all Yuchi were painting themselves because that Yuchi had status. Want me go back one more time so you can see the fucking status? His name was Kabwanga. He was the supreme commander. He has a status for his paintings. Everyone else ain't depicted like that. Ain't got no status running around here. You tripping with no map because you won't even pay attention. I'm trying to help you understand what you're looking at, and you fail to do that because you can't stand the information. You're going to keep on telling me, oh, they don't know what this is at the time. How? We dealing with the primary. Vino, the primary ain't telling us that these were Negroes. They told us that these were Indians.
All right, so just like I say, it's a whole bunch of black people today. It's considered African American, and they looking like that right now in America.
No, they don't.
So, I don't know what you thought you just got done proving within that little 5 minutes or whatever.
No, they don't.
But you didn't prove nothing within this source that you just pulled up with the bunch that I was talking about within that picture.
Black person in America is from Africa.
Yeah, what I'm saying.
Every black person in America is African. Prove me wrong.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that
Every
I really
black
don't care if
in
niggas is African or not. I'm saying
is
that niggas was found here.
every black
I'm
person
saying that niggas
in
was found here, so
America
I don't know. So
is
I don't care
African.
about. I don't care about none of
Every
that. I
black
know that niggas was found here and did no white people
in
and did no
America,
white people bring over every nigga over here. Stop it.
every black person that they saw in the mid 1500s that was over here was from Africa, and they told you that they were from
But that
Africa.
don't mean that they brought
So
them over here. Just like
they
I was
brought
showing
them
you that they
over
have
here.
found that
They
they found
brought them
these
over
Negroes.
here.
It was a lot of places where they found Negroes. Stop it.
They told you and told you and told you and told you where the black people came from in your source. So one more time about this Yuchi shit, because you keep on trying to play games, bro. So I'm gonna keep it real polite with you. On the Yuchi situation, here we go. Yuchi again. You know, like the one that was sitting down, he got them same markings on his chest. Oh, he's so brown. He's a black man. He would be considered a Negro. No, the fuck he wouldn't, bro, because his hair is silk. We don't have silky hair. Look at him, Vino. You don't know anything about these people. You don't know about the Yuchi. You won't take the time out to figure out where the fucking paintings
I
is
do
coming.
know about the Uchis, nigga. They Seminoles. Stop it,
You don't
nigga.
know. Now the Yuchis are Seminole. Hey, you know what,
Yeah,
man?
they part of it.
Man, you know what? Can I get a halfway educated abo or someone FBA member or someone claiming to be indigenous on the panel, please? Someone halfway on the panel. I don't give a fuck if all you're gonna do is come on here and lie. Someone with more competency than this ill-mill retarded motherfucker named Vino. We're sitting here dealing with the artist's work, and he's going to tell us that the Yuchi are now Seminole.
Yeah, some of them ran into Florida.
Don't tell me who ran into Florida, nigga. You ain't got no story to say the Yuchi ran into Florida. You can't tell me.
Yeah, I do.
No, you
Yeah, I
don't.
do.
Okay, so where's the accounts of the Yuchi running into Florida?
I got more primaries coming on my strictly ghetto
Where
engine.
is the goddamn primary of the Yuchi Indian running into Florida?
I got the primary with the general. I got the primary with General Jessup.
I asked you for the primary of the Yuchi Indian running into Florida. Where is it? Where is it? Just look at this paragraph. And this is why I keep telling him that he has a reading comprehension problem. In 1736, Philip George Friedrich von Rick, then only 25 years old, sailed with a colonist from Germany to Georgia. He ends up in Georgia, y'all. That painting that he gives says Georgia for a reason, not Pennsylvania, not fucking Connecticut, not New York, not South Carolina, not Virginia. Von Rick's work is about Georgia. His artistic expression and enthusiasm in his work is about giving descriptions of what he witnessed in Georgia. He is responsible for that. Look what he drew with 50 watercolor and pencil sketches of what he saw. So there's 50 of them. 50 of them. And not one of these people that are Yuchi Indian, you gonna tell me ran to Florida and became Seminole. You can't become that, sir. In a sense of these Indians already having tribal affiliation. They already have tribal affiliation. You don't know what you're talking about. You just keep running your mouth over and over and over and over. And you just keep doing it. The whole time, we just politely trying to tell you what the real is. You're going to argue against the source given the description. And your argument against the source ain't even providing us evidence.
All right, so tell me.
Now, you keep saying, tell me.
Yeah, because you got all the answers.
I told you to get the book of the whole shit.
And it still didn't discredit what I was saying.
The Yuchi Indian is from Georgia, and it is a goddamn Indian with a tan.
That's crazy.
And they all have tans because they're all out in the goddamn sun. And they paint themselves.
What happened to the ones in Virginia?
And they paint themselves, and it's some in Virginia that are light. It's some in Virginia that are brown. We got that. Okay, so who traveled to the Americas in the 1500s? You know, you like to bring up Verrazano.
I'm saying, is there white people in Africa?
You keep on trying to talk about.
I'm saying, there's white people in Africa. There's black people in Africa. What's the difference over here?
Man, is you stupid or slow, or is you both? Is you stupid, slow, or both?
What?
All right. So again, you don't have a motherfucking answer. So again, in Verrazano's accounts, in everybody's accounts of the people that they saw, traveling up and down that coastline, they tell you specifically that they vary in color from light to dark. Even in this watercolor painting right here, you see patches of lighter skin, browner skin. It is a painting. You cannot give a detailed description of the genetic makeup of a person. This is a Yuchi Indian, and you're gonna tell him that he a Negro. But the person that drew this shit didn't even call him a Negro. At a time in 1700, look, that they call them motherfuckers Negroes. Bro, what the fuck are you on? Tell me that you don't read or comprehend without telling me that you don't read or comprehend. It's something with you every opportune time you get when you come on a panel, and you never have any information. It's always denialism, and you think that's your way of refuting the truth. You're in denial. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't. You get up here and you try to project and project and project and project and project and project and project, and you still ain't came to the honest conclusion based on the evidence. It ain't that hard, bro. Ain't that difficult. I don't even know what's wrong with you. But you still ain't refute the picture. Yes, you did. It was refuted the moment the author told you what the hell he was drawing.
Well, with you coming with that angle, when that
let me put you in the back. I ain't coming with no angle. You can't come on here and say, I'm coming with, pause. You gonna sit here and say, I'm coming with it. No, I'm not coming with no angle. I'm telling you what happened. I'm not making up shit. I'm telling you what happened. What's up, JoJo?
What up, man? Vino still up here?
Yeah, here you go. I'm gonna mute out. I'm gonna get
Vino.
Yeah.
What up with you?
What it do?
Can we have an honest conversation?
What about the conversation?
I said, can we have an honest conversation?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Word. So let me ask you this. I heard Bap say to you, you need to study more. Are you new to the community? The Aboriginal community.
I guess so.
Word. So you don't. So all right. So maybe you do or you don't. Everybody knows this though. The Aboriginal community had a Zoom meeting. You know about that?
You said a Zoom meeting?
Yeah.
Nah.
Okay. So the Aboriginal community, from how I heard it, had a Zoom meeting led by that, right? And so the purpose of the meeting was because views was going down on Aboriginal channels. So everybody agreed to bang on Pan Africans. You heard that or no?
Nah, man, I ain't. Man, I do my own thing. Man, I go
Now I'm
listen
saying,
to
have
them
you heard
guys. I
that?
listen to
Have
them and
you
stuff
heard
like
that?
that. But I ain't part of nobody group.
I
I
ain't
ain't
say
part of
that.
nobody program or nothing like that. I do my own
Word.
thing.
So I know you're trying to stay out of trouble with your hierarchy.
No,
Have you?
ain't no out of,
Word. So be honest, yo.
ain't no
Everybody
out of,
know this, yo.
ain't no out
Everybody,
of
yo,
trouble at
Vito.
all, man. I push my own program and I push
All
my
right.
own
So
line.
look.
They push what they push, and I push what I push. I'm a Black Seminole.
Word. So look, in this Zoom meeting, I forgot the guy name. He used to be over here with Sean at NAC, but they had all kind of jokes about him or whatever, whatever. And he was like, yo, Sister Bethy was in the meeting, you know, Smoke Signal, BAP, and everybody was like, yo, views for the Aboriginals is it's not it, right? So we're gonna all agree to bang on the Pan Africans. Everybody gonna agree to that, right? And so my question to you
Well,
is what is your
when I first
wait,
came
wait,
into the
wait, wait, wait.
community, hold on. When I first came into the community, when I didn't come in on Smoking Them channel, when I came in on Not a Coincidence channel, because I thought Not a Coincidence was Truth Historian. So then once I seen how Not a Coincidence was just going at Black Indians, with me already being a Black Seminole, I was already kind of suspect of the situation. But then once I seen that who he was talking to, as far as okay, he talking about Smoke, that's when I started going to their channels and kind of, you know what I'm saying. When I first went to Smoke channel, we wasn't, you know what I'm saying. We wasn't agreeing a lot on stuff. So you know what I'm saying. Yeah, you can't put me in no type of group or none of that. I do my own thing. You know what I'm
Word.
saying. I
And
hit
he
they
telling
links
you, but
and I ask my own questions on the stuff that I look up.
Vino, if you from the type of hood I'm from, as a young man, as a young boy, growing up, the first thing you learn is don't lie on your dick. You learn from another dude that did that, and the shorty put him on blast, like, yo, he ain't never hit this, and you like, yo, that's not what I want to be in my neighborhood. If you're a real stand-up dude, you know what I'm saying? That's one of the first lessons you learn when you start going through puberty or whatever, and you start messing around with girls. Don't lie on your dick. My question to you is, what is your alliance with these lies, bro?
My
You know,
life
stop. You cut me off.
it's
You
Black
cut me off, yo.
Seminoles.
Are you full blooded? Everybody black similar. Are you full blooded?
No, not everybody Black Seminoles.
Are
My
you
lineage go back to the
are you
Seminoles,
full
and my
blooded?
family is the Seminoles.
Yo,
If
are
my
you full?
peoples back then at a certain time was called the Black Negro chiefs and Black Negro Indians and Seminole and the Black Indians, this is my people.
Word.
No, this
So
is somebody
listen,
I can say my
word.
great great
Listen,
great
this
great
is what I'm saying.
grandpa
This is what
or
I'm saying.
something
We
like
know.
that.
Put the you full blooded Indian aside. You got a YouTube channel,
It ain't
right?
about being no
All right.
full blooded
All right,
Indian. It's
word. Don't
about
worry about that.
it's about the culture. It's about the
Word.
culture. So when I'm saying it's not about me looking like no Eskimo. It's about me being a part of this culture over here that was doing.
Yo, Vino. Yo,
Yeah, he muted me, but yeah, I'm listening.
yo, this is all I'm saying, yo. Don't you got a YouTube channel?
Yeah, the book of Strictly Ghetto Engine.
Yo, this is all I'm saying to you, Vino. Whatever your alliance is to that community, I think you could use your YouTube channel for something more beneficial. I don't even care if it was teaching brothers how to be a plumber, but you're wasting your time on pushing what you pushing, bro. It's the free information age. And you're either illiterate or you just have a strong alliance to what they said on Zoom that, yo,
Nah, man,
this
I'm just,
YouTube ain't
if you go
popping,
look
so
at
we
my
gonna keep
channel,
this
if
name out.
you go look at
Yo, Vino, brother to brother, I'm talking to you like you my brother, Vino. Come on, bro. I get it. I get what you're trying to do, but you could use your channel in a better situation to benefit everybody. That's all I'm saying. Because your alliance to this bat already told you you ain't one of us. You need to go study, boy. Go sit down and get a book and study one of our books. Because what you're reading is about to contradict what we're saying. Because you starting to ask questions now. So there's a flip side to what you're doing, because on one side you can't read because back acknowledge it and say, yo, you starting to question what we saying. And then on the other side, you want to act like you can't read at all. So I get the smoke signals, the sister bet, I get it. But for you, brother to brother, bro, on a serious, clear-headed conversation, you could use your channel to benefit better. And maybe in 10 years, you do have 1 million views. But this, what you doing, you don't have a new channel in the next couple of years, because it's lame what y'all doing, bro. It's lame. Everybody know about the Zoom meeting, and that's the problem. They had a Zoom meeting to say, yo, our entertainment ain't popping, so we got to do something. You know what I'm saying? I'm off, Peace, bro.
I understand. I appreciate.
What up, dog? I can't hear shit. Oh, man.
Y'all can hear nothing. Yeah, my bad. I was on mute.
Yeah, where we go?
Jojo back. Jojo, I need you to come back, bro. We need to get some straightened.
I want Vino to come back. I want to ask him something about
I'm gonna bring Vino back in just a second.
Yeah.
Jojo said that the Aboriginals, the Abos, on a Zoom call.
I heard that.
No. Jojo, come back. I just went downstairs and let y'all talk, and I came back.
Because they losing views.
They had a Zoom call because of their entertainment value?
Yes, that's what he said. That they losing views, and BAP said, yo, start banging on Pan-Africans. That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Who was all on the Zoom?
Yeah, get Jojo on that one. I have no idea.
Jojo, I know you're listening, bro. Vino was on there. Smoke signal.
They was on there.
Who was on the Zoom call, Vino? Don't lie. Who was on the Zoom call?
I don't know about no Zoom call, man. Y'all trying to bust me.
I knew you was lying.
And, shout out to BAP, shout out to Smoking them, you know what I'm saying? Because I fuck with them. But, nah, man, I push my own line. I'm a Black Seminole. They gonna push whatever they push. But I'm pushing Black Seminole. I'm foundational Black America.
Hey.
And we...
Hold up. I ain't giving out all that bullshit you lying about.
No, let me get him. Let me
I just muted him.
Yeah.
I just muted him real quick because I don't want to hear all this bullshit. You said you're a Black Seminole.
Well, I got to hear this.
How are you a Black Seminole?
I'm a Black Seminole because of the fact that my lineage go back to Abraham, Cudjoe, Barkus, Bruner, Bolex, Payne, what? All that.
How does your lineage go back to them?
Because them same people is in the same areas that we got the land in Oklahoma, and they go, what you mean how I go back? Because nigga, them is my the people's through blood.
How? Vino, do you understand what the fucking word how? What I'm at?
Okay, because Negro Abraham had Peter.
How? Vino.
Peter had Pompey. Pompey had Jim.
Vino.
Jim had Jimmy.
How do you know that?
What you mean? How do I know that? Because it's on the roads.
Okay, what roads is it on, Vino?
It's on the Seminole roads.
What is the Seminole road?
Vino,
Yeah, man, we go back to the we go back to the 1860s, and
Right.
we also go back to the 1830s where we on the road.
I'm
Do you know
trying
why
not
you
to.
all go back to the 1860s
I'm
and
not.
not before that?
I tried to mute his mic before he said that shit, Chris. Because you just said you was a Seminole, and now you just near the Civil War.
Yeah.
You're not
Nigga,
making.
I'm talking about the paper. I'm talking about names on paperwork, goofy ass nigga.
No.
Right. But
I'm
when you
talking
say
about
black,
names on paperwork, goofy ass nigga.
when you say black Seminole, did the black Seminoles come
Seminole,
in contact with
Seminoles.
Africans?
Nah, they wouldn't call themselves no African. They call themselves Seminole.
And wrong. Yes, they were.
On those same roles, they're African.
Yes, they
No,
were.
they wasn't. No, they wasn't. I got a primary where somebody from the that was an eyewitness to the Seminole Wars where she was talking in the 1890s.
Vino.
And they said that she was 100.
Vino.
And she said that she got Seminole blood. She born in Florida. So I don't know what y'all talking about.
And we're gonna ask you for the primary. Where is it?
We just want the primary on that.
It said what's the newspaper? It's at the news. It's at the newspaper. The Wichita Times in 1899.
You
Okay,
said
cool. So Vino, real quick. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Sean. I'm not gonna take off your show.
No, Chris, I'm gonna let you talk to him, but he said he didn't say it was in the newspaper. He said it was a role. So what fucking role?
Now he's switching to a newspaper, right?
Yeah, nigga, we got roles, nigga. Where we got it. We also got the document where
is the role? What's
where
the
they
name of the role? What's the name of the role?
what year is that? Whatever they was doing. We definitely on the Dodge roll in 1903. But we go back. But we go back to the road. But we go back to the roads that's in 1860. I think it was another one in 1868 or 1869 or something like that. It was all different type of documentations. But we can go back before that to the 1830s. But we can go back to the 1830s when they took them from Tampa Bay. I'm saying when they took them from Tampa Bay to New Orleans.
Vino.
So the names is there. The names is there. The names is there of the ancient ancestors, man. So I don't know where your people is at.
Say African on there. For every black person on the road, it's gonna say African.
No, it ain't.
Are you sure? You want to bet money?
It's a black Seminole.
No. Do you want to bet money?
It's a black Seminole.
Do you want to bet money that
it's a black Seminole?
Yes, they were classified.
It's a black Seminole.
Listen, Vino.
Yeah, they are. I done already brought the primary sources where they made fake paperwork. I already brought the primary sources where the white people brought fake.
Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, why were they called black Seminoles? All right, ethnically, they were a mixture of African and original Seminole people. Africans escaped slavery and ran onto their reservations.
That's a lie. They made that up.
No,
that's why I be getting at y'all. That's why I be getting at y'all because y'all acting like white boys.
We're gonna show you. See, they don't like
I can also show you that they made up the paperwork.
No, sir. No, now you running the paperwork. I'm talking about
they made up paperwork and you starting with the police. Stop it.
Man, get out of here, man. Stop.
Yeah, you a buster.
Okay, cool. So, who were the slaves that the Seminoles had?
They didn't have no slaves.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, they just put the term on them. They just put the term on them so white boys wouldn't run up on them. That's it. They didn't have no slaves. Wasn't nobody clocking in. Wasn't nobody on the chain. Wasn't nobody slapping nobody. Wasn't nobody whipping nobody. None of that, nigga. I don't know what you're talking about.
Why did they speak a Creole and Gullah mix?
Also, we was running away from Indians, huh?
One more time.
Come on, man. Stop it, my nigga.
Of Creole
them niggas wasn't speaking no Gullah shit. That shit didn't come into the game into the 1900s. If you go back to the documentations in the primary sources in the 1800s, they ain't talking about them niggas speaking no damn African. They saying they speaking Seminole.
Okay, one more time.
Yeah, they ain't saying they speaking no damn African in the 1800s. My nigga, stop it.
Okay, why is it one, you guys owned slaves, and two, y'all spoke a mixture of Creole and Gullah
Okay,
language?
so why they also saying within the 1800s primary sources that Negro chiefs had was in general. No, ain't no authors. No, there ain't no books. No, there ain't no books. There ain't no books. There ain't no book. This is National Archive. This is generals, colonels writing each other. This ain't no author.
Oh yeah, I got that here. Yeah, I got that right here. Hey, let me get a share
that's
screen.
primary.
I'm glad he went there. I got it right
that's primary.
here.
That's primary. Don't go to no authors. Don't go to no authors.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Don't go to no authors. You know what I'm saying?
We got the quote right here. Let me find it real quick. We got the quote right here, nigga. Y'all be lying, man. Hold on. This is in Joseph Opala's book.
Nigga said a book. This nigga said a book.
Hey, stop.
So tell me why if the tell me why the generals tell me why if the
here we go right here.
Why did the generals
here, let me read this real quick for y'all.
Why did the generals
He don't let him speak. Don't try to interrupt the shit.
All right. Now we're going to find out who the Black Seminoles were. Now, this is an anthropologist by the name of Joseph Opala. Do you know what anthropology is? Anthropology is the study of cultures, ethnicities, etc. And it says Black Seminoles, Gullahs who escaped from slavery. Let me read this real quick, and you can go start your Gish Gallop all you want. The Black Seminoles are a small offshoot of the Gullah who escaped from the rice plantations in South Carolina and Georgia. They built their own settlements on the Florida frontier, fought a series of wars to preserve their freedom, and were scattered across North America. They have played a significant role in American history, but they have never received the recognition, the recognition they deserve. Now, some Gullah slaves managed to escape from coastal South Carolina and Georgia into the Florida Peninsula. Remember, you were mentioning Florida earlier. In the 18th century, Florida was a vast tropical wilderness covered with jungles and malaria-ridden swamps. The Spanish claimed Florida, but they used it only as a buffer between British colonies and their own settled territories further south. They wanted to keep Florida as a dangerous wilderness frontier. So they offered a refuge to escaped slaves and renegade Indians from neighboring South Carolina and Georgia. The Gullahs were establishing their own free settlements in the Florida wilderness by at least the late 1700s. They built separate villages of thatched roof houses surrounded by fields of corn and swamp rice. And they maintained friendly relations with the mixed population of refugee Indians. Sean, are we getting a delineation between two different people groups here?
Yes.
Let's keep going. In time, the two groups came to view themselves as part of the same loosely organized tribe in which the blacks held important positions of leadership. The Gullahs adopted Indian, look at that. Wow. They adopted Indian clothing while the Indians acquired a taste for rice and the appreciation for Gullah music and folklore. But the Gullahs were physically more suited to the tropical climate and possessed an indispensable knowledge of tropical agriculture. Why is that, Sean P?
Because of the sun.
It's so simple. They're Africans. Let's continue. And without their assistance, the Indians would not have been able to cope effectively with the Florida environment. Once again, we got to teach motherfuckers something. The two groups led an independent life in the wilderness of northern Florida. In the wilderness of where I lost my spot. Here it is. In the wilderness of northern Florida, rearing several generations of children in freedom. And they recognized the American settlers and slave owners as their common enemy. The Americans called the Florida Indians Seminoles while you running around saying, don't know what the fuck you talking about. They called them that. from the Spanish word cimarron, meaning wild or untamed. And they called the runaway Gullahs Seminole Negroes or Indian Negroes. Now, this is what they try to pull out of this real quick, Sean. They're going to pull this right here and then skip everything else, omit everything else. The Seminole settlements, and they call runaway Gullahs Seminole Negroes or Indian Negroes. Modern historians have called these free Gullah frontiersmen the Black Seminoles. The Seminole settlements in Spanish Florida increased as more and more runaway slaves and renegade Indians escaped south. And the conflict was with the Americans was sooner or later inevitable. There were skirmishes in 1812, 1816, and 1818. Now, in 1818, General Andrew Jackson led an American army into Florida to claim it for the United States. This is important, dummy, because guess what? It was owned by the Spanish, and they got to go in there and claim it. But there's a free settlement there that the Spanish have allowed, right? Let's find out. General Andrew Jackson led an American army into Florida to claim it for the United States, and the war finally erupted. The blacks and Indians fought side by side in a desperate struggle to stop the American advance, but they were defeated and driven south into the more remote wilderness of central and southern Florida. General Jackson, who later was the president, referred to this as the First Seminole War, referred to this First Seminole War as a, quote, Indian and Negro War. In 1835, the Second Seminole War broke out, and this full-scale guerrilla war would last for 6 years and claim the lives of 1,500 American soldiers. Let's continue. All right. The Black Seminoles waged the fiercest resistance, as they feared that capture or surrender meant death or return to slavery. And they were more adept at living and fighting in jungles than their Indian comrades. The American commander, General Jessup, informed the War Department that, quote, this you may be assured is a Negro and not an Indian war. Why? Because the Africans, they were fighting harder probably because they don't want to go back into slavery. They are free, nigga. Okay? And it says, and a U.S. congressman of the period commented that these black fighters were, quote, contending against the whole military power of the United States. When the Army finally captured the Black Seminoles, officers refused to return them to slavery, fearing that these seasoned warriors, accustomed to their freedom, would wreak havoc on the southern plantations. We ain't putting them back with them. We can't do that. No, they gonna train them. They gonna give them a hard discipline, and they gonna be fighting against us. No, we ain't doing that. In 1842, the Army forcibly removed them, along with their Indian comrades, to Indian Territory, now Oklahoma, in the unsettled West. Let me read this, and I'm gonna let him gish gallop for a while, because he ain't gonna give us nothing. He just gonna talk. The Black Seminoles, exiled from their Florida strongholds, were forced to continue their struggle for freedom on the western frontier. In Oklahoma, the government put them under the authority of the Creek Indians, slave owners who tried to curb their freedom, and white slave traders came at night to kidnap their women and children. In 1850, a group of Black Seminoles and Seminole Indians escaped south across Texas to the desert badlands of northern Mexico. They established a free settlement there, and as in Florida, began to attract runaway slaves from across the border. In 1855, a heavily armed band of Texas Rangers rode into Mexico to destroy the Seminole settlement, but the blacks and Indians stopped them and forced them back into the United States. The Indians soon returned to Oklahoma, but the Black Seminoles remained in Mexico, fighting constantly to protect their settlement from the marauding Comanche and Apache Indians. So I'm going to stop there, right? But as you can see, it's two different people groups. And no matter how you try to run from it, nigga, guess what? You got slaves escaping into y'all territories. So now you can either show me some DNA that prove who you are, or this DNA gonna prove who you ain't. Or show me a source that says everything we reading is a lie and this is the true history of it. You let me know.
Yeah, man, gotta clear out your nose next time, man. But go to Strictly Ghetto Engine, got a full breakdown
Doing all of that.
primary source.
Doing all of that. Deal with his source. Deal with his source. If you're gonna do something,
I'm dealing with his. I'm dealing with his source because he's down at his own source. He's down at his own. Okay, so tell him to answer. Tell him to answer this question. Tell him to answer this question. Why wasn't Gullah? Why is Gullah nowhere in the 1800s?
What?
Okay, nope. Deal with the information.
Why isn't why isn't these black Seminoles listed on primary documents as Gullah people?
Okay, one more time. Are there two different people groups here in Spanish Florida?
Nah, answer my question. Why isn't Gullah when we talking about these black Seminoles? When we talking about these black Seminoles, why within the primary source?
No, Vino, we not. We just definitely.
Why within the primary source?
Vino, come on, bro. Chris just read a whole source, and you ignored what he read to you to start.
The nigga read it.
You're not even asking him a question about
the nigga read a whole.
Vino, you're not even asking him a qualified question about the source he just read. You done got off the information he just read to you, and then start trying to come up with some whole other questions. You got to deal with his source. His source defined who the black Seminoles were. They were people from the Gullah. They were Gullah. Everyone knows who Gullah were. It even said that they were Cimarron. Everyone knows what Cimarrons are. It all goes back to Africans. So why is you asking him a question that's unrelated to what he just read to you?
Because he's trying to pivot. That's why.
Yeah, man, y'all trying to put one label on everybody. Y'all sound like the white boys, man, and it's crazy.
Okay, what the fuck is a black Seminole?
Once again, you keep calling people y'all sounding like the white boys. Because we not sounding like your dumb ass, we sound like the white boys. You keep trying to play this colorism game when it comes to the truth.
But he want to tell you what's on these rolls, right? The same shit that the government put together to help separate the Native Americans from their own land. What an idiot.
Right. So basically, Gullah said, to answer your question, the places where those people came from are within the Gullah corridor and practice Gullah culture. For example, Stoner Rebellion. Those Africans are from the Congo. We're going to Florida via what we call Pon Highway. And Gullah keep telling y'all about Pon Highway, and as it being the corridor to get to fucking Florida. To add to Chris's article, right? I put up here the Black Seminole ethnogenesis, origins, cultural characteristics, and alliances, just so you can stop the bullshit about this so-called Black Seminole being something else. He just told you, and I'm gonna back him up with two sources to say the same thing. The article examines the origins, culture characteristics, and alliances with Native Americans and who Africans new to North America, vernacularly known as Black Seminoles. In Florida, free blacks, runaway slaves, and blacks owned by Seminoles over time became known as Black Seminoles. These Black Seminoles either lived in separate communities near Seminole Native Americans or joined them by cohabitating or intermarriage. Throughout these unique relationships, blacks became an integral part of the Seminole life by taking positions as advisors, counselors, and trusted interpreters to English, who were rapidly advancing plantation society into territorial Africa. I don't want to give you the whole gist of this article, but if I were to do that, you're going to see the gullah come up, or goulet. You're going to see the Africanness come up because San Miguel de Guadalupe is going to tell you that these mother freakers was African. You have to deal with the sourced information. And this, just like what he put on the screen, is another authoritative document that provides answers to everything. And then there's one more. The history of the Black Seminoles. We ain't got to make this shit up. We ain't. There's so much information that are out there about the Black Seminoles. Dixon writes, the Black people have lived in Florida at least since 1526, when enslaved Africans are known to have lived in the Spanish settlement of San Miguel de Guadalupe. A century later, English colonists in Carolina also brought enslaved Africans to the region. Some of them escaped to Spanish-controlled Florida. You just heard that in the article. We ain't got to keep on making up shit. In these settlements, people from different African regions created what Dixon calls a Pan-Africanist culture with little European influence. You remember when I said they were building shit down there in their community, creating their own dialects, coming up with a communication system, defending their territory when they got ready to? Because all the information is pointing to the cohabitation of these Black people from Africa existing next door to Native Americans because they had a common enemy in the white man. You keep not wanting to deal with reality. So you're subjecting us to this what if. Who are these? Well, tell me this or tell me that. You keep doing that shit to us. We ain't here for that. You don't want to deal with Chris Source. I'm putting Chris Source back on the screen.
This nigga had 10 paragraphs. Shut y'all goofy ass up, nigga. I'ma handle it how I handle it. Y'all niggas moving like white boys, and
once again, here you go. People moving like white boys. No, you're moving like white boys. How about that? How about you moving like white boys?
Hey, that's a tactic. Yo, Sean, that's a tactic. Whenever they can't sit up there and prove their point, they do just like other blackity blacks do. They sit right there and they start slandering you and galvanizing you against the audience or some shit. Ain't none of the shit he's saying true. None of it. You said you a Black Seminole. Okay, what god did the Seminole people worship? The Seminole Indians worship Vino?
My bad. Answer his question.
Yeah, go to the Strictly Ghetto Engine. Got primary sources over there.
See how easy this is?
Nigga ain't even got a primary source. You delusional.
Gotta tap in because they trying to just put this.
You delusional as fuck. Ain't nobody trying to do shit. Every source on this Black Seminoles, since that shit been used, has always been about the Africans who was placed there and who ran into Spanish Florida. That's why they call them self-emancipated Africans. That's why they call them Cimarroons. That's why we know certain shit that we know about them. And guess what? We even know what percentage of them motherfuckers is from different parts of West Africa. Oh, you think I'm making it up? Okay. 1 second. I just, you know what I'm saying? Because when you're dealing with the scientific argument in this here discussion, let's give it to you. During the 18th century, the majority of the slaves arriving in Carolina came from West Central Africa, including Angola, Senegambia, Windward Coast, Sierra Leone, and the Gold Coast. Specifically, we already can limit down where these people were coming from. of the 63,401 African slaves shipped to South Carolina between 1733 and 1807, their origins were as follows: Senegambia, Windward Coast. We say Senegal and Gambia. We'll make them two into one. Windward Coast, Gold Coast, Ouida, Benin, Calabar, Congo, Angola. Source, Bateman. So we know exactly of all of those people, the destinated regions that they're coming from. So when they're building their communities and they're telling us what they got going on, we already know, bro. We already know. Runaway slave advertisements and notices in South Carolina indicated that during the 1730s, approximately 57% of the runaways came from the Congo Angolan region. And then, not a coincidence, to put the damn a slave article up, slave ad up, showing the shit, and you gonna deny that? So you keep running around here, and we telling you how them people come from wherever they come from. We know about it because it is documented. They got busy.
Yo, yeah, Vino, I'm on your channel, and you got a video up called Seminoles and Creeks Beefing Over Black Seminoles. You got 20 views on that. Then you got another video called Ghetto Engine versus Pan Africans Marathon. Where's your video? Oh, here it is. How Seminole Indians came back from Mexico to Oklahoma. And that's probably full of lies. Like, what are you teaching here? What do you
primary source is black.
Every time this nigga say primary sources, bro, I'm kicking him off because he don't know what the fuck a primary source is. Hold on, watch this. I'm finna prove it to you. Vino, what's a primary source?
Yeah, this ain't no primary source we're looking at right now.
Vino,
y'all goofy ass. Y'all goofy ass.
Vino, what define a primary source? What's a primary source? What's the definition of a
This ain't no primary source right here we're looking at.
Vino, what is the
This is not a primary source that you this is not a primary source that you highlight. This is not a primary source that you
What's the definition of it?
I'm saying, why you not reading primaries?
Who says it's not a primary source?
This is not a primary.
How do you know it's not?
It's not a primary.
No. How do you know it's not?
It's not a primary.
Vino, how do
It's
you
not
know
a primary.
How do you know it's not a primary?
It's not a primary.
How do you know that it's not a primary?
Because it's not.
How do you know that it's not a primary?
It's bad.
Go on and play that. Go on and press play on that. Yeah, go on and press play.
It's not a primary.
Go on and press play on that.
How do you know that it's not a primary?
Because it's not.
How do you know that it's not?
Show me the primary source of it.
How do you know that it's not?
Because that's not a primary source.
So what is a primary source?
A primary source is a first-hand account of what was going on during that time.
So how do you know?
A first-hand account of what was going on during that time.
Okay, so is this author not sourcing material that is used during the current events and times? Yes or no?
No, that's an opinion. What you put? That's an opinion. What you pushing? That's an opinion. What you pushing?
Pull your article back up, Chris. You said that it's not dealing with primary information. The goddamn source specifically.
Nigga, them niggas call it Gullah, and it ain't no Gullah talking about within the primaries in 1800.
Specifically, the article is first of all, an archaeologist is reporting on this shit. If you must know, nigga, it's dealing with primary information. So for you to say that it's not a primary, nigga, it's coming from primary information. You don't know what a primary source is because you don't know what a primary source is. If I'm reporting on information that has been discovered in my account during my shit, that's primary information. You don't even know how the information is collected, let alone you trying to sit around here and push and pan this bullshit ideology. I asked you a specific question, and you cannot answer the specific question. You start to try to give me the definition of what a primary source is, and then you don't You don't even know that, because if you keep reading what the definition of a primary source is, it's going to tell you more about the primary source.
Mm-hmm.
And when you learn more about the primary source, then you would understand that the author is using firsthand accounts of what transpired during a certain period of time of events. So it had to come from people, places, and things that transpired during that time and event. You don't, you cannot sit here and say it's not a primary and then negate it. No, nigga, you gotta read the goddamn article in its entirety and qualify it based on the merit of what the information is providing.
And you can support a primary source with secondary, tertiary sources, dummy.
Yep. This he loved doing this to himself. Love doing it to Love doing it to himself, bro. I just had to do this real quick. Love doing it to himself so he can so I can do this to him.
Oh Lord, look at this. Look at this dickhead you done brought on here. Bring Matthew Craig in so we can beat him up.
Bro, I can't do it. You know, he didn't already ran this course. But this is what I'm saying. So you cannot denote the information, Vino. You can't refuse it for the simple fact. Look, Fort Mose, is this a real place? Did it really exist? Do we have any information to support that a Fort Mose really existed? We absolutely do. So what is the relevance of that? There's an African presence. All of this shit is telling you that the Black Seminoles are fucking Africans. You cannot steal from the Black Seminole. We ain't letting you do that, bro.
I know an Abo with the last name Friedman. I'm like, you the dumbest dummy I've ever met in my life.
Let me bring this dumbass nigga back. I forgot I had him in the back.
Watch him beg the question. Come on with your kids, Gallup. Come on. Try and create some slippery slopes, Vino. Come on.
Man, well, none of that. Please show me the primary source from them documents that you read, or from whatever you're reading. Please show me the primary.
Do you know
what book and page can I get that from?
Do you know what a primary is?
Okay, what book and page can I get these letters from? In these sentences. What book or what source can I get these sentences from?
What a primary is?
No, I don't, but I need to know.
So how the fuck did you sit? Nah, bro.
It got to go.
I need 5 minutes of silence from Vino. 5 minutes of silence from Vino. He literally said he does not know what a primary source is. Then how can he disqualify a source that he don't even know if it's a primary or not? What book? He keeps saying.
My dad always tell me, Sean P. A smart person can play stupid, but a stupid person can never be smart. He always taught me that shit. He said, remember that. Mental illness is real, y'all.
Bro, he literally said this shit. He literally said he don't know what a primary source is. So you don't know, bro. And that's cool. I'm cool with you saying, what? I didn't kick him out. What are you talking about? You just in the chat just talking. A primary source doesn't always come from the horse's mouth, nigga. You can dig up a primary source, meaning you can extract a primary source from the ground. You could find the writings from people who witness it. It's about eyewitness accounts.
Read that right there, Sean. Can I read this real quick?
Yes, please. So they know what the fuck it is.
It said, today there are small Black Seminole communities scattered by war across North America and the West Indies. The Black Indians live on Andros Island in the Bahamas, where their ancestors escaped from Florida after the First Seminole War. The Seminole freedmen, the largest group, live in rural Seminole County, Oklahoma, where they're still official members of the Seminole Indian Nation. Okay, we got two different people groups right here. The Muskogos dwell in the dusty desert town of Nacimiento in the state of Coahuila in northern Mexico. And finally, the quote-unquote scouts live in Bracketville, Texas, outside the walls of the old fort where their grandfathers served in the United States Cavalry. So they ain't no joke. But let's keep going. These groups have lost all contact with one another, but they have all retained the memory of their ancestors' gallant fight for freedom in the Florida wilderness. In 1978, you can go pull this V-note. Dr. Ian Hancock discovered that elders among the Texas Scouts still speak a dialect of Gullah, not Muskogean language, but Gullah, which is an African dialect, dummy. 140 years after their ancestors were exiled from Florida, and as much as 200 years after their early ancestors escaped from rice plantations in South Carolina and Georgia. In 1980, this writer found that elderly people among the Oklahoma Seminole freedmen also speak Gullah, while many younger people remember the words and phrases once used by their grandparents. Both the Oklahoma and Texas group, though deeply conscious of their Florida heritage, were unaware of their connection with the Gullah in South Carolina and Georgia. They did not know precisely where their slave ancestors had come from before fleeing into the Florida wilderness. The Oklahoma Seminole freedmen still possesses a rich traditional culture combining both African and American Indian elements. You stupid dummy. They continue to eat rice as a characteristic part of their diet, sometimes applying a sauce of okra or spinach leaves like the Gullah. Unlike their distant relatives in West Africa, you are dead. You're done. Finished. You're done. You're done. You're dead. Run back to Bab's channel.
Hey, when I do this little reaction to this,
once again,
you're gonna do a reaction. Hold on. You're gonna do a reaction, and ain't nobody gonna watch that dumbass video. About 5 people gonna watch it. Don't nobody watch that bullshit y'all be pushing no more. That's why y'all holding conferences and shit, trying to get somebody to watch this shit. It's junk. It's trash. You talking about a false fictional character named Black Abraham. You're done.
All right, so real quick, Wisdom ain't gonna hit the link. He just gonna chat. Jarrell, he just gonna chatty patty us to death. So Wisdom doesn't understand how to utilize a primary source in your writings. Using primary sources in your writings strengthens your argument against the opposing view. So when you're articulating yourself in an argument to express what you've researched and what you've come to your conclusions on, you're using the primary source to do exactly what I just said, strengthen your argument. If you look up how to write an argumentative paper, it's going to tell you what evidence you're going to need to strengthen your position against the opposing view.
Especially if it get peer reviewed.
So again, that is why I brought up the ethnogenesis article, because it was significant in providing extra information inside of what Chris demonstrated. Both articles are extracting information from historical accounts and views that transpired during those times. Does Fort Mose exist or not exist? It exists. Can we prove it? Absolutely. Did a black revolt happen in St. Augustine? Is there proof of that or no proof of that? There's proof of that. So why are we witnessing the things that actually happened in these geographical locations during those times? Behooves me on how you think a motherfucker ain't utilizing primary information. You can't refute the article. So you have to nitpick at your suggestions, which is still incorrect because you don't know how argumentative papers work. The art of it is to strengthen it using primary evidence. The argument with a lack of primary evidence is a weak argument and easy to refute and debunk. Hence the reason why we could do a reaction video to everything on Vino's channel and he can't refute it. He can't come up here and argue it because it'll be from ignorance. Because he don't know. He don't even know how to arrive at a fucking conclusion based on data. Because if he did,
Y'all niggas is so fucking dumb and slow. Hey, pick this out. If y'all niggas
he's so dumb and so slow, that we gonna keep you in the bag for being dumb and slow, because that's what dumb and slow folk do. Like I said, we're using historic accounts. We're talking about history. We are referring to a people. We are referring to nouns here, persons, places, things. We're using a chronology. We are using linguistic work that helps support. We are using phrase words, cultural nuances that provide a solid argument against your stupid position of belief. He said that he was a black Seminole, and we said that the black Seminoles were African. That's the argument. So no matter what you're saying in the chat, we have properly defined who the black Seminoles were according to the historical record.
That niggas is dumb. Dumb as fuck. If you're a Hebrew, you're dumb. If you're an Abo, you're dumb. You're fucking dumb. You're not smart. You're dumb. Stop being dumb. This is Bloody Sunday, goddammit.
Oh,
One of you Abos come up here with some sources.
And
Let's go. Stop being dumb.
Yeah, you done pissed off Gullah. Come on, Gullah.
What go on talk to African descendants on the panel? What's
What's
happening?
What up,
What's
Gullah?
going on with y'all, man? We coolin', man. So yeah, I already know y'all brothers is both well equipped. Y'all done primaried them out and whatnot. I just want to recap a couple things real quick before I get going or whatnot. Sean P, right?
Sir.
Vino, is Vino the same guy that said don't read the primary?
Yes. Don't read the description of the primary.
All right. Okay. Brother Chris, MVP. Can I ask you a question, my good sir?
You say what?
Can I ask you a quick question, my brother?
Go right ahead.
All right, cool. So check it right. I know you know good and damn well. You've talked multiple times about Joseph Opala, correct?
Correct.
Who is Joseph Opala?
He's an anthropologist that studies the black Indians amongst these cultures and the Gullah people. The Gullah people. The Gullah people specifically. He's the leading expert on it. But go ahead.
Right. And then somebody mentioned Brother Anthony Dixon already, who's a black man, who's a lead expert on Black Florida as well.
Yes.
So what primary is he looking for that he's not getting? As far as in regards to Vino, what is Vino asking that he's not getting?
Hey, what primary calling them Gullahs back in the 1800s?
Excuse me. See, we just went in a big old circle, did we not? He
Yeah.
said this 20 minutes ago, I feel like. So he's not dealing with the information presented?
No.
Okay.
Dumb.
I told him that.
What primary sources in the 1800s is calling the black Seminoles Gullah Geechee?
The language?
That's honest.
Show me the eyewitnesses. Show me the eyewitnesses, you smart ass bitch ass nigga. Show me your bitch ass nigga.
To because you already got you apologizing to me earlier. So you gonna apologize again for this?
Nigga, show me the primary sources where they calling these niggas Gullah in the 1800s, you bitch ass nigga.
You soft, bro. All that shit don't phase you. I got you apologizing already. You do the same thing. This don't phase me, bro. It's the same
Nigga, this
show.
show the primary sources, nigga, from the 1800s. Where these niggas is an eyewitness. Show me the eyewitness. Show me the eyewitness account. Show me the eyewitness account. Show me the eyewitness account and black Seminoles calling themselves Gullah Geechee in the 1800s, you bitch ass
Hey,
nigga.
Gullah. Let him talk. Let him talk, Gullah. Just let him talk. Go ahead. Andrew Jackson.
Yeah, please, man, don't be falling for these hoe ass niggas tricks.
Just let
Niggas
me
saying
one more
dumbass.
time. Crashing out.
Hey, niggas, we at you said something, and then you start running your dick sucker because you act like a little bitch all the time, and then you run somewhere and you try to fold them tuck over there on them other platforms with that old hoe ass shit. Nah, we ain't finna do all of that. You asked for a primary, nigga. I said the language is a nigga, please show me
the language is a key.
Please show me the outward.
Language is
Nah,
a
fuck that.
the language is a key indicator of how this motherfucking family branch comes down. Go ahead, Gullah.
My fault. I had a phone call just now. Repeat the last 2 minutes for me, please. My bad. I had a phone
Yeah,
call.
he said what did he say? He said he wanted a primary on how they fucking call themselves Gullah. Always gonna kick the can though. Anytime he
Oh,
gets called
okay.
somewhere, he gonna
Well,
kick
I
the
mean, I
can.
already answered that though. I answered that in the chat. Matter of fact, okay, cool. So again, I repeat it. But to answer his question, the people who fled into Florida via the Pompon Highway came from areas within the Gullah Geechee corridor. That corridor is from Jacksonville, Florida to Jacksonville, North Carolina. So places like Charleston or places near the Stone Knoll River and where the Stone Knoll Rebellion happened, those Africans, i.e. from the Congo specifically, who practiced, who are first off African descendants because they're from the Congo, who practiced the Gullah Geechee culture. That's where, because a lot of Congo words are in the Gullah Geechee language dialect as well. Again, left South Carolina and went into Florida. Yes, that happened. And you can, and another primary for you is the Edict of 1793, where you got the freaking Spanish king writing saying any Africans who come into Florida can be free. And sometimes they got to join the military or convert to Catholicism, whatever the case may be. That's another primary for you. I'm not on my computer right now, but we can easily pull that motherfucker up and shut you up again. Okay, sir? Like God, dog. And you keep
Okay,
you keep asking the question. That's go ahead.
if he wants a primary, he can just go to James Oglethorpe when they invaded Florida. The 1740, Georgia Governor James Oglethorpe, and when he invaded Florida. What happened when he tore up those settlements? Who did he run into? He ran into maroon towns. The maroon, soon as you say maroon towns, you dead to right. You
Were
dead
they
to right.
African?
Because he's telling you that these were Africans, African communities when he went down there. That's a primary. So at the end of the day, you can say whatever the fuck you want to say. Until you understand what a fucking primary is and how it is utilized to strengthen the argument, you have no argument. You can't use a primary the way you want to use it because that's going to be pseudo. You stick to what the shit's telling you. You ain't got to make it up. He says the Seminole people are descended from
Well, he's
indigenous.
anti-primary though. I'm confused. Is this some cherry picking or a confirmation bias to what's going on? He's anti-primary a year ago. Now he's got that don't even know what a primary is and asking for one. If we present you with one, you can do the same thing you always do and don't read the description. Don't read the primary.
Well,
I'm
just looking at
confused
his
here.
channel, I noticed what he does. What he does is he starts reading primary accounts, but he doesn't understand the primary account that he's reading. And then he starts adding all these different inferences into it. And I'm like, no, get out of here, man. You are African. You are African, V-Note, whether you like it or not, nigga. You are African. You African, dog. Let it go.
Shout out to Vyasa, man, because he's a real freedman, a real black Seminole descendant who's in Oklahoma, who's actually like literally he's a descendant of the Pompey and Factor people who are prominent in the whole black Seminole. I mean, you're talking about war chiefs and everything. Like, so miss me with the BS, yo. Because there's too many people out here that's really, you know what I'm saying, about the culture and whatnot, and just for some capping YouTube abo pseudo movement, some scam god jive. Even jive right there is an African word. Like, come on, man. We can go down the list. It's over 4,000. So yeah.
Hey, this nigga Sean P. dumb as hell. This nigga gonna see.
At this point, you might as well go ahead and do the imitation, bro.
Yeah.
I'd rather hear
Nigga, you dumb as hell.
Yep. See.
Go ahead and do the imitation, Sean P. Sean
No
P.
intelligent life form there. Try it one more time.
All right, one more time. Go ahead.
Hey, so Ogletree know exactly where everybody from as soon as he look at them.
Oglethorpe, not
See,
Ogletree. You
see,
can't read.
see. I told you he got listening
Huh?
comprehension problem. See,
Huh?
Oglethorpe, not Ogletree. You
Huh?
can't read. You're
ah,
Huh?
unfamiliar with the
stupid
information.
motherfucker, boy.
I guess it's primary because
Stupid. No,
Ogletree said it.
no, no, no,
This
no.
nigga gay as hell.
Yeah, see, that's
How's that
yeah, your
any of
mama
that?
gay, nigga.
See, that's how is any of that homosexual? We talking about information here.
Hold on.
How?
So we got the You Gay scholarship coming up now. You got to say somebody gay.
Like how the fuck? There was nothing pause worthy about in. Like I'm confused here. What?
Right. The
Because he
kid,
don't know Oglethorpe and Ogletree.
right.
Because
I
he
told
can't
him again.
read. Motherfuckers
Georgia
gay.
Governor James Oglethorpe invaded Florida. That he tells you he destroyed settlements down there where he ran into them black residents that they called maroons.
Not Indians,
And
man.
he said that they even adopted aspects of the Spanish culture.
You're done.
So that would be an eyewitness account based on what he saw when he invaded Florida.
You're done again.
He can't even explain Angola, Florida, a black town.
How you know they from Africa?
Oh
That
my
don't mean they know they
Jesus
from Africa.
Christ.
That's not.
Oh my God.
Next
Okay.
question. How did he know they from Africa? Because they were escaped, they were runaways, bro. The people ran away, nigga.
How you know? Because there wasn't no niggas over here until they brought them over here. That's why. Simple.
They were escaping slavery, dumbass nigga.
Probably because they was doing their Congo war dance before they went and go kill some buckra. That answer your question? They had the they had the Congo Cosmogram with them. That answer your question?
And
The fuck you talking about?
what's even funnier is the simple fact that he's saying this shit with so much confidence that he really don't know how dumb he sounds. They're
At
telling you
all.
this, bro. They're telling you this because they knew who the people were. He even talked about, I hate to say this. They even talked about everything else that happened around. And you trying to sit over here and make all of these other claims, you don't even know who the Seminoles were. You don't. You try to do a quick little Google research on some shit while we having a whole conversation. And you want to call somebody names. You the only sucking bitch up here.
That nigga, oh, he tried to do a quick Google shit real quick.
Yeah. That's why he was trying to find out what primary meant.
This nigga can't even cuss right, square ass nigga. These niggas love the white boys so.
Look at him. Look at him.
Not to
Learn how to
maintain the
talk.
white man
Look at your
argument talking
speech
about white
impediment
boys.
face.
Them niggas love the white boys so much. Get the white boy dick out your mouth, nigga.
Yeah, look at you.
Nigga, that you.
You're
Your
the only
daddy is Leo
homosexual on the
Weir.
panel.
Your
Hey,
daddy
Gunner,
is
shut the
Leo
fuck up.
Weir.
You a bitch ass
You
nigga. Shut the
already
fuck.
apologized
Yeah,
last year. All you
you're
gonna
the
do
only bitch
apologize
in here.
again when I go back to Oklahoma next time and I tell you where I'm at. All you gonna do, I'm sorry, girl, alive on Not a Coincidence channel again. Don't play with me, boy. I'm too real and too thorough with this shit. Go ahead, man. In real life too. Stop it. Your information ain't fucking with me. You can't fuck with me as a man. Pipe down, little fella. Give a fuck how old you is compared to me. He's a little boy. Fuck out of here. My nephew's more grown than you. More smart than you too. Thank God. Cause he's an embarrassment. I'm glad you don't consider yourself a black man. You make her look bad, goofy.
As hell. And running around here trying to coach a vulture in the ass.
Say no to drugs, people. Please. End up like Vino and all the other abos. They number recovering junkies. Give a fuck. Man, I'm not a quiz this channel apologizing for what the same shit he just got done doing. He
Yeah.
already apologized for the same shit. And when I'm telling him, I'm in Oklahoma, bro. What's happening? I'm sorry, yo, Gullah, man. I'm sorry, man. My bad, Gullah. I want to say I'm sorry, man. Just you do the same shit. That why I ain't paid no mind the first time. You's an abo. I don't respect you. I got more taxes in your city than you. The fuck? I go that motherfucker that lay the fucking black carpet for me. Fuck a red carpet, the black carpet. Fuck you talking about? These are facts. Annually. Fuck you mean?
Hey, Taharka just killed you in the chat, Wisdom. He kept it very simple. Why would natives call themselves runaways? End of story. End of story.
Yeah, they always been here.
Yeah,
Like good
added
shit,
later.
Tahoka.
No, black was added when they started describing the motherfucking black people that was down there next to them Seminoles. We just literally told you how the whole black Seminole shit came to be, bro. They got a whole origin story on the goddamn how black Seminole came to be. Based on evidence, not mythology.
Again, anthropology. Joseph Opala. Then we can give you all the black Gullah scholars as well.
No, I'm gonna give you
Mary Camel, goddamn Lorenzo Del Turner, Queen Quet. You can add Anthony Dixon. Like I'm lost here. Make it make sense.
look.
And Vito keep playing with me. I actually got primaries from South Carolina, the University of South Carolina using Gullah in the 1800s. So don't play with me, young fella.
Hey, I'm gonna help him. I'm gonna help him out real quick. I'm gonna give him a quick quote right here. The blacks of the Seminole Indians are wholly independent and are slaves in name. They work only when it suits their inclination. That's a clear distinction between the Seminole Indians and the blacks of the Seminole Indians. Because some of them were enslaved by the Seminole. Some of them fled into Seminole County. Some of them were free blacks. We gave you that information because the data exists. And I think somebody on the panel just told y'all about the first Seminole War and then mentioned the second Seminole War, but y'all didn't even want to listen to none of the shit that they were saying. That's dealing with historical accounts. The primary. We dealing with the primary, nigga. What you gotta say, cocksucker? What you gotta say?
Yeah, I gotta say this nigga Voss. This nigga trying to pump up Voss.
Look. Nah, we ain't doing that hating on Vossa. I ain't even putting that on the airwaves. We ain't doing it. We ain't doing that. Nah, I'm straight. The first thing you do, look, notice I called him a cocksucker and everything. He starts speaking right after that. So it just let you know what kind of dudes you're dealing with. I ain't even smart enough to catch it.
Nigga, you a bitch, nigga.
Yeah, so your mama a bitch. Yeah. Sit in the back. Go do your recap, hoe ass nigga. Go do that. Go on and exit out. And put that little crackhead patch of hair you got on the side of your head back up. How about that? Wisdom, you can come up here, bro, so you can get properly edified, bro. Cause the chat killing you and you trying to ignore everything that they telling you, bro. This nigga just you're sitting here talking about a quote. The quote is evident. He said he love abuse. Wisdom, you slow. You slow. You're not gonna come on a panel anyway. We match energy over here. So if you come with the right energy, you're gonna get the right energy. Fuck out of here. Talking about what you scared to do. Yeah, you scared to get up here because you ain't got no truth. Niggas who lie all the time always say that old shit in the chat. You know, they told me to tell you to sit Indian style. Joseph, I got a video clip of you, Joseph. I don't think you should ever say nothing ever again, bro. Hold on. And I'm finna put it up on the thing and make a short out of it. I ain't done it. I knew it was something I was supposed to do this weekend, and I stopped myself short of it. Hold up, real quick. I ain't even finna play with you, Joseph. You know what I mean? I'm gonna keep it all the way up there wild with you, homie. Please tell me I ain't delete this shit. This nigga, man. I got a video somewhere, Joseph. If I deleted it, I'll go back and get it. As a matter of fact, I ain't got nothing else to do but to show and prove. So that's all we do over here. We show and prove. When you catch Chris in the morning, he gonna be, hey Chris, you doing the show in the morning? You gonna be tired. We gonna have a whole show tomorrow. Timing went up on us. We didn't fell victim to it. Hold on, y'all. Since Joseph got something to say in the chat, this why we can't take you serious. This why we can't take you serious, Joseph. Watch this. I know you're trying to help. I know you're trying to help Vino though, bro. I understand. I know what you're trying to do, bro. I get it. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna help him, bro, you got to come up here with some facts. Other than that, you can't come up here and when we know this.
You know, the Egyptian had a lot of territory. I ain't even really trying to get down and breaking all that down, but I just came up here though because you said my name a few times, like I'm scared or something. You know, your little fan club.
Watch this. Hold up. Let me find it, bro. Where I got it at? This one you're taken back from when you said that the events in the Bible could not have happened.
You know what I'm saying? Artifacts in America. Plenty of that. You already know that. And just, you know, I believe the mound builders is the Egyptian civilization. What's all that?
That's what I'm saying. So you've been to New Orleans. Where else you been?
Huh?
Where else you been besides New Orleans, Louisiana? Hold on, where I ask you this shit at? Everybody know what I'm getting at. And known to us as a coach was a state.
I'm not part of the Hebrew Israelite community.
Okay, all right, but
know that.
So you can't say that. But I'm gonna come back to you real quick.
Yeah,
because I don't want you to leave. I just got Elijah on the panel. He may have a question for you. So hold on. So what we got here is our brother Joseph says that he is a Hebrew. You remember this?
Sure, like they said.
You remember this? Before I get to the timestamp, the right timestamp where you. Yeah. Hold on. Don't make me get to the right timestamp where you told us that you ain't got no education and you want us to listen to you. Go ahead, Chris. My bad. I thought you was Gullah. Ah, shit, you ain't have one. Joseph, do you want me to play the video? Yeah, what you got to say? What's your take?
Yeah, look, I believe, you know.
I think we cool now. I don't know what you did.
I moved my phone.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think it was coming. You got what you on the game?
Yeah.
Oh, you losing. What you playing?
I'm on 2K, bro. For real, but at the same time, I came up there. So I'm gonna spit my spiel. But yeah, that's my perspective right there, that life starts in America. Like, could I prove it? Probably not, but that's just my perspective.
All right, John, leave it at that.
You say you don't believe in DNA?
I didn't say I don't believe in DNA because I know DNA to be true, but my argument on that, it's not telling you your origins. DNA can't tell you your origins. It only can tell you the people that you related to.
Can't DNA tell you what land mass too?
Right. No, because
you said
those
no.
people could have been uprooted through war and transitioned to another land.
Okay, so you don't understand DNA then. Because even if somebody was at war and they got killed, or the people that got transitioned somewhere else, you're leaving it everywhere you go. So what we saying is DNA can definitely this would actually be. So if we go and we're digging, remember this, Joseph, because they helped map the genome in the Americas that gives us these. Do you remember this, Joseph? This same show within this little time frame, and when you came on, I asked you a simple question about your education, and you told us it was very limited. There you go again. There you go. What's up, little sister Ladosha? Ain't you supposed to be live tonight doing hair? Come on now. What the show at on the hair, man? The women need their education. But like I said, Joseph, this same show you told us about your education, and now you're telling us again in the chat, I'm not the smartest person in the world. You damn near the dumbest. 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 Like straight up. You ain't the smartest person in the world, but you damn near the dumbest. You and then this nigga, he definitely dumb.
Hey, show me the eyewitness accounts.
See how he come back on the panel? See how he come back on the panel? Show him the eyewitness account. The eyewitness account of what?
Show me the eyewitness accounts of them saying that they were speaking like Gullah Geese.
Okay, Chris already showed that. Next.
He didn't show no eyewitness.
Yes, he did. They told you they formulated a speech community using certain dialects, not only from Africa, but what they established.
That's an opinion. Okay, that's an opinion.
That's already been stated. So next, that's been answered. Next.
I ain't know it was this bad.
That nigga gave it an opinion. That nigga crazy.
Nobody gave an opinion. We read the article and provided the evidence. I supported it with additional information. It also said that they spoke the Gullah dialect.
What primary source?
So again, one more time, they spoke a Gullah dialect. So one more time, do you not know that the Gullah dialect is not that of an African one? It was developed here in the Americas. But because of certain word phrases that are in there, that's how they knew that it's some form of some integrated African language inside of it. Have you not listened to Gullah speak? Of course you have.
He clearly sound different than us. You ever hear Gullah talk? He sound different.
Come on, man.
What the primary sources, bitch ass nigga?
And now you're talking about your mama. We ain't gonna let you do that.
Yo, this is bad. This is bad.
When you start talking about your mama, you're gonna sit your ass in timeout. I told you about bringing that bitch up in this conversation. Now speak like you got some sense, nigga.
Yeah, man, this reaction video gonna look how y'all looking crazy. I sure appreciate the content with it though.
Ain't nobody gonna watch it.
It don't matter.
Ain't nobody gonna watch it.
This dude gonna make a reaction video to him being refuted with evidence because he don't like the facts because they don't align with his belief. So he has a problem with it. Then it's different, Chris. If we came up here and we made claims, and then the evidence went against what we said, but we stuck to the evidence. So now he's going to make a reaction video about the evidence that supports the argument.
That's great. That's crazy.
I ain't never seen this type of delusion in my life ever, bro.
I just want to see him bring one piece of source evidence. Just bring some source evidence right now, explaining that you are the original people over here. Who were those people escaping into these territories? Who were these people teaching these native groups how to grow rice in these tropical climates of Florida? Like, who were these extra people? It was 2 people groups there. Like, come on, man. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Sounds stupid, man. You eating fried chicken and everything else. Talking about Father Abraham. Nigga, did you know that the Christian Bible is antithetical to Native American culture, nigga? You're dumb. You're dumb. That's why y'all niggas holding conferences and shit. Talking about how can y'all get your views up. Nobody watch y'all. Matter of fact, don't nobody watch you. Go ahead and do a reaction video. Ain't nobody gonna be there to react to it. Just you.
He is a wild boy, boy. He's a wild boy.
That nigga slow.
As molasses.
Yo, Sean, this was a great bloody Sunday. I enjoyed this one, man. I'm finna watch the rest of this Pistons game, and I'm gonna rock out with you next week, bro. This was fun.
Smooth, bro. All right,
yeah. That nigga's dumb. That nigga's dumb. That nigga's dumb.
Yeah, make a little video, V-Note.
Oh, this nigga got over 1,000.
Look at him. Look. There you go again. Worry about subscribers and all of that old shit.
This thing got over 1,000 subscribers. Can't get more.
Look at him. Still talking in the chat, talking about what he can and can't get. You don't know what people can and can't get, man. Can and can't get, bro. You ain't even got no subscribers. Why are you talking about who got this or who got that? Is the information solid? Or is this information not solid? Prove the information wrong. Facts over your feelings.
I'm saying the Africans ain't even.
One more time. Stick to the subject. Every time we were dealing with information, the whole night, all you did was divert, meaning that you couldn't deal with the source that was provided to you, so you opted out of dealing with the source to spew your ignorance. One more time. You keep running your mouth about the Black Seminoles, and we keep telling you that them Black Seminoles are of African ancestry. And you keep trying to say, no, they're not, no, they're not, no, they're not. Every single piece of evidence points in that direction. We even got DNA. Let me help people out real quick. Let me help people out real quick. So this for V-Note, right? When he do his reaction video, I want this on the reaction video. I want this on the reaction video. Okay? This is what I want on the reaction video right here. Watch this. The most important aspect of social grouping among Seminole Native Americans was the matrilineal clan, which traced its bloodline to a common ancestor. The clan was the basis of determining kinship, marriage, and participation in ritual ceremonial functions. It was the clan's responsibility to defend its members when necessary. Each clan selected either a natural phenomenon or an animal as its symbol. This is not to say that they indulged in the belief in animal ancestry. The usage of an animal is their symbol was for a classification device.
Peep game. Marriage did not secure entry into a clan, however, because the clan was predicated upon the matrilineal line. A child born of a Seminole Native American woman was considered a member of the clan. Therefore, if a black Seminole man married a Seminole Native American woman, you see the distinction between the two? He was not a member of her clan, but their children were. If a black Seminole woman had children with a Seminole man, then her children did not belong to the clan. For the most part, black Seminoles were not included in the clan system except when needed for classification purposes. The exclusionary rules and principles governing the clan's kinship system indirectly demonstrate the autonomy of black Seminole society. This is for slow ass Vino. He's got to come see the real spill deal here. He's got to deal with it. One way or the other, he's got to deal with it. The principles of clan identity undoubtedly played an integral part in the decisions to have black Seminoles live in separate villages. So the black Seminoles, they lived in separate villages. In fact, Seminole Native Americans fostered the creation of black Seminole autonomy by encouraging self-sufficiency. This in turn allows Seminole Native Americans to sustain their clan identities. The nature of the Seminole and black Seminole relationship evolved into a state of codependency. On one hand, the Seminoles existed primarily on hunting and the herding of livestock. The black Seminole agricultural lifestyle provided a level of agrarian production that Seminoles came to depend upon for the sustainability of their communities. On the other hand, black Seminoles were vulnerable to threats of slavery by an ever-expanding white plantation society. Seminole Native Americans provided both refuge and protection to the black Seminole. The codependent nature of their relationship is one of the primary elements of the alliance forged between the two. Despite the fact the Seminoles were consciously moving away from contact with whites into the more remote parts of Florida, they had come to the realization that plantation society represented a force that could not be completely avoided. It became necessary to understand as much as they could about whites to negotiate a peaceful coexistence in Florida. Black Seminoles became a vital instrument in dealing with whites. They began to heavily rely on their black Seminole counterparts for understanding and bridging the gap of communication between them and whites. As a result, leaders in the black Seminole communities became an integral part of the leadership in the Seminole Native American community. Seminole communities relied on herding, hunting, fishing, and agriculture for their existence. They utilized products from hunting and herding to trade from European manufactured goods. Cattle, hogs, and skins of bears, deer, and panthers were exchanged for rifles, knives, tools, powder, clothes, liquor, and slaves. Hunting proved to be more useful for trade than consumption. Leery of too much interaction with the nearby whites, they primarily utilized the markets in Cuba, the Bahamas, and small settlements on the island of the Gulf Coast. The Gulf Coast islands were often populated with ex-slaves, which allowed for collaboration beyond just commerce. They're giving you distinctions between the two. And you finna sit here and try to play us for the okie dizzle? Nigga, please. This is what I mean by your reading comprehension, because you don't pay attention to the information when it is provided to you. The clear distinctions between the blacks, Seminoles, and the white and the native Seminoles is clear. It's clear. You try to run around here, falsify history, make up shit, and then talk about what you gonna do. Well, hurry the fuck up and get to it, bro. Bust a motherfucking move. Bust a motherfucking move. Bust a motherfucking move. Get to it.
Reaction video, nigga. Who the fuck you think you is? You an uneducated ass Negro talking about you gonna make a reaction video to some scholarship, nigga. How the fuck is you gonna make a reaction video to some facts? You gonna try to flip the facts and make them non-factual. Go ahead. You be the fourth dumbest nigga in the Abo community that you claim that you're not a part of because they on some whole other shit that you never heard of before. But you're a Black Seminole, right? Then you should know about your relationship to the Native Americans. You should know about how the Black Seminoles were a group of Africans. You should know that this group of Africans created their own dialects and maneuvered in a way that was beneficial for the Black Seminole to coexist and exist in Spanish Florida. But you don't want to hear the truth. You want to make up shit. The Negroes of the Seminole Indians are wholly independent, or at least regardless of the authority of their masters, and are slaves, but in name. He felt that Indians saw Blacks rather as fellow sufferers and companions in misery than as inferiors, and that the great influence of the slave possesses over their masters allowed them to artfully represent whites as hostile. Regarding Black Seminoles, it can be quite clear that U.S. policy was only interested in their enslavement. Blacks will begin to assert objections different from those of Native Americans. Failed treaties and ever-increasing hostilities will result in the most costly, deadly war between whites and Native Americans, known as the Second Seminole War. Blacks will continue to fight to secure not only their freedom, but also their cultural existence. Womp, 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 womp. The conclusion is crazy. From their initial arrival in the 16th century, Blacks began to abscond from European authorities and establish maroon societies in Florida wilderness. As the Spanish began to establish settlements in control of Florida, Blacks began to increase in number. In the 17th century, Spanish control in the region was threatened with the establishment of English colonies in South Carolina. In 1687, Spanish officials reported the first runaways from the nearby English settlements. The Spanish crown, interested in maintaining control in the Southeast, began to encourage runaways from English settlements and colonies. As a result, two distinct Black communities evolved. Those runaway slaves who remained in Florida wilderness established communities and relationships with both nearby Native Americans and Spanish authorities. They developed an African-based culture which incorporated Native American and Spanish cultures. Although they lived in close proximity to Native Americans, they maintained a closer identity to where? West Africa. This culture included material objects such as pottery, oh, that's primary, and object scripts as well as language. As early as 1739, fugitive slaves were settling where? At Fort Mose, located where? South Augustine. Blacks agreed to help defend St. Augustine from outside European invasion in exchange for certain liberties. The protection served three primary functions. Can you please name the functions for V-Note? Function number one, and I hope you listening, you illiterate motherfucker, to maintain a social and strategic relationship with the Spanish. Two, maintain the Spanish foothold in St. Augustine and to advance Blacks within the Spanish society. The Spanish provided food until the first crops were harvested, a priest for religious instruction, and established military unit. Arguably, Fort Mose was the first free Black settlement in what would become the United States of America. It's killing this nigga over here. At Fort Mose, Blacks would also create a culture that wove together African, Native American, and Spanish elements. Lo and fucking behold,
This particular community was transported to Cuba. Over time, runaway slaves began to prosper and increase in numbers. Blacks either lived in separate communities near Seminole Indians or joined them by cohabitating or intermarriage. Thus, they became known as the Black Seminoles. These goddamn Africans have now been known as the Black Seminoles. A nation within a nation. Black Seminoles would continue to exist with an African-inspired culture that included a mixture of Spanish, English, and Native components. The alliance between Blacks and Native Americans within the Seminole Nation began with a basic empathy for one another. Seminole Native Americans understood the urge of Blacks to attain and well and maintain their freedom. This basic empathy developed into a codependent relationship. The intermarriage and cultural exchange that occurred between the groups strengthened their ties. Much of the collaboration between Blacks and Indians was motivated by the presence of a common white foe. We said all this to you. You didn't want to listen. The Seminole Nation grew as a response to increased oppression by whites. Blacks and Native American codependency became a key component to their survival. They found a way to coexist while at the same time maintain their own cultural identity. Here again, because whites often treated them differently, they were able to retain cultural traits through their own distinct experiences. Black Seminoles were incorporated into Seminole life in different ways. However, because they were allowed to their own living arrangements and encouraged to be self-sufficient, they maintained a separate identity. You illiterate, I ain't gonna cuss you out. Black Seminoles gained their Seminole Native American counterparts respect by becoming trusted interpreters, advisors, wives, husbands, hunters, warriors, and field hands. For them, any status among Seminole Native Americans was better than chattel slavery with whites. And you want to run around here and talk about you Seminole, you Seminole, you Seminole, you Seminole, and then negate the Africanness among the goddamn Black Seminoles. You negated the Africanness in it. Go react to that. This fool over there talking about they've been there since 1526, but the first town was established in they didn't have a town, stupid. You can exist somewhere without goddamn establishing a town. You don't even fucking know. Name the first black town in Florida. We'll wait. Name the first black town that was established in Florida. Do you know they were slaves in 1526 when they were brought to Florida? The ones that were kidnapped, the first ones that entered Spanish Florida were slaves. What are you, man, what is wrong with you? And then you running around here saying all of this. We all know you look like a clucker, bro. You came up here with that little sour patch on the side of your head, thinking you was on to some shit that you wasn't on to, and you was trying to confuse everybody with your mumbo jumbo. We ain't buying it. We don't believe you. You need more people. We keep educating you, bro, on shit that you don't even know nothing about. And you keep looking bad and you keep running into the chat, come on the panel, say stupid shit to make me put you in the back because you know when you say something stupid, I'm going to put you in the back because I don't want you to look more dumber than you already are. And it just keeps happening and happening and happening and happening and happening and happening and happening. Like, come on, bro. We don't believe your dumb ass. They were from Africa. Prove that they wasn't from Africa. Prove it. The earliest written recorded evidence of blacks in Florida dates to the early 1500s and is connected to the Spanish exploration and settlement of Hispaniola. During this time, Spanish declared exclusively sovereignty over land from the Florida Keys to Newfoundland and western Mexico. In 1526, Spanish settlement San Miguel de Guadalupe was ostensibly the first colony with several African slaves. So we know the first colony exclusively with African slaves was San Miguel de Guadalupe. So the black people there were enslaved by the Spanish. The Spaniards almost immediately became aware of the potential danger of the alliance of non-whites in Florida. As a result, special legislation was enacted which prohibited blacks from living and trading with Native Americans. Come on, man. We ain't got to play no game with none of it, man. This dude ain't talking about nothing. We've been reading all day, hitting on all the primary information. We don't know what dude on. Dude on a whole other thing. This dude didn't even know that the Black Seminoles were of African origin. You could easily just Google that shit, bro. But the mere fact that you didn't even want to Google that shit shows us that you was on to some whole other bullshit. I'ma do it to you like I'm gonna do you like I did Dane, bro. I'm gonna do you like I did Dane, bro. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you something real quick. I did this to Dane. Y'all remember seeing that picture? I showed this picture before. This picture right here. Y'all remember seeing this? Creoles in Texas, the Afro Seminoles. The late Lenny Bruce referred to the real fifth column, the Seminoles, but whatever military contribution, this man was of African ancestry. You don't even know nothing about him at all. I don't even understand why you trying to play right now, bro. I don't understand how you trying to play this game, bro. Because you really don't even know what you're doing. Go look up the work by hold on. No, I ain't finna tell you to go look up no work because you ain't gonna do that shit anywhere. You ain't gonna do it no way, bro. Because everybody knows who the Gullah are. Everybody know who the Gullah are, but you try to lie. You sit here and you try to lie. Then you talking about man, you just mixed up so much, bro. Ain't nobody listening to you, man. Stupid. The Gullah straight from West Africa. You gonna say they ain't? The Black Seminoles were from West Africa. You gonna say they ain't? Why you gonna say they ain't? You have no reason whatsoever. None whatsoever, bro. You don't know why. You just saying it to be saying it on some whole shit. Cause you pseudo like that.
That's what y'all do. Y'all all got the same playbook. Then you try to act like you wasn't on that call. Man, where is not a coincidence at, bro, when you need not a coincidence? That boy Vino looks silly. Them people in the chat ain't gonna help you out, boy. Show and prove. Show and prove, coward. That's exactly what you is. You a coward. That's why you got all them deaths, because you a coward. You got 1,000 deaths. Ain't nothing soldieristic about you. Absolutely nothing soldieristic about you. Fucking coward. Straight up. Hey, real quick, it's 40 minutes. So I ain't even really gonna do this to y'all. But I just wanted to kind of like you know what, I am gonna do it. Fuck it. I'm finna do it. Hold on. Your mother, bitch. You got so much to say, nigga. Speak nothing about what you got going on. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear this. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear this. Drop that 1 in the chat if you can hear this.
Welcome to Slavery and Its Legacies, a podcast of the Gilder Lehrman Center for the Study of Slavery, Resistance, and Abolition. Slavery and Its Legacies interviews visiting scholars, activists, and others about their contributions to the understanding of slavery, past and present, and its ongoing role in the development of the modern world.
Hello, this is Tom Thurston, and today I'm speaking with my good friend, Joe Apala. Joe is originally from Oklahoma. He was, up until just a couple years ago, I think, professor at James Madison University in Virginia. And we've had a long history of working together on various projects around the Gullah people of South Carolina and Georgia, Sierra Leone, and others. But today he's going to begin by talking about the Black Seminole. So in some ways he's returning to his birthplace of Oklahoma. And as I usually ask people, Joe, first of all, it's great to have you here.
Thank you.
How did you come to the subject of the Black Seminole people?
In a very roundabout way. I had learned about the Gullah people in college. One of the anthropology courses I took touched on that subject very briefly. But like so many people, just learning about a group of people in the United States who've preserved a great deal of their African heritage and their language and culture, even very briefly, I was fascinated by the subject. I remember going to the university.
Y'all heard what he said, right? African American culture. Listen to him.
Found the Gullah people of South Carolina and Georgia, Sierra Leone, and others. But today he's going to begin by talking about the Black Seminole. So in some ways he's returning to his birthplace of Oklahoma. And as I usually ask people, Joe, first of all, it's great to have you here.
Thank you.
How did you come to the subject of the Black Seminole people?
In a very roundabout way. I had learned about the Gullah people in college. One of the anthropology courses I took touched on that subject very briefly. But like so many people, just learning about a group of people in the United States who've preserved a great deal of their African heritage and their language and culture. Even very, very briefly, I was fascinated by the subject. I remember going to the university library then back in the 1970s, and there just wasn't much there. But then I graduated from college and applied to the Peace Corps, and they sent me to Sierra Leone. And I, of course, had no idea that there was a connection between the Gullah and Sierra Leone when I got there. But I went to the university library in Sierra Leone at Fort Bay College,
yeah.
and I found a very important book by Lorenzo Turner, African American linguist, who wrote the first really important work on the Gullah people and their language.
One more time. Who was that person?
And a very important book by Lorenzo Turner, African American linguist.
Lorenzo Turner. Very important book by Lorenzo Turner, an African American linguist. What are we doing? What are we doing? Really, what are we doing? What are we doing here? At the end of the day, what the are we doing here? Let's go.
Who wrote the first really important work on the Gullah people and their language. And I found, among other things, that doing research among the Gullah, he had actually interviewed a lady who knew a song in the Mende language of Sierra Leone. And he had also found many proper names as well as words in everyday use in Gullah that came from Sierra Leonean languages.
So we have someone who did linguistic work on this subject matter. And then we got a motherfucker in the chat named Vino who think he finna artificially inseminate us with his ignorance by sitting here running down some dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? He finna sit here and run down some dumb shit. And try to convince us when we got experts out here doing the work, telling us exactly who the Gullah are.
And I immediately was excited about
absolutely.
this. And I also found some very interesting articles that had been written in Britain by a young graduate student in linguistics whose name was Ian Hancock. And Hancock had looked at Turner's work and had looked at some other information and said, wait, there's so much linguistic connection between the Gullah and Sierra Leonean indigenous languages, but also the Creole language, English-based Creole that's spoken in Sierra Leone. And this was back in the 1960s. And he was saying, we really don't have the historical knowledge yet to explain the why. But in terms of the linguistic connection, there's no doubt about it. And I would later learn that new scholarship was coming out in the mid-1970s, particularly Peter Wood's book, Black Majority, that actually did show what this connection was all about in historical terms.
Right.
So I finished the Peace Corps, I returned to the United States, and having looked at these articles, I had at first an idea that maybe I would do a master's in linguistics, looking at the Gullah language in particular. I thought I had a leg up on that since I had learned to speak Creole in Sierra Leone. So I called Ian Hancock, linguist, at the University of Texas. He spent his whole career at the University of Texas. And I told him I had read his articles, I admired them greatly, and I really wanted to do my master's thesis on the Gullah language. And he said, excuse me, he said, where did you tell me you're calling from? And I said, Oklahoma. And then he said, well, no, if you're in Oklahoma, you don't need to go to South Carolina and Georgia to study Gullah. There are people speaking Gullah right there in Oklahoma. And I said, really? And immediately what came to mind is I had made a bad decision.
Yeah, you were wanting to get out of having seen.
No, it's
Sierra
not. It's
Leone,
not.
or-
It's not my notoriously bad opinion of my native state that's the issue here. The thing is that I had concluded from his writings that Ian Hancock was a really smart guy.
Oh, I see.
And I thought, this guy is the guy I want for my mentor. And him telling me that Gullah was spoken in Oklahoma, I realized he's nuts. And I was trying gracefully
Right,
to end the phone
back
call.
out of the phone conversation.
and he could tell what my reaction was. And he said, look, I'm going to give you 2 books. And at that time, there were only 2 books on the subject, and neither were very good. I'm going to give you the names of 2 books. Read the books, and if you're interested, call me back. And I did. I sort of grudgingly took down the titles, and got off the phone. And I think I just ignored the whole encounter for a couple of weeks, and then I went and got the books, and read them, and I was just absolutely blown away, to use the expression of my generation. And I remember telling my girlfriend at the time about what I was learning about these Black Seminoles, and she later told me she thought I had gone insane. The story just didn't make any sense at all. You know, what you have is a story of enslaved people in the Gullah area, in South Carolina and Georgia, some of them escaping into the Florida wilderness. At a time when most of the indigenous Indian population had been wiped out by a combination of diseases brought from Africa, yellow fever, malaria, and Europe, smallpox. So that vast tropical peninsula was basically denuded of its human occupation.
So this is in the colonial era and early 19th century?
This is in the early 1700s.
Oh, okay.
And the Spanish had really used Florida as a military buffer against the British. And they had brought the Indians together into missions that were economically useful, but also the Indians could be brought together as a kind of militia.
The Fort Mose story.
Yes.
In it, yeah.
And well, not really. Fort Mose is later. Initially, they just wanted to use the indigenous peoples and thought, and it was enough for them. But the Indians died out by a combination of these diseases and raids by South Carolina colonists. And by around 1715, probably a little bit earlier, the Spanish had literally no means of protecting their colony, and the Indians were virtually all dead. And so the Spanish issued proclamations saying, if you're a renegade Indian, that is, if you're from a faction that doesn't agree with the larger tribe or larger group, or if you're an enslaved person, come down to Florida and you're free. And they didn't really particularly care how people came down or who came down. They just wanted to repopulate the area with people who were hostile to the British.
So as a buffer.
As a buffer. The mission system had worked for them for a long time. It was broken. They realized they were not going to ever be able to put that back together. So they really essentially wanted to populate their colony with hostiles, with people who would be hostile to British encroachment. Fort Mose gets a lot of attention. Just north of St. Augustine, they constructed this fort, and they brought in Black people who had escaped down there and formed them into a kind of militia, uniformed militia, and they were well motivated and they fought well. But so much attention has been given to it because there's a historical record there. Yeah. There's a lot of primary sources on that, and archaeologists have excavated the site as well. But most of the Black people who went down there were not willing to be regimented in that fashion. They were probably all Gullahs, and most of them simply went into the wilderness. And they had some real great advantages, including their ability to grow rice.
Right.
And various other tropical crops as well. And they retained their Gullah language, of course, and retained their agricultural skills. The Indians who came down, most people just assumed they were all of the same tribe. They, in fact, represented many different tribes and many different languages. And the word Seminole is, in fact, a corruption of the Spanish word cimarron, or maroon. Exactly. Yeah. So as I say, there are many different languages and many different groups, and the Indians tended to settle into towns and communities based on their language groups, as did the blacks.
Right.
And so, what you had between the Gullas and the various Native American populations, what developed there was a kind of multi-ethnic, biracial coalition of people who had the same goal in mind, which is to retain their freedom down there.
Can I get back to the language and kind of creating this multiracial community? Is the Gullah that is spoken in the Sea Islands, is it largely staying in place, or is it evolving and incorporating languages from a variety of different sources?
Well, we've kind of gotten ahead of the story, but to answer that question, I'll have to say that the Black Seminoles there in Florida and their Indian allies fought a number of wars against the United States and its effort to enter into Florida. And as a result of that, there was a kind of diaspora on the part of both the Seminoles and their Black comrades. The Seminoles, some of them wound up actually going into Cuba and the Bahamas. The Cuban group is gone. There's no remnant of them to be found, other than in documents. The Bahamian group, though, they still live in a rural part of one of the main islands, and they have still kept their identity as Black Seminoles. They call themselves Black Indians. But there was another diaspora, that much larger one, that went west into what is now Oklahoma, and some part of that group remained in Oklahoma. Others in 1850 actually crossed down went across Texas and settled in northern Mexico with the permission of the Mexican government. And then after Civil War and emancipation, part of that Mexican group came back into the United States, into Texas, at the invitation of the U.S. cavalry. So these communities all still exist. Gullah is still spoken to some extent. Let's put it that way. There are at least recent memories of it in Oklahoma. I think some older people, in fact, I know some older people in Texas still speak it. And I think in Mexico, again, it's something that people remember and can quote from it. But there's nobody, I don't think, living in Mexico who still is a fluent Gullah speaker. Professor Hancock was the one who discovered the fact that the Texas Black Seminoles, who called themselves Seminole Scouts because of their service in the military, he was the one who discovered that they actually were still speaking Gullah, and he has called their language Afro-Seminole Creole. But it's very, very close to Gullah, and I think what you'd have to say is that it has evolved a little bit. There's some structures in there that probably are new and didn't exist in the Gullah their ancestors spoke. But basically, I think you'd have to say it's a conservative form of Gullah. They've been isolated a long time from the main body of Gullah speakers, and so
they've retained a lot of
African grammatical structures, and it looks like, let's put it this way, it looks like the Gullah that was collected in stories in the 19th century.
Could you give me a few examples of words that might have been familiar to a Texas Seminole, say 50, 100 years ago, that would have fallen out of favor?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'll give you one. I was just there. Professor Hancock took me down to the Scouts community in Texas. I'd never been there before, although I had met some of their people outside of Texas. I was astonished by one word in particular that they are still using.
Oh, wow.
You don't have to go back 50 years. The gentleman I spoke to used the word "wise" for the interrogative "where." So in Gullah, you would say "way de guine," where are you going? But in Afro-Seminole Creole, you say "wise de guine," where are you going? What really astonished me about that is that "usai" is the interrogative for where in Sierra Leone. And so what they had there was obviously a very old and conservative word that the Gullahs themselves have forgotten. but which is still present in Sierra Leone in West Africa.
That's fascinating.
It
So
is,
they
yeah.
really have been a kind of like a
Very conservative.
Yeah,
in their,
yeah,
in
exactly.
their language. It's sort of like Appalachian English,
Right, right.
containing old words. And let me say too, Hancock also went down into Mexico, and he found that they had some loanwords from African languages, including Temne, which is a language spoken widely in Sierra Leone.
Sure. So, so I'm assuming.
So again, we 15 minutes into this, and this dude's still here. Instead of making his reactionary video of where he claims that he gonna refute some shit, he's still here. And because he's still here, he has a problem with what's being said here without even properly analyzing what is actually being said. What is this dude saying? Is there any truth? Could this shit be verified or substantiated by this dude? Instead of looking at that, this motherfucker's in the chat crying. Bro, the man literally said not so much spoken by Oklahoma as it is in a few other places. And then he named the places where people still, you can still find them loan words and shit. This is what you don't like. You don't like the truth. You don't like the truth at all. Because the man ain't got no dog in the fight. Like literally no dog in the fight. But you got a dumbass nigga in the chat that think he knows something and don't know a fucking thing. Because he knows. You just sit here and made claims about the Gullah that you can't even prove. And you got corrected on some real shit. Straight up. Because your dumbass don't know no better, bro. You can't sit here and make the claims that you're making against the things that you're doing without evidence. The dude literally telling us what's up. He literally telling us what's up, bro. So there's no way possible.
That the Florida wars with the U.S. government, and as a result, it sounds like of a negotiated peace, so that the Seminoles, the Indians, and their African American allies in the area are not captured and re-enslaved. They're being given safe passage as part of a deal to these various places. Is that including the Bahamas and Cuba, or how did that all work out?
Well, there were two wars that they were involved in particular. The first Seminole War is when Andrew Jackson marched in and essentially took Florida for the United States, and some of the Black Seminoles at that point migrated to Cuba and to the Bahamas. But the Second Seminole War was a much bigger thing. It lasted about 6 years. It's one of the longest wars in American history. And it just sort of went on endlessly. It was a guerrilla war in which the Black Seminoles really were the spearhead of the Seminole forces. And the American army just simply could not crush them, no matter how hard they tried. What the commanding general, Jessup, at one point, wrote back to the War Department and said, "Gentlemen, be assured this is a Negro and not an Indian war." And he complained that there was too much influence on the part of the blacks over the Indian leaders, that the Indians would never agree to emigrate west unless the blacks agreed as well. And of course, the Black Seminoles were not going to agree to that because they feared if outside of their context in Florida, they would be enslaved. And of course, the interesting thing about them is many of them by the 1830s had been born in freedom, maybe their parents, maybe even their grandparents. So they could not imagine surrendering. So you basically had a standoff. And the American soldiers who fought them came over a period of time to really admire them. One captain who wrote his memoirs of the war said, he said, 10 armed Negroes with a knowledge of the frontier are sufficient to set it afire from one end to the other. So they appreciated them. And what you see also is they had, aside from their fighting skills and the fact that they could feed themselves well, they also had an African resistance to malaria and yellow fever that neither the Indians nor the white folks fighting them had.
One more time. One more time. One more time.
Are sufficient to set it.
Here goes the Africanness in the Black Seminoles, ladies and gentlemen, using the evidence that I wanted to bring up a little bit earlier. This Negro just said it.
The fire from one end to the other. So they appreciated them. And what you see also is they had, aside from their fighting skills and the fact that they could feed themselves well, they also had an African resistance to malaria and yellow fever that neither the Indians nor the white folks fighting them had.
An African resistance to malaria that neither the Indians nor white folks had. Every time we have that, we talk that talk. Every time we talk that talk about this key point, none of you have the information it takes to disqualify the argument because you ain't got it. You don't have it. Stop the lying and the making up shit. You ain't got it. You don't. Because if you had it, we would have heard it by now. This is how we know the Africanness in the people. Because of your resistance against malaria. Dumb one.
An Army medical doctor who examined the Black Seminoles before they traveled west, and a doctor who had treated many American soldiers with tropical fevers. Yeah. Many of them died. He, in his own memoir, he said, "These are the finest looking people I've ever seen." And after years of fighting, they were still in great physical condition, which was a stark contrast to the American soldiers. More American soldiers died of malaria than did of gunshot wounds or battle wounds.
Right.
So they were very outstanding in that regard. And what happened is the Congress actually sold the Black Seminoles to slave speculators, anticipating that the Army would win this war and wanting to pay the war debt. And the Army just turned these guys away. They came down to Florida with their bills of sale. Yeah, and they just turned them away. Said, "You go back to Congress, deal with them on this," because that just was not going to work. The Army was really desperate to bring this thing to an end, and they did finally negotiate with the Black Seminoles there. And they allowed them, amazingly, to migrate from Tampa Bay to New Orleans and up the Mississippi River, then up the Arkansas River into what would become Indian Territory or Oklahoma. But they allowed them to travel free, of course, with their families, with their personal possessions, and with their weapons in their hands.
This is in the Deep South with slavery, an entrenched institution.
Exactly. And indeed, when they passed through the state of Arkansas, the governor sent an urgent message to the president of the United States asking what the Army is doing, escorting armed Negroes through his state. But the situation in Florida was simply unprecedented. It was much more like the maroon phenomena that you get throughout the Caribbean basin and in Brazil. It was something that Americans were just totally unfamiliar with. In their own territory, these Black folks were totally in charge. In fact, their leader at that time, Abraham, was known in Muskogee or Creek language. He was known as Suanafe Tastanagi, which means essentially field marshal, commanding general. It's the highest military rank that the Seminoles acknowledged. So they were very, very powerful.
So are they given land and do they join those native groups that have been moved into Indian territory and given land and to settle?
They found themselves in a very dangerous situation they were not accustomed to. The army had helped them leave and helped them leave free, but now they were in a very dangerous position. This is the period, of course, of the so-called five civilized tribes,
Right, yeah.
Making the Trail of Tears. They were all from the South. And what most people don't know is that aside from the Seminoles, the other groups, the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw Creek, their elite came with enslaved black folks.
Right.
And they intended to set up the same kind of plantation economy based on slavery in Indian territory if they could. And it was a threat to their interests when they saw the bonds of brotherhood and equality
Right.
between the Seminole leadership and the especially the leaders of the black group that came west. Today we say black Seminoles. At that time they called themselves Estalusti, which in Creek just means black or black people. And so the Creeks in particular, Creeks and the Seminoles spoke the same language. They were absolutely determined that the Seminole leadership was going to actually enslave their black comrades. And at one point, the Creeks, an armed band of Creeks, came to the largest black settlement and demanded that the black folks there surrender their weapons. They said absolutely not, and it was a standoff, an armed standoff, and the Creeks finally backed off. But many of the black Seminoles saw the handwriting on the wall. They realized that their position there was not sustainable. They were, after all, they were not in a forest environment anymore.
It's
They
a
were in the
different
open
terrain.
plains.
Yeah.
They actually tried to plant rice there. They brought seed. It didn't work for them. But what they did is they decided they had to do as they did in Florida, which is to get across another international border. Slavery was not legal.
And what
in Mexico.
decade, what years is
Well,
this
they
going back?
arrived about 1838.
Okay.
And by 1850, they decided to go. There was an Indian or Seminole leader they trusted, and they thought he might become chief. He did not achieve that goal, and his name was Wildcat. Wildcat and some of his followers, and a new black Seminole leader named Gopher John, or John Horse, and his followers. They crossed. They went on horseback with their families.
Yo, shout out to the one and only Vasa for putting us up on Gopher. Vasa put us up on Gopher, y'all. Vino didn't put us up on Gopher. Vasa did. Vasa came through with the real facts. Real facts.
Their possessions. Were after all, they were not in a forest environment anymore.
It's
They
a
were in the
different
open
terrain.
plains.
Yeah.
They actually tried to plant rice there. They brought seed. It didn't work for them. But what they did is they decided they had to do as they did in Florida, which is to get across another international border. Slavery was not legal.
And what
in
decade,
Mexico.
what years is
Well,
this
they
going back?
arrived about 1838.
Okay.
And by 1850, they decided to go. There was an Indian or Seminole leader they trusted, and they thought he might become chief. He did not achieve that goal, and his name was Wildcat. Wildcat and some of his followers, and a new black Seminole leader named Gopher John, or John Horse, and his followers. They crossed. They went on horseback with their families, their possessions, all the way across Texas and crossed the Rio Grande into desert territory in northern Mexico. On the way, they were attacked by Indians, Comanches, I believe, and some of them were killed, and that caused a kind of blood feud. And when they got into Mexico, the Mexican government granted them land and said, if you will help us fight off the Indian raiders on our frontier here, the same Indians were attacking in Texas, you're free to this land, and be in possession of it as long as you want. And they were, needless to say, very good at that.
Right.
And they had become a kind of professional warriors.
Right.
at
And
this point.
adjusting along the way. I mean, at this point, I assume that the horse is an important part of their kind of their lifestyle on the plains.
Even
and all.
in Florida
as well. Oh.
They were using horses in Florida.
Okay.
And they became so famous at this because, I mean, neither the Mexican government nor the U.S. government was very successful at this period in fighting off the Comanches and Apaches on the Texas-Mexico frontier. So after the Civil War ended, the cavalry actually sent some people down into Mexico to ask the Black Seminoles if any of them would like to return to the United States and join the cavalry. Earlier, I should say, before the Civil War, the Texas Rangers charged down there to try to break up their settlements because some Black folks there were escaping.
As is done when you have Black Seminoles to the south of you.
And to the south of you, and across an international border. And I have the Texas Rangers were routed. There was simply no other word for it. They were driven back across the border, and they never attempted it again. But now the situation obviously had changed after the Civil War, and some of them agreed to come. Now, they did not become Buffalo Soldiers. The Army proposed to them to form a unit of scouts, the same role that Indians played, and they actually formed a unit whose official name was the Seminole Negro Indian Scouts in 1870. And within just a few years, 3 of them had won the Congressional Medal of Honor.
That's amazing.
In a single engagement with the Comanche Indians along the Pecos River. And by the way, the engagement is like something out of an old John Wayne movie. It's their officer had his horse shot out from under him, and a circle of Indians were riding around him, and he was trying to stay not be shot by their guns. I think he was using the carcass of his horse to help protect him. And 2 of the scouts took positions behind a boulder and fired at the Indian circle to distract them. And a 3rd, on horseback, broke through the circle of Indians, raised up the officer, got him back on his horse, and then charged through that circle again. And 3 of them, as I say, won the Medal of Honor.
So were they given how large was the group? I assume that many brought families as well. Were they given land? Did they see? Had they a portion then relocated once they crossed and were helping the Army in the wars in the West, or were they kind of hired out and then left to their own devices after?
I am no expert on what went on down there, but I have the impression they were soldiers. And so they had their quarters, they had areas that were allotted to them for themselves and for their families. But the fort, I think, was largely abandoned after their group, I think, was dismantled early in the 20th century. Right. And I think the fort was largely abandoned, and they obtained some land in that area where they still live. When Professor Hancock went down there, in the 1970s, he went to a little town very close to the fort called Bracketville. And somebody had actually come to his office at the University of Texas, had read about him in the newspaper and his interest in Pidgin and Creole languages, and said, "You want to study a Pidgin or Creole language, you need to go to Bracketville." So he walked into the
He must have been just as dubious about that as you'd been originally.
Probably, although Hancock has done some pretty crazy things in his life and found things that you would never imagine in various parts of the world. But he said he walked into the only little cafe in town and just ordered a cup of coffee. And it was strange to see a white guy walk in there. And he said he just drank his coffee and pretended not to notice anything. And he said they were clearly speaking Gullah. And he had done his doctoral dissertation on Creole, but he had written articles comparing Creole and Gullah, and he had a working knowledge of the language. And he looked up and said a couple of sentences in Gullah, and he said there was just total silence. And finally, the lady who owned the cafe said to him, "Just sit there. Do not move." And he said she picked up the phone and called everybody in town, which didn't take very long. Right. And everybody wanted to know, how is this possible? They their historical memory began with Florida. They had no narrative
Right.
before
Right.
Florida, and so they had no knowledge of the existence of the Gullah, and they thought they were the only people in the world speaking the language, which they called Tut or flat talk. And they like the Gullahs. It was something that they used in their community, but not with outsiders. So they had no reason to believe that anybody in the world, would recognize that language, but them.
Now, you have some wonderful stories of Sierra Leoneans speaking Creole coming in, meeting with Gullah people of the Sea Islands, and again, this sense of astonishment that there are people that speak an understandable language. That and I'm sure the feeling was mutual. First, might you tell an example of that? And I guess I'm asking too because I wonder if you've had an opportunity to bring together Gullah people and Black Seminoles.
Yeah, it was my privilege. In 1989, I was able to organize what was called the Gullah Homecoming to Sierra Leone. I had the Sierra Leone government was involved, and the United States Embassy in Sierra Leone as well. And what we did is we brought a group of Gullah folks from South Carolina and Georgia. They were basically community leaders, but all of them deeply immersed in the culture, and a group of Black Seminole leaders. Actually, two Black Seminole leaders
wonderful.
from Oklahoma, and they were actually on the Seminole Tribal Council at that time, and they came together to Sierra Leone for a 1 week homecoming, and it was a national event. They were
Oh, what happened? What happened? Say it again. What happened?
Mitchell. First, might you tell an example of that? And I guess I'm asking too because I wonder if you've had an opportunity to bring together Gullah people and Black Seminoles.
Yeah, it was my privilege. In 1989, I was able to organize what was called the Gullah Homecoming to Sierra Leone. I had the Sierra Leone government was involved, and the United States Embassy in Sierra Leone as well. And what we did is we brought a group of Gullah folks from South Carolina and Georgia. They were basically community leaders, but all of them deeply immersed in the culture, and a group of Black Seminole leaders. Actually, two Black Seminole leaders from Oklahoma, and they were actually on the Seminole Tribal Council at that time, and they came together to Sierra Leone for a 1 week homecoming, and it was a national event. They were invited by the president of Sierra Leone, and I remember there was a state dinner, and of course rice was served, the local rice dishes, and it was dreamlike to me because I'm sitting there in State House, the center of power in Sierra Leone, with my Black Seminole friends from Oklahoma, I knew well, and Gullah friends that I had also knew quite well, and listening to them speak Gullah to each other, and also listening to them comment on how similar or dissimilar this or that rice dish is to one that they had. And in fact, I spent the entire week with them, and we harvested rice in a rice field and traveled through the country doing various things. And I was with them the whole time, listening to them discuss the similarities between the culture there in Sierra Leone and their own, and then the similarities between their own two cultures. And basically, I mean, they had been separated for at least 150 years, their two communities. And to watch them come together in the rice growing area of West Africa was an amazing experience. They all felt extremely at home. They all felt that they belonged there.
Yeah, it's a wonderful story.
Yeah. And let me say too, I was involved after Hancock convinced me of this connection. I actually went to the Seminole County, to the area where they live. And I had no real introductions at that point. my goal was basically at first just to find out if they were still speaking this language.
Right.
Hancock had not been to Oklahoma. He felt that they probably were in the same situation as the scouts in Texas and probably knew Gullah, at least the older people.
Uh-huh.
And so I didn't know Gullah at that point. And I just thought, well, Sierra Leone Creole is close enough. And can you imagine going into a rural part of Oklahoma where I'd never been before, determined to speak a language I'd learned in Africa to people right there in my home state. And my strategy was, if they look at me like I'm crazy, I'll know they have no context for this. I was pretty sure they wouldn't talk to me in Afro-Seminole. But if they sort of look at me like, what is he up to?
Right.
No fear, just curiosity. Probably that was a good sign. So I saw several teenagers, and I just got out of the car and came up and greeted them, and they didn't look that surprised. And then I shifted to English, and I said, have you ever heard anybody speak like this? And they were quiet for a while. And then one of the boys said, well, my grandpa talks a bit like that. I said, really? I said, can you give me an example? And he said, yeah, he never tells you to turn off the light. He says to hatch the light. And in Sierra Leone, that's ot the light. And I thought that's pretty similar.
Oh, boy.
And it made me a little bit bold. And I went to a house. And I saw a house that was basically a cabin. And I walked up to the porch. I had been warned by some black folks in Seminole, in the town of Seminole. They don't like strangers out there. And as a white person in particular, they're not going to see you there. And so an elderly man came out, and I told him I was I was a grad student at the University of Oklahoma and what I was doing. And he looked at me and he said, I don't think you're here to do anything bad, but you have to understand that, he said, there had been lynchings here within living memory.
Right.
And he said, it's not safe for you, and you really shouldn't be coming here. And he said it to me in such an unthreatening way, almost like an elder just,
Right.
wanting to advise me. I had to take it seriously. And I went back to Oklahoma City, where I lived, happy at what I'd learned, but at the same time thinking breaking in with those folks may not be possible.
Right.
And then I learned, it's a long story, that they were in fact suing the Seminole Nation, or in the process of bringing some sort of action against them, because at that point the Indians on the tribal council were refusing to share any of the federal benefits with either the black
Right.
members of the council or the larger group of black Seminoles in the area. And their lawyers needed a historian who could lay out the history to show in particular that the black members of the Seminole tribe had fought just as hard, in my view, harder than the Indians had. I wouldn't say harder. They had a greater capacity to fight in Florida than probably anyone did at
Right.
that period. And they needed somebody who could make that case historically. And so I found out who their lawyer was. I went to see him, and he said, I can introduce you to them. In fact, we need your help. But if they don't like you, they're just not going to let me
Right.
bring you in. And he arranged for me to give a talk on what I knew of their history up to that point to a group of their elders. I gave the talk, and I had some slides to show. And to my surprise, there were no questions. And they sort of marched out of the room and held a conference among themselves. And it was at a small college in Seminole County, and I sat on a bench in the hall, just waiting like an expectant father, know. And they filed out and went to their cars and went home after just a brief discussion with the lawyer. And he came over and just patted me on the head and said, "You're in." And he said, and it'll be a trial. He said, he was a local state senator. He said, "Joe, it's going to be a trial by fire." And I said, "Why is that?" And he said, "They want you to present the same history to the full tribal council with all the Seminole leaders there."
And that was just the audition.
That was just the audition. And he said, "Joe, it's not going to be pretty." And he said, "Are you up to this?" And I said, I'll do it. And I had one meeting with the community, which was lovely. And they started inviting me into their homes then. And I was kind of astonished by the rice dishes that they served me.
Ah.
And then we had this confrontation in the tribal council, and there was so much yelling in Creek, angry yelling. I was quite afraid to get up and speak, but they agreed, and the lawyer just patted me on the shoulder and said, "Joe, give them both barrels, then duck for the arrows." And so I got up, and I mean, I told him, the story of what the generals had said, and how, that the blacks had been the spear point, and that, they provided a major force to protect Seminole lands during the war. And I got it through about 5 minutes of it. And there were some racial insults that were yelled from the group. And then they charged us, literally. They grabbed me, and they grabbed the lawyer, and they grabbed the 6 black councilmen, and literally just held us up off the ground, and marched us through the door of the council house, and literally tossed us on the ground, and then immediately locked the door. And I was told that they came back in, and they passed a resolution that a lawyer would never enter that council house again. But it made the front page of the Oklahoma City Times, and it helped the cause of the Black Seminoles a lot. It got the public's attention for the first time.
So, what was the outcome of that battle?
It just became endless.
That's crazy that this white man went up there and helped the Black Seminoles out, but we ain't never hear this shit coming up out of this quote unquote Black Seminole in the chat that just keep running his mouth, typing 1,000 miles an hour, trying to argue with everybody in the chat about something. And he just keeps making up stuff, and he ain't got no business to stand on. And here you go, this man comes over here, does something that benefits Black Seminoles, and this nigga don't know nothing about it. And they ain't even eating gullah dishes. Pseudo ass nigga over there, false flagging.
And they have not had, unfortunately, support of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, or in the end, because of a lot of legal maneuvering,
Right.
and changes that they were helpless to stop in the Constitution among the Seminoles, they essentially just had to give it up. Give up that effort to get federal benefits.
Right.
In the process, though, I guess the one good thing that's come out of it is that they're very much more self-aware now.
Yeah, of course.
And the younger people, especially coming up, are working very hard to make people in Oklahoma aware of who they are.
Right.
Well, it damn sure ain't Vino trying to help the community and show Black people who they are, because he trying to take the Africanness up out the Black Seminoles. And you can't do that, player. The white man says you can't do that, player. Africa got everything to do with you.
And why they're important.
And that kind of is my last question, really, is I'm familiar with the Gullah people of South Carolina and Georgia, and the struggles they've gone through recently to retain their culture, and how they're embattled by struggle over retaining land. Land is very important, but also, of course, a sense of community. Many of them are kind of dispersed. It's hard to find work. It's hard to kind of maintain themselves. How is the situation for the Black Seminoles of Texas and Oklahoma? Are they kind of going through, what's the prognosis?
I don't live in Oklahoma anymore, though I went there recently. When I was there, I spoke to a Black Seminole woman who's one of the most powerful state senators in the state. And I was very, very impressed by her. I met and I spoke to her daughter as well, who's in her 20s, and who's like an activist now. My impression is that people are doing well.
Good.
Though they've moved out of that rural area. They're probably mostly in Oklahoma City at this point.
Yeah.
So I think economically they're doing well. And I don't know what to say except that what a change. I mean, when I was with them in the 70s, nobody knew who they were. And they themselves, beyond a few top leaders, were not, and they in fact, they let their lawyer handle pretty much everything. But now, so many of the young people, they're going to schools and doing various things to acquaint people in Oklahoma with who they are and why their history is so important. And I should say, too, there have been exchanges. Some of the Black Seminoles from Oklahoma and Texas have gone to cultural festivals, Gullah cultural festivals,
wonderful.
in South Carolina and Georgia, and very well received. I should add, many people among the Gullah know who they are now. And some Gullah folks have not only gone to Oklahoma, they've also gone down to Texas and even into Mexico to meet the people there. So 150 years or more of isolation from one another, that's totally broken.
It's it's a wonderful story. It's a wonderful American story, and it's really a wonderful Atlantic world story.
Yes, yes, it is.
Can you recommend anyone who's interested in the topic some readings that they might have?
Well, one book in particular I'd recommend called The Black Seminoles by Kenneth Wiggins Porter. And it's a University of Florida Press book. And it has a fantastic bibliography, I might add.
Well, thanks so much, Joe. It's great having you. We're going to have you back again. And I should close by saying you're going to be instrumental in a wonderful international teachers institute that we're building with teachers here in Connecticut and teachers in Sierra Leone that you're going to be a part of. So thanks for being here, my friend.
Oh, my pleasure. I'm looking forward to the project.
Slavery. Mm-hmm. See, that's how it goes. That dude don't know nothing. So Gullah.
Yeah. What go on?
Not much. So what you think about what that white man had to say about the Gullah Geechee?
Bro, that was a very dope. That was some dope information, bro. I mean, I
Did
ain't
he
heard
not
nothing where I had to correct or argue with. You feel me?
Yep, but did he not tie the migration that you was just talking about together?
Absolutely.
Do you know
Absolutely.
why your ass in South Carolina would be at a whole situation in Oklahoma?
And even transit out to goddamn Mexico. And not for nothing, you can say black folk went from South Carolina to Florida to Trinidad, then to goddamn Sierra Leone. You can add that too with the goddamn Americans in Trinidad. It's part of our family too, to my cousins. The whole Barbados shit too. So yeah, but that's going off the topic. But yeah, man, dude spoke fact show. Joseph Opala, anthropologist, man. You feel me?
You know who he is, right? Because you said his name before.
And but one thing they always leave out that I gotta always mention, as far as the historical context and connection, he had to go to Emory Campbell, that black Gullah man that run the Penn Center down there in St. Helena. You feel
Yeah.
me? Tie all to put all the dot every I, cross every T. You feel me? For sure.
He definitely relied on the black man for that.
Hell yeah,
We
man.
joined by this ignorant ass nigga again. I don't know what he want.
I'm trying to see if Najee gonna pull up or this gonna type me to death, because these motherfuckers is retarded. I'm already done with V-Note.
Yeah, what's up with it, nigga? You in the city? You talking a lot of shit, nigga.
Are you dumb or not, bro? When I was there, you got them apologize. The fuck? I
Nigga,
don't
hey,
represent
nigga,
Oklahoma,
hey.
nigga. I'm a Gullah nigga, bro.
You
The
got
fuck
you got the
talking
wrong
about?
kind of energy.
Yeah, man. Like, what the information at, bro? Do you have anything to present in regards to what you just been hearing the past, 2 hours? Technically longer than that, because you've been live for damn near 6.
I have.
So what information that V not? Leave the crack pipes, leave the goddamn needles, wherever you at, bro. You said you over there at the Prince Hall shit. All I know is goddamn junkies and homeless people be over there. So leave that shit where you at. Come on the panel with some information.
Who is the Niji guy? Oh, he sued off with the name Niji.
Yeah, you already know. This
Yeah,
dude trying to say
he
that the Geechee is fucking some Aboriginal shit.
nah, he lying.
For sure.
That's Dane Calloway doctrine.
No. Pseudo 101. He a freshman in the class.
Mm-hmm.
Because Queen Quet will show, improve, and document where you got cargoes coming, the GIDZI tribe. You know, like what they trying to spit right there is some outdated 1960s type job or whatever the fuck. So, yeah. Got to update your info, brother. Actually learn Gullah culture, Gullah history. Because in the same video, Queen Quet talking about breaking down the flag and what each color represents, so on and so forth. How the tree is made up out of bodies, representing the ancestors. The blue is for the waterways, 'cause that's our bloodline back to where we come from, so on and so forth. She go over clearly where Gullah come from, where Geechee come from. Ain't no weirdo on the internet gonna tell me no different when it's documented. You feel me?
Yeah.
So people telling you where they come from, what they shit mean, that what it mean. And that's a fact. Can't nobody outside the culture tell you something about the culture. Fuck out
Man,
of here.
when he said Niji, he was dead. I don't care what he say.
What's that? Some Kemet shit or something? Like what need you? What's that?
It's a native word, but it don't mean what they trying to make it mean. They trying to make Niji mean like Negro. It's some
Oh,
linguistic pseudo.
Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Pseudo linguistics. Okay.
But it's Dane Calloway work. He ain't coming on here. He's scared.
Melanated, yeah, you right. That's the Gullah word for turtle. Cuda. That's a fact. That's a fact. You can spell it like that or another kind of way. I'll accept both. Hell yeah.
That's the name of her snapping turtle between her thighs.
Oh, yeah, you fucking yeah. Yo, you hell, bro. You hell. What up, old girl? What's that with you, brother? Man, that shit is international name for friend. Yeah, all right, cool. That sound good. Sound like some fucking pseudo linguistics to me.
He ain't hit that link yet.
That what I'm saying, bro. He got a lot to talk about. I just want to see where he from, and we can go from there. Because he come off so authoritatively as far as the Gullah Geechee subject matter. I'm trying to see where he from, who he talk to, what elders he got done converse with, what book he read, what documentary, whatever the case may be, bro. Because not for nothing, the shit is even on video at this point with the same Joseph Opala and Emery Campbell. Got them going to Sierra Leone and all of that job. You got field recordings from goddamn Lorenzo Dow Turner from what the
Hey,
Twitter
deal with
beat.
it. Deal with it. Deal with it. Deal
Quit
with it.
name is Maya.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Quit name is Maya.
What are you trying to say, bro?
Her name is Marquetta Goodwine, Queen Quet for short, you dickhead. Fuck is you talking about? Her name is Marquetta Goodwine. She's a whole black scholar out this bitch, degrees and everything. Respect her. Talking about some Quet me no, her Quet means short for Marquetta, dumbass. The fuck he talking about? Quet mean Maya. They just make up shit, bro. At this point, you go what? That's crazy. That like Sean P. That like you trying to get you give one of your kids a nickname, or they got a nickname which is just a shortened version of their full name,
Mm-hmm.
and somebody not even kin to you gonna tell you what they name mean.
Bro.
No, what the fuck? I wish she would say that shit in real life. Even her mama will smack you. That's a
Yeah, that
fact.
man, he pseudo all the way. He said the Timney was in the Americas. No, the fuck they wasn't.
The
On what
Timney,
boat?
the Timney. Oh, it was in America before Columbus.
Yeah, he pseudo.
Before what? Show me that. Where at? What state or what we call now a state? Where at? What territory in North America was the Timney Act?
I
That's a
don't know,
bad
bro.
art. All your arguments are bad. You might want to go to the drawing board, bro. Hey, look, I clearly, excuse me, clearly you either like what's it called, a lower classman, you a freshman or a sophomore with this Abo school shit, bro, this Abo University, this pseudo shit. You might want to pipe down a little bit and goddamn, at least goddamn get the playbook together, cause you trash right now, bro. You like 0 for 30 with the goddamn arguments. That's what I'm saying. Him and Vino sharing crack pipe show.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, man. Shout out to my Jamaican brethren. Everything is everything. What going on with you, Bubba? Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, that shit crazy. The name Quet has origins in Mayan culture, bro. Don't nobody give a fuck about no goddamn Mayans, bro. Her name is Marquetta Goodwine. For short, Quet, nigga. Queen Quet. Chiefess of the Gullah Geechee Nation. The head upon the body. Fuck you talking about? Change your name to stupid words. Stupid Najee. That buddy name, yo. I mean, Vino got them dumb and dumb over here with the shit tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Same person that don't want to accept a primary is trying to can't even argue, can't even articulate what a primary is, and yet wants to critique a primary. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Like what the fuck? Bitch got the unmitigated gall to say some dumbass shit like that.
Hey, weird, bro. Ain't nothing else around there. The secret meeting. Ah,
What secret meeting? I might have missed that. What secret meeting?
the Abos had a Zoom meeting.
About what?
Their information, how they views is down, and what was one of the issues.
They did that shit in real life, bro.
Yeah, so they saying that
Hold on, bro. That's
they
news to me. You can't just slide. Hold on, these motherfuckers had a conference call, bro.
yeah, bro.
Niggas had a teams
JoJo
meeting,
came
bro.
on here and told us.
Who?
JoJo came on here and told us, bro.
Who JoJo? He a Abo?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
He be with the smoke with all of them.
Okay. Damn, and they had a secret meeting about how the views down. The goddamn Renee get paid. I don't tell him goddamn Vino, bro. Bet your SSI check, bro. You'll be homeless next month, bro. Let's see if I got them talk to fucking descendants of some real black Seminole or not. Cause we know you haven't. And I'm so with this shit. Let's bet it, bro. You'll be homeless next month. Bet that check. 6 day to kick you out, bro. Let's get it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's bet it, bro. Shit.
I ain't lying.
What
I
you
wish
say?
I wish I was lying. They said they had a secret meeting, bro.
Elephant Island is Egypt. Has Mayan paintings on the wall that structures there.
Well, he choked you up.
Right? Because the nigga said he gonna throw a pearl ball. He doing is cast the swan out this bitch. Like I'm confused here. Yeah, I gotta put the blunt down off that, man. That's some foolery. Yeah, shout out to the Zeke. Yeah, that's a fact, bro. And the crazy thing about it, us Gullah Geechee people, bro, like not for nothing, we got all kinds of Facebook groups, so we be sharing DNA and shit, bro. You'll be surprised of the amount, the high numbers of 90s and better. Some focus even 100%, bro. West Central African, 100%. That's not even an anomaly, like an anomaly, like that, shit. That happens, bro. High 90s, high 80s, shit like that. Shit, last time I checked, that was fucking only had 3% European in me. I was 97 strong. Shit. Fucking the brother name is Brother Perry.
Mm-hmm.
Double O, straight Cameroon. They try to claim him. Like, nah, that don't make sense, bro.
Yep.
Oh, matter of fact, I can strictly just stick to John Horse descendants. I will move not one fucking inch. I guarantee you, bro. And we can bet it up. You will be homeless next month, bro. I swear to God. Let's get it. Let's do it. Make me a liar. I'm sitting there saying I can. Prove I can't, motherfucker. Prove I haven't. Facts. Prove I still don't. Let's get it, bro. I don't gotta move from John Horse. Let's get it.
He hate Vossa told y'all about John Horse.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. If I should have kept that one to himself, cause now us all this niggas, he ain't know shit about no fucking John Horse before before motherfuckers start talking about certain shit. And we heard them same names tonight, bro. Not for
Mhm.
nothing. I only talk about Go for John, but I heard Go for John like that. John Caesar, Abraham. You feel me? Like
Mhm.
make Osceola had a fucking African wife.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, but I heard Go for John. I said, oh shit, okay, yeah, yeah, cause well, that's not like a household name type shit. You
Nope.
feel me? Everybody don't talk about Go for John or Caesar. You feel me? But John Horse and Abraham in the main too. And like, cause like how Buddy said, what title was it? Translated like the field general, field marshal, some shit like that.
Yep.
John Horse was the fucking certified translator and shit, represent them in the fucking in the courthouse and shit like that. You feel me? Like, Buddy's had rank, African descent. Shit, one of the first black folk in goddamn Florida was a fucking Mandingo, man. Shit, then you brought up Fort Mose. Talk about the fucking colonial core,
Mhm.
right? Like, I don't know, man. Vino ain't got shit to stand on. The Najee a fucking goofy. Just put the cheerleader, put the pom poms down at this point. Oh, going what up with that Wilmington shit though? That's a fact though. That's in the corridor. You know what I mean? Deep Gullah African history out there too. People know about it from the 1898 goddamn thing, but shit, I mean they got African cemeteries in Wilmington too. That's a fact. Hey, so Sean P, check this right. It's a professor at Georgia State University named Ras Brown, R-A-S Brown. It's a brother.
Mhm.
For the last 3 years, he's been doing graveyard like research on African territory, specifically in South Carolina, right? Ras
Mhm.
Brown, Georgia State University. So he linked up with this wonderful, beautiful black woman named Deborah Dozier, right? Because
Mhm.
she's from Georgetown. She's a renowned Gullah historian. She just got done doing a lecture last weekend at the Coastal Carolina University, specifically on the Gullah family structure, right? Which is also what she wrote her dissertation on, ironically, in Ohio State University or whatnot. You feel me? But
Mhm.
yeah, and not for nothing, that's my auntie. You
Going in and out.
feel me? Not
Yeah.
this is documented too. I got the meetings, all type of shit. I'm involved in certain shit, bro. So a motherfucker like Vino and Najee who know what the fuck they talking about ain't gonna tell me shit when I'm actually involved in my said culture. You feel me? And deeply rooted in the motherfucker. It ain't just start with me. Come from a long line of goddamn Gullah griots, for real, for real. Keep it funky with you. So yeah,
Mhm.
man, these motherfuckers kiss my ass. Straight up. Quit come from Maya. Bitch, suck a dick. That's the most fool up shit I heard all damn day. And that saying a lot, cause fucking Vino on this motherfucker.
Yep. That's facts.
That shit out of the Midwest, and I'm sorry, but yeah, the education system is failing us as a whole, bro. Cause they did Vino filthy. That fucking school. Between that and the fucking crack he been smoking, bro, he ain't had a chance.
Ninja, you need to chill, bro. I don't need, man. You need to go lay down, bro. You ain't got no evidence for none of that shit you saying, bro. People with evidence is confident. You ain't even, you know what I mean? And sharing their information, trying to edify people.
And they just be
You ain't
talking.
trying to edify, bro. You just trying to, yeah, you trying to just Change the whole shit.
You ain't talking about nothing. You ain't bringing nothing to the table. You got beat up on goddamn the Geechee River. You getting beat up on Queen Quet. I mean, make it make sense, dog.
Yeah, bro. You just wasting people time, bro. I know I dropped that link like 4 times though.
Oh yeah, for sure. He
He
ain't want
ain't
to come.
that motherfucker at all.
Vino, there's not one John Horst descendant that agree with you that's living or deceased. Matter of fact, at that point, honestly, I'll speak in absolute manner on that. Facts. None of them agree with you. I know them in real life. So ain't no way in hell you gonna try to convince me your crackhead ass in fucking Oklahoma, goddamn outside the motherfucking Prince Hall fucking shit on some homeless goddamn junkie shit where they all hang out at, them your peers and shit. You gonna tell me something different. Fuck out of here. You ain't plugged in with shit. But the motherfucking dope man.
Mm-hmm.
And you probably owe him.
Mm-hmm. Nah, he told on him.
Vino from Oklahoma, right? So
Mm-hmm.
and at this point, I gotta I don't even believe that too much, bro, because motherfuckers lie so bad.
Yeah, he do. He do make it hard to believe.
He lies so bad and don't got no information. It's so fucking dumb. Like
Look
when
what
your phone's smarter than you, I'm cool, bro. They literally do though. Like they like all the John Horse descendants literally Jack Gullah shit. Cause why? They acknowledge they came from the low country. It's documented history, fool. I can give you a fucking origin. All right, so cool. 1739. Give you oral tradition that's passed down and corresponds with fucking archaeology. With these fuck a brother named by the Cato, Cato, was one of the leaders of the Stonewall Rebellion. His descendants are still living. They still talk this shit. There's a whole article on the shit and everything, the NPR shit. You feel me? That's on the web. Like Savino, step your education up, bro. Please. And if you got churn, dog, man, don't homeschool. Send they ass to school. Quick. I don't give a fuck how bad this shit is out there. They better off with school than your dumb ass. Cause same way we rolling over you, shit, my future generation will roll over your goddamn future generation. That's a fact. Dumbass niggas. Y'all niggas is worthless. I see why motherfuckers like True Story and said just catch a felony, bro. Just stay the fuck the rest of your life in jail, bitch. You's a goddamn waste, my nigga.
Mm.
Dumbass. I see why niggas like True Story told that motherfucker just catch a felony, bro. You so fucking waste. To spend the rest of your life in fucking jail. We ain't got to fucking deal with you, bro. For real. Niggas like that is a fucking waste. He already COINTELPRO pro anyway, so fuck him.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't shit police about me. Ain't nothing police about me. Shit, as far as the Black Revolutionary shit, we gotta hold our motherfucking people accountable. That's a motherfucking fact. And I'm sitting there telling you, any of y'all with that COINTELPRO pro shit, i.e., want to fucking revise black history and shit like that, fuck y'all, eat a dick. Yeah, y'all deserve to goddamn be put the fuck away so we ain't gotta deal with the fuck y'all. Any means necessary. Big facts. Fucking surviving crackhead motherfucker, bro.
You typing too much, Vino. Nigga tired of you. Take a chill pill. Give us 5 minutes apiece. Look at Jarrell tearing his ass up in the chat.
That's my nigga. Shout out. Shout out. My nigga real man already. Yeah, he called himself a rider. But how you yeah, see, but we ain't gotta get it because we don't got disrespect somebody else real shit because somebody wanna claim that shit. You feel me? But yeah, bro, make that shit make sense, man. I done put in more work in Vino neighborhood than him. And I'm a nigga from goddamn Carolinas that moved to Richmond, Virginia. I done put in more work. Fucking shit happened with black folk out there. Fuck that. We riding. What the fuck was that? A 12-hour ride, some shit like that, nigga? Fuck it, we in there. Fuck you mean? Shout out to Vyasa. Vyasa a real one, yo. And Midwest too. You know what I mean? There's another brother that be on TikTok with this shit. A Freedman.
I don't know what I said. Yeah,
Yeah,
what the fuck?
yeah, he be working, man. hmm So respect to him. I sent him the link to his phone and shit like that, but he be working and shit. He better get on, every time. He gonna catch the replay. So yeah, shout out to him, bro. Word up. Cause I don't even speak on Oklahoma history like that. I let him go with it. Cause that motherfucker a whole history book, bro. Like on some start where you stand shit. I
Yep.
respect the fuck out of Vi. Like that's my motherfucking brother. Dead ass, yo. Yeah, can should nobody be able to tell you shit about where you from, no matter where you from. Dead ass. And that goes to everybody that can hit me. Shit, if you from West Bumblefuck, learn the black history there. Word up and then spread that shit. And add to it. Word up, man.
Yeah, we ain't getting no smoke from them suckers. They don't want none. They just come in, listen, bounce, come back, listen, bounce.
But yeah, everything is right on point. The Carolina
Right.
split up pretty much because the rich white folk with the old money, the old Annabella money, was in the South, and then North Carolina was like the fucking poor whites type shit, who still was trying to get them make their way up type shit. And that's pretty much how the shit split. For real, for real. I mean, it's politics and shit that's more nuanced or whatever, but that's the gist of it right there. Word up. Pope, the rich whites was in South Carolina, and the fucking poor whites or whatever the fuck was mainly in the northern Carolina, whatever the fuck. And that's how that shit split. Motherfuckers started beefing over how they was gonna make money and shit, and who get what percentages about that bullshit.
Yeah,
Yeah, Ramon's. Hey, yo, do the impersonation one time for me, bro.
hold up.
Do that.
All right. Pete, hold up. So Sean Pete, Sean, listen, bro. Listen, Sean Pete, listen. Y'all believe anything that the woods say, Sean Pete? What I'm saying, Sean Pete, the Negroes was in Panama, Sean Pete. They was in Panama, and what they say, soon as they see them niggas in Panama, Sean Pete, they said they seen the black peoples, Sean Pete. You trying to tell me, Sean Pete? Why is you trying to tell me that the motherfucking Spanish? Sean Pete, listen. Stop. Fuck that shit, Sean P. You tripping. You letting the woods tell you everything, Sean P. You just ride with the woods, Sean P. Like the motherfuckers just didn't say this. And then here I go. Vino, which part of the source you agree with? Everything up until they say that they was African. Everything else, 100. But soon as they say they African, Sean P., that's why I don't agree with the source. You bugging, Sean P. Come on, man. Come on, Sean P. Dang, man, you bugging. The source said that they was black, Sean P. Vino, black denotes African. You gonna listen to them words, Sean P? They don't know. Show me the motherfucking black peoples today in Panama, Sean P. And then show me the black peoples in the 1600s, Sean P. And I bet you they the same peoples. You tripping, Sean P. The woods tripping. Veriziano, explanatory told us that in the conversation that if you listen closely, Sean P., the peoples is indigenous to the Americas. They told us, Sean P., listen, you gotta listen, Sean P. You're not listening. Listen to the source. I got the primaries. I got the primaries right here. That ain't a primary, Sean P. How is that a primary, Sean P? Vino, what's a primary? I don't know, Sean P. I don't know what a primary is, but I know that ain't a primary. I got the primaries. Come holler at me on Ghetto Ninjas type shit over on my YouTube, Sean P. Because I spit that real. You still ain't debunked none of my videos. You still ain't debunked none of my sources. You still ain't debunked the picture that you showed, Sean P. You still didn't listen. The peoples is black in Panama. When they got there, what they say they saw. They said they had to be living there for about 70 to 80 years. You tripping, Sean P. We finna to show you. I'm finna to tell you, Sean P. You gotta listen. I'm finna to show you. Let me talk, Sean P. This nigga stay put me in the back. This nigga stay put me in the back, y'all. Wait till my peoples see this. Wait till my peoples, my young ninjas, my YNs, when I show them how you be treating me when I come on your panel. Wait till I do my rebut to this, Sean P. We gonna see what they say. That ain't right, Sean P. Tell me that ain't that nigga.
Bro, how the fuck you do that nigga spot on like that, bro? That shit is wild, bro.
Yeah.
I was over this bitch rolling, bro.
You gonna
Oh
tell me that
man,
John Horace is fucking with the Gullah, the John Horace and the Gullah? Nigga, you tripping.
the nigga voice be going high pitched too. How you
John
do this
Horace,
shit with the goddamn spit in the back of his throat,
man,
bro? Like you got the sharp. Like how the fuck you
take a
do
lot to
this?
make that shit happen.
Bruh, that shit, yo, Pino is diabolical, bro. I gotta
So yeah.
screenshot some of that. That nigga new name Pino, goddamn it.
Hmm.
Oh shit, that shit got damn. You know you laugh so hard, goddamn, you start tearing up. God damn, bro, that shit classic right there.
Reread the whole source, and it say black, and then it say from Africa. No, Sean P, that's why I disagree with the source. It's
Everything
Africa.
else right, but that.
Right there before you see Africa, cause see right then they just calling them Africans because they don't know who they is. They don't know who they is, so they just saying African right there because they can't explain it. You know what I'm saying? So you mean to tell me a nigga wrote a whole goddamn book and he don't know how to explain who the people are? What I'm saying, Sean P, is that when you see them call them Africans, that's why they confused. That's why I disagree with the source. And I disagree with the source right there. But before that, they was fixing to say that the peoples was indigenous black folk in the Americas. Cause my uncle is Bole Sean P. I was there. My uncle Boles was there with Balboa Sean P. Verrazano. John Verrazano and Balboa and Uncle Bowledge and Moses, St. Moses. Come on, bro.
Uncle Bowlegs, bro. Uncle Bowlegs, bro, is wild. The nigga said, we was there, Sean Prey. Uncle Bowlegs. Yo, that's fucking hilarious, bro. Oh, man.
Yeah, he tripping. Yeah, there you go, right
Yeah,
there.
that shit hilarious.
Oh, come on, Sean P. Why I gotta be like that, Sean P? Come on, Sean P. Let me talk. Let me talk, Sean P. Can you let me finish? You let me finish? I'm gonna tell you what the source at, B-Note. The source on my channel. Go subscribe to the Ghetto Engine and get the primaries from me. And I'm gonna tell you how the information is and who they saying they saw. Cause this nigga tripping.
I got a question. What ghetto do the natives be in? Like, what state do natives be in the ghetto? I'm just curious.
Mm.
They live in proximity with us type shit?
Nope.
What ghetto did you come from?
He made it up.
So he wanna he coach a vulture in both cultures at this point. God damn.
Mm-hmm.
Cause he ain't one of us and he ain't one of them.
Mm-mm.
Fuck going on, man? I'm like ghetto engine. The fuck is I ain't never seen no ghetto engine. I even went to school with some, but I ain't live in proximity to her.
Oh, I don't know what's up with this.
So I don't know. They lived over there. You feel me? Like they live across the track type shit. You feel me? Like I don't know where the ghetto engine come from.
I just never seen this type of
Is ghetto
stupidity.
the new word for res? I don't know. Like I'm confused here. I don't. Yeah, he lost me with that. His name don't make no sense.
Hey, I guess Professor Ninja must have been him too. Cause now one of them typing in the chat now.
Yeah, man, they done for. You done cooked them, bro. Ain't no more left to cook, man. Again, that was a dope ass video you played with Opala, man. I don't think he left no stone unturned. Keep it funky with you, bro. Well, he left out Emory. You feel me? But
Mhm.
then again, it depending on when that shit was done. I don't know. Nah, cause Emory was there. They did that shit like in '87. You feel me? So yeah, I don't know about that. But yeah, he left Emory up. Other than that, as far as the whatever the case is at the anthropological side of it, yeah, he leave no stone unturned, bro. Cemeteries, all that shit. And again, Dr. R.A.S. Brown, black man, Georgia State University, doing them damn.
Nigga said, I waited for y'all to cool out. We been cool, sorry.
Who waited cool out?
Pseudo head. You see the link in the chat, bro? What you running from?
Bro, is
Come
you gonna
on,
hit the link or nah, bro? You on a
man, man.
smartphone. You don't got information. You ain't gotta come in on a laptop, bro. But shit, bro, you typing too damn much, bro. God, dog. You ain't even answer where you from. But so authoritative on the goddamn matter, though. I'm confused here. Hey, yo, Sean, let me ask you a quick question, bro. In that video you played, didn't Opala say that the black Seminoles who ended up going to Oklahoma then went back to multiple Gullah festivals in South Carolina and Georgia?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna leave it right there. I swear I'm gonna take V no money, bro. He gonna be homeless, bro. I know he ain't going to, but I swear that motherfucker stupid. I'm taking that goddamn SSI check.
Ain't no bitch.
He gonna be really living in front of that goddamn Prince Hall goddamn building. Cardboard box shouting. Hell yeah.
Ain't no bet, bro.
Motherfucker gonna have to start goddamn squatting somewhere.
Don't come up in here trying to put your eyes in the chat now, bro. We did a whole show, bro. You was here and try to comment at the beginning of the video 30 minutes before it played. Then you left and you just now arriving, bro. Oh, I'm trying to come in here now. Fake Yamasi, Chief say cool, Hydro, Gentile be trying to attend those ceremonies. Yep.
He talking about dude in South Carolina?
Yep.
Man, buddy, a whole goofy. He done got ran out too many goddamn occasions, bro. Hey, so if you remember when Trump went to Charleston, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there was this brother that got escorted out because he was pretty much like a heckler and shit like that. I think he threw something at Trump or whatever. This is the first time when Trump ran for office, the first time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dude name is Mint Nelson, Clementia Nelson. He a Gullah Geechee brother. He actually is a painter. And some of his paintings done went for millions, dead ass. And some of his work has been in a couple of Kevin Hart movies too. One joint is on Netflix. I forget the name of it though. But anyway, that same brother that that did that shit with Trump ran that little fake Yamasee chief about too, yo. That shit was funny as hell, man.
Mm.
Yeah, so yeah, those fake chief, man. I don't know. Trying to seek Bitcoin, see? He about to do what that fucking Hawk Tuah girl did, make a fake coin and goddamn scam motherfuckers and dip off for 3 months.
Mm.
You heard about that, Sean P?
Mm-mm.
The girl that went viral for that Hawk Tuah spit on that thing, that little white girl, the ugly bitch.
Mm-hmm.
She made this little fake coin and had a whole bunch of goddamn motherfuckers invest in the shit and just went ghost on motherfuckers, bro. And then popped back
Mm-hmm.
up 3 months later with like this fake ass sob story. Hell yeah, these motherfuckers, that's the new hustle, bro. He about to do the same damn thing.
Trump did it, didn't he? I said Trump did that.
Yeah, yeah, you can say that too.
Crazy.
Hmm. Is Vino even in the back channel still? He backstage.
Look, look. Bino was up there. Nobody told me. I just seen he was still alive. Who was still alive?
I
Bino
guess
live?
I guess he would be you. I'm assuming.
Oh.
I don't know.
he said be no moral support is here. That's
Oh
crazy.
yeah, Opala brought up how some of the Gullah words and the what do you say Jamaican patois had similar words too.
Mm-hmm.
Me and everything I'm talking about that in the chat for sure, man. The way we say eat to now, like it's the same shit.
Mm-hmm.
The way we refer to our guys, the way we same shit, all kinds of shit. The way they make their nets in the islands or whatnot, in the Caribbean islands and whatnot, we make our nets the same fucking way here, and that's a direct connection from West Africa. You know what I'm saying? That's documented. They talk about the slave ships, like, bro, we from the low country. I don't think you can fucking name a major town that don't got a maritime museum. If it's a port city, it got a maritime museum, bro. Whether it be Georgetown, where I'm from, Charleston, Savannah, Wilmington, all got maritime museums, bro, that list the fucking slave ships and the ships that converted into Confederate ships that were used for other things too during the Civil War. It's a maritime museum. They're gonna go cover all the shipwrecks and everything. And the one I know the one where I'm at in Georgetown, cover the slave trade as well. Fuck is you talking about? And all that shit on the channel. Yeah, Duddy. That's a fact. Yeah. Like with the whole linguistic shit, bro, it's something called trilateral consonants, bro. Trilateral root show. And it's in the book, Lorenzo Dal Turner book, Africanisms in the Gullah dialect, right? Just the way we speak, and the way even V note goddamn goof ass speaking and whatnot. It's all AAVE. It's certain ways we gonna say certain shit. For real. Like it's just certain things we gonna say certain shit. So we ain't gonna say get the door. No, it's get the dough. Like shit
Right.
like that. And just naturally, if a word is too long, we gonna chop that bit down. That's just gonna be known collectively type shit. Or colloquially. You feel me? Shit.
Yep. Yeah, bro. I've been on this bitch too long. And
I feel
time,
you, man.
I can be on this bitch some more, but time went up. I'm like, shit.
Oh yeah, that shit threw me off this morning, bro.
Me too, bro. I was staying in bed, nigga. Then I looked up. You're like 1 o'clock. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, man. Hell yeah. But shit, appreciate the information, bro. Good shit on the show. Thank you for your patience. You feel me? Shout out to everybody that support. Make sure y'all hit that like button and shit too, man. For real. And all y'all apples, man. Step y'all shit up. Cause y'all out here bad. Gotta have motherfucking press conferences and goddamn conference calls and shit. Fucking Teams, Google meetings and shit like that. That shit bad. Y'all motherfuckers out. Y'all motherfuckers fell all the way the fuck off.
Hell yeah. I'll catch y'all later, man.
Yeah, man. Hold it down, brother. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to the Mossy, yo.
You too, bro. Peace. Make sure y'all catch each one tomorrow. Then it's gonna be live. All right, people. Y'all be smooth.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't
by
find
his
y'all?
own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all
I
did.
don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of meat. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO. By your own genealogy.